How I Met Your Brother. Written by Janette Rallison. Narrated by Madeline Mrozek. Chapter 1. Belle had never been the sort of person who dreamed of being a runway model. Even back in school, when her friends were vying for whatever spotlight was available, she was the sort who would rather stay in the background, unnoticed, while she got the work done. Work was the answer to every question, at least every question that mattered. And the pride of doing your job better than everyone else, well, that was what earned respect from the people who mattered. Work, pride, dignity. So Belle's boss really should have known better than to ask her to strap on 6-inch heels and strut down the catwalk. "You're kidding me," she told him. They were standing backstage 15 minutes before their spring line made its debut at Fashion Week. Models, makeup artists, and hairstylists hurried by them, on their way to the dressing rooms or making last-minute mirror checks. Dressers trolleyed outfits by, and seamstresses made last-minute alterations. The whole place smelled of new fabric and hairspray, the scent of haute couture. Felix Cohen flipped through the call sheets. He was nearly 60, and what little hair he had left was peppered with gray. The sleeves of his sage-green shirt were rolled up, and he carried a roll of antacids that he'd been popping all morning like they were sweethearts. "I don't kid during Fashion Week." Svetlana went AWOL. Viv, the head seamstress, held up a periwinkle silk business dress to Belle, eyeing it for adjustments. "Some sort of crisis called Svetlana away. She's either visiting a sick Russian consort or rushing to a sick concert. It's hard to tell with her because her English is only so-so." Belle ignored Viv's sizing attempts. "One of those things should get her fired." "Either way," Felix said, "we're a model short. You'll need to take her place." Felix was Fontaine's founder, creative director, and CEO, mostly CEO. That alone was a full-time job, so he turned most of the creative work over to the design team. Perhaps Belle had gotten used to him staying in his office and only emerging during those occasions he felt the need to remind everyone about deadlines or cost containment. She didn't know how best to handle this edict. She was at the show as a designer. Her job was to mingle with the buyers and fashion magazine reporters. She was supposed to be making contacts and presenting herself as someone of substance, not parading down the runway. "Why can't you call the agency and get another girl?" She didn't protest that she didn't know how to model on the runway. Fashion shows had been a staple during college design classes. All the students had learned how to work the catwalk. Viv pinned the dress against Belle's waist, checking to see where the hem fell. "Stay still, dear. I don't want to poke you." Felix shrugged off Belle's question. "Everyone is booked during Fashion Week. Besides, you know what traffic is like in New York. The agency couldn't have another girl here in time." Normally, one missing model wouldn't have been a big deal. In past Fashion Weeks, each model had 2 changes. It wouldn't have been hard to have a couple of girls double up. But this season, Felix had decided to cut cost by hiring a third of the models the show usually used and increasing their changes to 6 outfits apiece. The girls barely had enough time to change as it was. "If you won't model," Felix went on, "we'll just have to scratch your line." "My line?" Belle straightened and was nearly jabbed with a pin. "Someone's line will have to be cut, and you're the one who's not being a team player." Belle wasn't the only one who'd worked on those clothes. 3 seamstresses had made, remade, and fussed over the prototypes. The sales team had been promoting the line, and their overseas people were already getting the material ready for the mass-market versions. Cutting Belle's line was not only unfair to her, but to them as well. "Why not Rita's or Sebastian's? You're not asking them to take a turn on the catwalk." "Rita's the wrong size, and Sebastian is a 40-year-old man. Any audience who wanted to see him in a skirt would be an entirely different demographic." His voice turned cajoling. "Come on, this will make you a model employee, literally." Belle blinked at him and sputtered, "I'm only 5'8", which was short for a runway model. "And I'm probably 20 pounds heavier than anyone in the show." The models were all flirting with anorexia, while Belle had actual curves. If you put me next to them, I'll look like the short, fat girl." "What are you talking about?" Felix fluttered a hand in her direction. "You're thin and beautiful. That's why I hired you. Now go change and show all the retailers why they have to buy our stuff." She stared at him, unmoving. "I pay the models $200 an hour. If you delay this thing even 15 minutes, do you realize what it'll cost me?" And that was how Belle found herself sauntering down the catwalk in 6-inch heels. She didn't have to fake the look of haughty distaste that the models always wore. She was simmering at Felix. Team player? She worked overtime every single night while most of the employees were out the door at the stroke of 5. And Felix had hired her because she was thin and beautiful? She couldn't help but read all sorts of other things into the statement. He'd hired her to work at Fontaine because he wanted someone young and trendy to deal with the customers. He didn't care about her talent or vision. He saw her as some sort of glorified assistant who could deal with retailers, distributors, and merchandisers, but who would never amount to more. How long had he been promising her he'd make her a senior designer? A year? Well, 5 if you counted the first interview Felix had given her when he'd lured her away from her internship in Paris. He'd gushed about her portfolio and the way she made fabric flow. She was just what his fledgling fashion house needed. He promised as soon as she got some experience, she'd be a senior designer. As Belle walked down the runway amidst the camera flashes, she noted an assortment of heiresses, actresses, and sports celebrities' wives in the audience. Some big names were here, but that wasn't what made her stomach twist with nerves. Several of the department store buyers in the audience were watching her with puzzled expressions. They recognized her and, no doubt, wondered why she was climbing her way down the corporate ladder. She paused at the end of the catwalk, posed, and turned to continue. And there to her left were the cluster of fashion magazine reps and bloggers. She risked a smile at them even though she wasn't supposed to make eye contact. She would explain her temporary career switch to them later, turn it into a funny story. Better yet, turn it into an anecdote about determination. The show must go on, even if you have to put on 6-inch heels. The way to make it in the fashion industry was to give every endeavor 110% of your effort. This probably counted as 120. She would have felt better about all of this if she'd been wearing her own line, but Felix consulted with Sebastian, the head of the fashion design team, and decided that Sebastian's clothes would show better on her. They were tailored toward women who had figures, which, knowing Sebastian, was a given. The man probably got into this business just so he had an excuse to stare unabashedly at women's bodies. Seriously, the way he ran his hands over the dressing dummies verged on creepy. The first outfit Belle modeled was business casual. Her second, business not so casual. The third, business if you want to seduce your boss. And the fourth, your business must be a call girl. Then it was time to showcase the formal wear. Her first gown was borderline skanky, and the second a person would only wear in Las Vegas, as the performer of some questionable show that children weren't admitted to. Sebastian's problem was that he hardly ever tried to create elegant gowns. He was all about shock value. He wanted to be noticed and remembered, which was fine for him because he didn't have to wear the stuff. Belle was not as keen to be remembered in this gown. It was made of sheer beige fabric and sequins, so sheer that the strategically placed sequins were the only thing that kept it from being see-through. As if that wasn't enough, it was split up to her thigh and had a built-in push-up bra that pushed way too much up. When Viv handed it to Belle in the dressing room, she just stared at it. "So where's the rest of the dress?" "Don't be squeamish," Viv said. "You've got the body to pull it off." "What I've got is self-respect and a college degree. No woman with those two things would wear this in public." She'd seen all of Sebastian's sketch designs, but had never fully realized how sheer or how low-cut the dress was until now. No wonder Svetlana had gone AWOL. "People show more skin than this on the beach. And if we were all on a beach, I might consider wearing it." Viv rolled her eyes. "Put it on or you'll miss your cue." Belle gestured in the direction of the stage. People are recording the show. If I fall out of this, it'll be death by YouTube." Viv picked up a pair of matching sequined high heels and handed them to Belle. "That dress is exactly the sort of thing celebrities wear to awards shows. If one of them wants it, the advertising alone will set us up for the season. Now put it on and go out there and channel your inner diva." Belle clenched her teeth, silently repeating, with far less enthusiasm this time, platitudes about shows going on. 120%, team players. Besides, she might think the dress was demeaning, but that didn't mean other women wouldn't love it. She'd known when she'd entered the design world that a fashion house wasn't going to change its clothes to suit her tastes. As long as she helped Fontaine push these sorts of dresses, she could design clothes for women like herself, ones who wanted to be taken seriously in the workplace. Which at the moment seemed ironic, since this was her workplace and no one would take her seriously in this getup. Belle took the dress from Viv's hand. "Fine. But I'm putting my foot down after this. I won't wear anything else from Sebastian's 'I'm single and lonely' fantasy line." "You don't have to," Viv said. "It's your last change of the show." Belle pulled on the dress, glad for once that her family didn't keep up with her doings. She didn't talk much to her mom. It was hard to catch her at a time when she was sober. And Belle hadn't seen her father since he left the family when she was 9. Her brother, even if he had cared about fashion, was in the Air Force and always stationed out of the country. Germany, this time. She would not be mentioning this fashion show in any of her texts to him. One glance in the mirror let Belle know that the dress was every bit as revealing as she'd feared. Probably even more than Sebastian had planned, since Belle wasn't stick-thin like the other models. She strode out of the dressing room and took her turn on the runway, heels clicking angrily. Camera flashes went off around her like a strobe light. So this was what it felt like to be a sellout. Somehow she'd always imagined it would be more alluring. Like the times she ate deluxe chocolate ice cream, the kind with an entire day's calories in one luscious bowl. But no, this just felt like she'd lost all respectability. She didn't make eye contact with the retailers or fashion magazine reps this time. If any of them were judging her, she didn't want to see it. That's when she noticed Sebastian in the crowd. He was sitting in the front row watching her smugly. The smirk on his face was as revealing as the gown she wore. Had he planned this? Could he have? Her mind flashed back to last September's Fashion Week. Fontaine always threw an after-show party for the industry VIPs, hoping that champagne, hors d'oeuvres, gift bags, and heavy amounts of mingling could help curry favor. At the party, Sebastian had had more than his share of champagne. At the end of the night, he cornered her near the coat closet and spent several minutes bemoaning how most women couldn't understand his genius. Then he'd proclaimed her to be among the lucky elite capable of such a feat, and invited her to his hotel room. She might have been, well, not receptive, but at least flattered if he hadn't been slurring his words during the whole speech. As it was, she doubted he would remember any of the conversation the next day, let alone mean the things he'd said. "No thanks," she told him. "Why don't you get something to eat? You need some food in your stomach." "You know what you need?" he responded, a smile growing. "You need to get out of those clothes and let me dress you for once." His eyes raked over her suggestively. "I could do a much better job." Definitely wasted. Otherwise, he would have known he couldn't win points with a designer by insulting her outfit. Again, no thanks. He took a step toward her, shaking his head with reproach like she was a student who'd given an obviously wrong answer in class. "You're too young to know how things work. If you want to get ahead, you've got to grease the right wheels. In this case, mine." "Sorry," she said, putting her hand up to stop his advance. "Your wheels will just have to stay ungreased." She edged around him. "See you later." Before she'd taken 2 steps, he called out, "You'll regret it if you walk away." She walked away anyway, and didn't regret it. He'd been so obviously drunk that she hadn't considered the incident harassment, just bad judgment on his part. She'd expected him to apologize when he saw her at work and had been ready to graciously laugh it off. When he showed up to work the next Monday and acted like nothing had happened, she figured he probably didn't even remember the night, let alone the conversation. Sure, sometimes at work his eyes lingered on her longer than normal, and there were an assortment of days when he acted like everything she did either offended or amused him, but she'd figured he was just one of those moody creative types. Now, looking at his smirk, she knew he did remember that night. Probably every word. And she had as good as let him dress her in this horrible gown. As she passed by him, he mouthed something to her. She couldn't be sure what, but it seemed suspiciously like the phrase, "Grease my wheels, baby." She made a sharp turn so he wouldn't see her cheeks burning and headed straight down the walk. She was marching too fast, but she didn't care. Had Sebastian planned all of this? It didn't seem plausible. He wouldn't have gotten rid of a model in hopes Felix would force Belle to wear his clothes, would he? Could he have gone to that much trouble just to make the point that he could jerk Belle's chain? Whatever the case, the end result was the same. He was jerking it. She stormed back into the dressing room and nearly ripped the gown off. She was going to have a talk with Felix. It was time he knew what sort of games his head designer was playing. Chapter 2. By the time Belle went up to the hotel's executive lounge where the after-show party was, her temper had lowered from boiling to simmering. She needed to handle this professionally. She had no proof of the things Sebastian had said to her in September. She couldn't point to any office behavior that was completely improper. Still, Felix had worked with her for 5 years. He'd know she wouldn't make up the allegation. He needed to realize what kind of person Sebastian was. The executive lounge was decked out in the same colors as Fontaine's spring line. Meadow green and sunset pink tablecloths dotted the room. The napkins and table runners were striped with an airy blue and a soft, serious beige. Centerpieces of white and pink roses overflowed onto the tables. Felix stood facing a semicircle of advertising reps, talking about upcoming layouts. Belle got a plate of food and joined them. She waited until the conversation played out and the reps headed off for more refreshments before she turned to Felix. "Can we talk?" He took a sip of his champagne and let out a sigh. "Is this going to be more complaining about being conscripted to model? Because really, I don't want to hear it. We all do what we have to do to make a show work. You know that." "It's not that," she said. "Well, not really. Was Sebastian the one who suggested I stand in for Svetlana?" Felix picked up a cracker from his plate and dipped it into foie gras. "What does that matter?" She told him everything, how she'd refused Sebastian last September and what he'd said in return. Felix's expression showed only annoyed disbelief. "Let me get this straight. Svetlana ditched the show at the last minute, and somehow that's part of Sebastian's drunken master plan from last fall to undermine you by making you look bad in a $12,000 evening gown?" She exhaled, frustrated he was missing the point. He took another bite of his cracker. "Plenty of women would love to be undermined that way. I mean, so the guy got drunk and hit on you. It happens. You can't be so easily offended." Easily offended? She couldn't even defend herself by explaining that she wanted people to treat her like a professional, or tell him how the dress had made her feel like a bedazzled hooker. The gown was part of this season's line. Felix had approved it. He put a hand on her shoulder. "Look," he said in his most patronizing tone, "I know you've been under a lot of pressure getting things ready for the show. I've been in this business long enough to understand that artistic types don't always take stress well." So now she was the difficult artistic type. That's what he thought of her. "The show is behind us," he went on. "Relax and enjoy yourself. You don't need to stay at the party if you don't want to. Why don't you go do something with your girlfriends?" She clenched her plate to keep from doing something she'd regret later, like writing a resignation letter. Sebastian strolled up, holding a glass of champagne between his fingers in a careless, erudite manner. He was thin, and his gelled-back hair was reminiscent of Elvis, or at least would have been if Elvis had had a hooked nose and hipster glasses. "Great show," he told Felix, then his eyes slid to Belle. "And what you showed was great, too." Her gaze snapped to Felix. She expected to see a dawning realization that everything she told him was true. But he calmly ate another cracker. "I wouldn't joke around with Belle right now. She's not in the mood." "Pity," Sebastian said with a smug lift of his eyebrows. "I never seem to catch her when she's in the mood." Belle looked at Felix again. Nope, still no realization. Apparently the man was determined to be dense. She turned back to Sebastian, narrowing her eyes. "Go grease yourself." Then she stormed away. She marched out the door and down the hallway, determined to, well, she wasn't sure what. She just knew that she couldn't stay at the party. Let Sebastian and Felix chat up the guests without her. She'd worked too hard for too long to be treated this way. She pushed the elevator button with a smack. "Isabelle?" A middle-aged Asian woman had come out of the executive lounge and was heading down the hallway toward her. She wore a red and gold cheongsam, an updated version of a traditional Chinese body-hugging dress. Her hair was twisted up into a knot with a pearl comb tucked in the front, and she had a pleasant, open smile. "Isabelle Lind? It is you, isn't it?" No one had called her by that name for a long time. She'd been Belle since Paris. She gave the woman another look, trying to place her. "Yes." The woman walked up to her, tutting, "Look at you. You hardly seem like the same girl I knew at WSU." Oh, she knew Belle from college. Definitely hadn't been a student, though. The woman was too old for that. A professor, maybe? Someone who worked at the campus library with her? Nothing came to mind. In the 6 years since graduation, she'd met so many people. "Yes, I've changed a lot," Belle said with a forced laugh. "No more turquoise Keds." Those had been a thrift store find she'd been inordinately proud of. Back then, all of her clothes had been from thrift stores, but she'd worn the Keds nearly every day. They were comfortable, and it had been a personal challenge to see how many outfits she could match them with. "The clothes, yes, those are very different." She looked Belle up and down, noting her black cocktail dress and her Giuseppe Zanotti lace-up heels. "But I don't think it's only the outside that has changed. The Isabelle I knew, I don't think she would have told a man to go grease himself." Belle inwardly winced. "You heard that?" The woman tapped her earlobe. "I have very good hearing. Sometimes I'm not sure whether it is a blessing or a curse." Who was this woman? "I wish my memory were as good as your hearing. I'm sorry, I've forgotten where we know each other from. Were you one of my professors at WSU?" No. The woman laughed at the suggestion. "I shouldn't have expected you to remember me. My name is Pearl Lee. I worked at the Mandarin House restaurant for a couple of years, helping out my sister, who owned the place. Now I live in New York, helping out my other sister, who's a boutique buyer." The Mandarin House, of course. During her freshman year, her study group used to meet there every Monday night. She hadn't thought of the place in years, but just the name brought back memories of bright red lanterns and the smell of almond chicken. "You and that nice boy, Dawson," Pearl went on. "I forget the others' names, but I gave you all many a fortune cookie." Oh, yes. Belle still didn't remember the woman, but then she'd always been too wrapped up in Dawson to see anyone else when he was around. Dawson. Memories of that time came rushing back as though Pearl had swung open a door to the past in Belle's mind. The painful and sweet moments, the hopeful and despairing, all mixed together in that boy's blue, blue eyes. The first time Belle noticed Marco Dawson was in physical science class while the professor took attendance. To be fair, everyone noticed him. The teacher was running down the roll, calling students first names. When he called, "Marco?" 3 students yelled, "Polo," in return. All guys, all laughing at their own joke. A guy on the other side of the row raised his hand. He was, in a word, gorgeous. Tall, athletic, chiseled jaw, the whole Greek god package. A sweep of light brown hair fell across his forehead, as if a stylist had tousled it for his close-up. "I go by Dawson," he said, and then added with a grin, "for obvious reasons." "Dawson," the professor repeated and penciled a note on his sheet of paper. He went on with the roll, and everyone else in class turned their attention to other things. Everyone except Belle. She hadn't been able to stop stealing glances at Dawson's profile. Toward the end of class, he happened to look in her direction. She hurriedly turned away, embarrassed to be caught admiring him. She might never have gotten the courage to speak to him, but the next week in class, he spoke to her. They were both picking up their quizzes from the teacher's desk, and Dawson caught sight of her score. 100%. His was a 60. He groaned and shoved his test into his folder. "You're one of those students who's going to kill the curve every time, aren't you?" Flustered by his gaze, she hadn't known how to respond. "Sorry, I'm sure I'll do worse next time. Or you'll do better." So stupid. He laughed, no doubt used to girls babbling around him, then chatted with her some more, casually, friendly, as though they were equals. That was one of her sweet memories of Dawson. He never saw her as the awkward girl in tacky glasses who was too thin, too poor, and had no idea what to do with her limp blonde hair. When the teacher told everyone to take their seats, Dawson walked to hers with her, still talking. "Hey, I'd love to study with you sometime." "Okay," she said. "Are you free tonight?" "Sure." She would have missed a kidney transplant if it meant spending time with him. "Great. I'll reserve a study room at the Terrell Library for 7 o'clock. Give me your number, and I'll text you which one." She gave it to him and then floated through the rest of her day practically senseless. Dawson had asked for her phone number. He wanted to see her tonight. After her last class, she went straight back to her apartment, knowing she'd need her roommate Daisy's help to get date ready. It was a date, after all. Or maybe it wasn't. He'd asked her to study with him. Did that count? This was the main topic of conversation between Daisy and Belle, as the former attempted to add body to Belle's hair with a curling iron. "He asked you to do something with him at a specific place and time," Daisy said. "It counts." She was from California and looked the part, sun-kissed brown hair with a perfect figure and a perpetual tan. The sort of beach beauty guys hope to find at an oceanside volleyball game. She had a string of boys regularly stopping by the apartment who tried to impress her. "Yeah, but we're meeting at the library," Belle pointed out. "That's not really a date place." "If he's as good-looking as you say, he can't be that clueless about raising a girl's expectations. Maybe he's trying to keep it casual the first time. Or maybe he's poor. Either way, it's a date." Poor would be fine. Preferred, even. Belle understood poor. Daisy finished Belle's hair and moved on to her makeup. "I bet when you're done studying, he suggests getting something to eat." A spike of worry shot through Belle. Should I pay for my own meal or let him pay? There were so many ways this could turn awkward. If she offered to pay for herself, would it seem like she didn't want to be on a date with him? Daisy brushed eyeshadow across Belle's lids. "Play it by ear. I haven't dated enough to know the music." Daisy laughed as though Belle was joking. She wasn't. She'd had a total of 2 dates, both of which had been to high school dances. Daisy stepped back to inspect her work, then applied more bronzer to Belle's cheeks with practiced strokes. "If you go to a place where you pay at the counter, let him go first. The cashier will ask if the order is together. Let him answer." Daisy opened a tube of lip gloss and slid the color over Belle's lips. "And what if we go to a sit-down restaurant? Just ignore the bill for a few minutes to see if he picks it up. When he does, Offer to pay for your meal. Hopefully, he'll say that you can cover the bill next time. Because then there would be a next time. Daisy turned Belle toward the mirror, all encouragement and optimism. Look, you're stunning. She wasn't really. Daisy's work was an improvement, but makeup could accomplish only so much. Belle was a late bloomer, the sort of girl who looked like she'd barely wandered out of junior high. No curves. She was too thin and too tall to be so thin. The combination made her look like a candidate for an eating disorder poster. Her dark-rimmed glasses, far from being trendy, gave her eyes an owlish look. And her hair, well, it looked nice when Daisy sent Belle out the door. But halfway to campus, a light rain started and undid most of Daisy's work. Not that it had ended up mattering. When Belle reached the study room, another guy sat at the table with Dawson. The two of them had their books spread out before them as they talked. Dawson looked up when she came in. Great, you're here. He moved some of his books to make room for her. You don't mind if Brady joins us, do you? He has a hard time with science, too. So, definitely not a date. Brady slid a couple papers out of the way. Can't tell RNA from RAN. Dude, Dawson said. RNA is biology, not physical science. See? Brady shrugged and laughed. This is why I need help studying. Belle forced herself to smile. The more the merrier. She sat down, feeling transparent. She shouldn't have put on so much makeup. Had Dawson noticed that she'd beautified herself to study with him? She shuffled through her papers so he wouldn't see her blush, wouldn't see the disappointment on her face. To her credit, she was able to fake cheerfulness throughout that study session. She even cracked a few jokes. Each time Dawson laughed at one, she felt as though she'd won something. And even though this wasn't a date, the two of them were still spending time together. That counted for something. It was a start. Ah, hope. Such a determined emotion. Not long after that, Dawson found out Belle was acing English, and he asked her to proofread his papers. Those were her favorite times with him, just the two of them alone together. Proofing always morphed into talking, and after a while it grew easy to pretend that she was his girlfriend instead of just his smart friend. He told her he wanted to be a doctor, but not for the money. He wanted to practice in a poor, struggling community where he could make a difference. She mentally adjusted her dreams to accommodate his. She wouldn't mind moving to some run-down city to be with him. She became so recklessly sure that he was her soulmate, so careless with her heart. She should have known better, even back then. All of those memories conjured in a split second by hearing his name on Pearl's lips. The elevator door opened with a ding, bringing her mind back to the present. Both women stepped inside, and Pearl pushed the button for the ground floor. I thought you'd become a teacher, the way you were always helping the others with their schoolwork. Maybe I should have been. The bitter aftertaste of the show was back on Belle's tongue. You were such a good group of kids, Pearl went on, happily reminiscing. After Dawson got engaged, he brought his fiancée in all of the time. Did he? Belle said, trying to speak in a conversational manner, because she couldn't talk about his marriage with any sort of neutrality. His wedding day might have been the happiest day of his life, but it definitely counted as her worst. Against her will, another doorway full of memories opened. Halfway through the semester, she invited the study group to her apartment. Daisy helped her clean, made cookies for everyone, and then gave Belle free range of her closet so she could wear something new. Back then, Daisy was on her side. They'd been best friends. That is, until Dawson walked in, and everything changed. Belle watched it happen, helpless to stop it. Dawson's gaze landing on Daisy and lighting up with interest. Daisy smiling coyly in return. The two flirted all evening and went on their first date 2 nights later. Daisy acted only mildly apologetic about stealing him, shrugging off guilt with sentiments like, "The two of you were only ever friends. It's not my fault he was never interested in you. And you'll find someone who is as right for you." And If you really cared about him, you'd want him to be happy. He's happy with me." The elevator reached the bottom floor, and the doors slid open. Pearl strolled out. "Funny that I saw you tonight. I ran into Dawson just a month ago." She pressed her lips into a line and shook her head. "I was so sad to hear about his divorce." "His what?" The world seemed to shift a little, and Belle had to review Pearl's sentence to make sure she hadn't misunderstood. "He's divorced?" Somehow, the possibility that Daisy and Dawson could fall out of love had never occurred to Belle. "Oh, yes," Pearl went on. "I talked to him right after the legal work was settled. He's single now." "Really?" Belle kept pace beside Pearl, heading across the lobby. Dawson's whereabouts shouldn't matter, not after all these years. But still, she had to ask. "Where is he living these days?" "Montana. Too far away. But he'll be at Cancun for a family reunion next weekend. The Playa del Sol Resort. Maybe you should go there yourself. I think you and Dawson would be good for each other." Belle chuckled at the suggestion. Pearl paused and turned to face Belle to give her words emphasis. "I'll give you a fortune. This time without the cookie. Lucky people create most of their luck." She nodded knowingly. "Besides, I think you need a vacation." That night, while Belle lay in bed, trying to sleep, she thought about flying off to Cancun. She couldn't decide if such a trip would be spontaneous and fun or just irresponsible. Sometimes there was a thin line between living life to the fullest and avoiding being an adult. She pulled up her covers, blocking out as much of the cold February night as possible. She had the money. Her landlady considered herself a fashionista and had happily waived rent for the last 2 years in return for one-of-a-kind clothes of Belle's making. Belle had even sold wedding dresses to the landlady's friends and relations. She hadn't vacationed much because she never felt like she could take the time off from work. The thrifty part of her, the part that had scrimped and saved all through her high school and college years, still balked at the idea. Jetting off to a resort in Cancun at the last minute would be so expensive. She decided that if she could think of 10 good reasons to go, she would do it. She was overdue for a vacation. Winters in New York were horrible. Sebastian was a jerk, and she could do without seeing him for a week. Felix didn't appreciate everything she did at work, so maybe he should see how things ran without her. She needed time around a decent guy so she could regain her faith in men. Dawson was handsome and had a laugh that gave her shivers, and may have wised up about women over the years. Even if he hadn't, Belle was no longer the quiet, mousy girl she'd been in college. She'd filled out and become more poised. She could turn heads now, and she wouldn't mind turning his. A trip like this would be redemption and revenge rolled up into one. Done. 10 perfectly good reasons for going. She got out of bed, made the reservations online, and texted Felix her decision all before she could change her mind. Chapter 3. Flynn Dawson was tossing things into his suitcase and wishing that packing was one of those things he could delegate to an assistant. He'd been so wrapped up in the latest merger that he hadn't given the family reunion much thought. Well, maybe it wasn't the merger itself that had made him mentally avoid the subject. His mother's cancer also had a lot to do with it. She'd planned the reunion to celebrate her birthday, but they all knew that this trip would be the last time the family would all be together before her death. Flynn couldn't help but think of the trip as a pre-funeral. His sisters, Kennedy and Paige, had been tearfully putting together programs for the grandchildren and tributes to their mother. Flynn was supposed to give his own tribute on Friday night. What he really wanted to do was to tell his mother to go back to the Mayo Clinic for more radiation and chemo. Multiple myeloma had no cure, only ongoing chemo treatments that prolonged the inevitable. They might be able to buy her a couple of more years, and her family needed her. Marco's divorce was going to be another difficult aspect of the reunion. He'd never told their parents that Daisy had left him for another man. No point in upsetting their mother at this point. The siblings had agreed to keep the divorce a secret, so Marco had come up with an excuse for Daisy. Her sister was undergoing emergency surgery and needed Daisy's help taking care of her kids. Marco would likely be in a self-pitying mood the entire week, and Flynn would have to watch every word he said so he didn't accidentally let the news slip to their parents. Yep, this reunion had all the ingredients of a perfect vacation. Flynn's phone buzzed. Speak of the devil, Daisy was calling. He dropped a pair of shoes in his suitcase while answering the phone. Hello? A long silence came across the line before Daisy spoke, sounding tearful and emotional.
Flynn, I know you probably hate me for everything that's happened, and I don't blame you. But you have to hear me out.
Hear her out? Why was she calling him? And how many valid excuses could she possibly have for leaving Marco and hooking up with some high school flame? I'm listening. He pulled open his sock drawer and grabbed a few pairs.
What I did was wrong, Daisy said. I've regretted it every day for the last month.
Only for the last month? She hadn't mentioned the 2 months before that, when she'd taken off with whatever his name was.
When I left, I thought Marco would fight for our marriage, fight for me. But he didn't even call to talk about the terms I'd asked for in the divorce papers. 7 years of marriage, and he erased it all with a few strokes of a pen.
Flynn headed to his closet. It was a walk-in the size of a small bedroom. Too big, really. He lost track of clothes in here. If you didn't want a divorce, you shouldn't have filed for one. She let out a jagged breath.
You don't know what it was like for me in Montana. Marco had a job and friends. He had a life there. I had nothing. I sat around all day being a residency widow. He worked 80-hour weeks, and when he came home, all he wanted to do was sleep. I kept telling him that I was lonely, but he didn't care. He made it perfectly clear that his job came first, and I came somewhere down on his list after everything else.
Flynn flipped through his dress shirts, looking for the wrinkle-resistant ones. Why are you telling me this? Was she trying to win him over to her side? Had she made this same phone call to Kennedy and Paige? Look, whatever happened between you and Marco is between you and Marco. Daisy sobbed as though choking on emotion.
I'm telling you this because I want your help fixing my marriage.
What? Flynn's hand stilled on a hanger. The time to fix things was before lawyers got involved. Another sob.
Couples are supposed to have a waiting period before a divorce is finalized. 6 months of separation. I wanted Marco to realize how serious our problems were. I wanted to force him to face them, because nothing else seemed to get his attention. But for some reason, the judge waived the waiting period and rushed the whole thing through.
Flynn was hit with a pang of guilt. He was the one who had expedited the divorce. After Daisy filed, he'd gone to Montana to visit his brother. Marco had been so angry at Daisy. He'd actually wanted to drive to Tacoma where Daisy was staying and beat up her new boyfriend. Flynn practically had to hide the car keys. When Marco wasn't working, Flynn took him out, watched sports with him on TV. Anything to keep his mind off of Daisy and what she was doing in Tacoma. Flynn hadn't wanted to see Marco dragged through the remnants of his failed marriage for half a year, so he made calls and wrote some checks to speed the process along. As quickly as the guilt hit Flynn, it drained away. You left Marco for another man. If you wanted to work on your marriage, you picked a strange way to do it. Sniffling came across the line. He'd never heard Daisy cry and hated that she sounded so broken.
I didn't leave Marco for Jeff. I just said that Jeff cared more about me. He was happy to spend time with me online. I said I'd go see him while I was in Tacoma. Nothing ever came of it. I couldn't have a relationship with Jeff when I still loved Marco.
Flynn softened a little. He carried a few shirts to the suitcase as he spoke. You should be telling Marco this, not me.
He won't listen. He's convinced I was cheating on him while we were married.
A second pang of guilt hit Flynn. During his time visiting Marco, they'd sat in the family room eating chips and watching the Lakers give the Clippers a beating. Marco's anger from earlier in the week had transformed into depression, and he stared blankly at the screen, more whipped than the Clippers. "I was planning to look into hospitals in Los Angeles after my residency," he said. "LA is nice." Flynn hoped Marco's statement meant he was thinking about moving on, thinking about life after Daisy. "Beaches, great weather, and enough patience to keep you busy." "I never wanted to go to California," Marco muttered. "Daisy did. I wanted to stay rural, but I was looking into LA for her. You know, making compromises. I should have told her I was willing to go to LA. I should have done more." So Marco wasn't moving on. In fact, it looked like he was about to go grovel to Daisy. Flynn wanted to say, "Pull yourself together and have some pride." Instead, he said, "You're gonna be fine. You're smart, outgoing, and almost as good-looking as me." It was an old joke between them. They were identical twins. "Also, you have an MD after your name. Women'll beat down your door for that alone." "An MD," Marco repeated dully. "Daisy wanted to start a family, but I kept telling her that we had to wait until after my residency. I didn't want kids until I had time to spend with them. I used to imagine them, though. A little girl with pigtails and a boy with Daisy's eyes. You can still have kids. They won't look like her." This was worse than Flynn thought. Marco was not only mourning Daisy, he was mourning the loss of their imaginary children, too. The crowd erupted into a cheer. The Clippers had added 3 points to their score. Neither Flynn nor Marco paid much attention to it. "Do you know why a lot of businesses fail?" Flynn asked. His company, Bainbridge Capital, bought underperforming businesses and made them profitable again. Marco picked at his potato chips. "You're going to use this as a metaphor for marriage, aren't you?" "Sometimes the product no longer works in the economy." Marco grunted. "Talk to me when you've had a girlfriend for longer than a few months. You've never been that invested in," he made air quotes with his fingers, "a product. Business isn't the same as marriage." "But just as often," Flynn went on, ignoring his brother's protest, "businesses fail because the management is poison. Employees can only do so much to make the company succeed if they have a management who sabotages them. You'd think that sort of thing wouldn't happen very often. You'd think managers would want their companies to succeed. But the truth is, sometimes people are short-sighted or incompetent, or simply more invested in running their own personal empires than they are in making the company work. And when that happens, the only thing you can do is start over with new management." Marco put his bag of chips down, uninterested in eating any more. "I can't just interview new people for a marriage position. You don't understand." Maybe, but wallowing in self-pity wasn't doing Marco any good. "I don't understand women?" Flynn scoffed as he picked up the chip bag. "How many women have you dated compared to how many I've dated?" "My point exactly. It's all about a good time for you. No commitment." Not true. Well, not exactly anyway. Flynn had been too busy with work to settle down. He bit into a chip. "Over the years, I've learned a few things about women. One of them is that if you find out that a woman has cheated, she's probably done it before, and you can bet your stock options she'll do it again." Marco straightened, a spark of anger resurfacing. "You think Daisy cheated on me before?" A couple of Flynn's exes flashed through his mind. His college girlfriend who got too friendly with his roommate, and more recently, Audrey, the event planner, who'd planned a few private events of her own while he was out of town, one involving a French chef named Philippe. "I don't know," Flynn said, "but I can tell you that by the time you catch someone embezzling from your company, you can be sure it wasn't their first time." Marco nodded, the set of his chin showing determination, resolve. "You may be right. Sometimes she'd storm out of the house without telling me where she was going." Yet now Daisy was on the phone, telling Flynn he'd been wrong about her past indiscretions. She wasn't prone to lying or exaggeration, so when she insisted, "I didn't cheat on Marco," he had to consider that maybe it was the truth.
Jeff was just a friend who listened to me. He helped me sort out what I really want. And I've realized that's Marco.
Flynn sighed and rubbed his forehead. Had he done more harm than good by trying to help Marco get over Daisy? Maybe they'd already be back together if it hadn't been for him. "I'll call Marco and tell him to call you."
"I want more than that. I want to go to the family reunion."
That was asking a lot more.
"It still starts tomorrow?" she asked. "In Cancun?"
His parents had started planning the reunion when Daisy and Marco were still married, so she knew some of the details. "I'm not sure that you showing up would be a good idea." A family reunion wasn't the place to work out marital problems, especially since the siblings were keeping their parents from learning about those very problems.
"If I can see Marco face to face," Daisy went on, pleading, "then I can convince him that our marriage is worth saving. I need to apologize to him the right way, in person, not through texts or phone messages."
Maybe she was right. Flynn knew his brother wasn't over Daisy. But would he be happy or furious at her for coming? He might be deliriously happy. Maybe the sadness he'd carried around like a weight on his shoulders would lighten. It was probably at least worth letting Daisy try. She took another shuddering breath.
"Besides, I love your mother. If nothing else, I want to say goodbye."
Daisy knew that Marco was keeping the details of the divorce a secret from his parents. She'd agreed that they didn't need more stress. Whatever else happened, Flynn felt sure she wouldn't intentionally do anything to upset his mother.
"What's the resort name?" Daisy pressed. "Just tell me that much."
Flynn stood over his suitcase, shirts in hand, debating.
"Please?"
she asked, voice wavering. Playa del Sol. Flynn was a pushover when it came to crying women. You didn't hear it from me, though.
"You're the best."
He wasn't, but if he helped Daisy, he might make up for whatever harm he'd caused their marriage earlier.
"Don't tell Marco I'm coming," she said, her voice brighter now. "I want to surprise him."
Yeah, he'd be surprised. I won't tell him. Chapter 4. Belle had an early morning check-in at the Playa del Sol. She wanted to be there before the other guests arrived so she could hang out in the lobby, casual and inconspicuous, waiting for her chance to run into Dawson. The resort was a whitewashed building nestled into lush jungle terrain. Large, pristine pools with lazy umbrellas lay around the perimeter, offsetting the ocean in the distance. Turquoise blue set against lush green. She liked the rich colors together and made a note to use them for next summer's line. She could call it Cancun Dreams, or Romantic Ambitions, or 18 and in Love Revisited. She still couldn't quite believe she was here doing this. This trip was all foolishness, really. After taking her bags to her room, she changed into a poppy red sundress. She designed it herself, purposely choosing a cut that emphasized her curves and small waist. The fabric swished around her legs, showing off their length. This dress made an impression. She went to the large open lobby, which had columns instead of walls and doors. The breeze drifted in, bringing the smell of sea, jungle, and sunscreen. She picked up a stack of brochures and flipped through them while keeping an eye on the front counter. Dawson had to check in here, so this was the best time and place for her to, accidentally on purpose, run into him. After that, who knew if she'd even see him during the week? According to the stack of brochures in her lap, there was a lot to do. Horseback riding on the beach, scuba diving, snorkeling, dinner cruises, breakfast cruises, ziplining, trips to Mayan ruins, and shopping. By noon, a steady stream of tourists had arrived, but no Dawson. She stayed on the couch reading a book on her phone. 1 o'clock went by, then 2 and 3. What if he didn't check in until late tonight or tomorrow? She hadn't had anything to eat since breakfast. Her gaze drifted to an older couple at the counter. For all she knew, those were Dawson's parents. She'd never seen pictures of his family. He talked about his brother Flynn, and she vaguely remembered hearing about a sister, or maybe two. Belle could have searched for him on social media to learn that sort of information, but she didn't dare friend him right before coming to Cancun. If he had posted any details about the trip, and then she happened to show up at the same resort, it wouldn't look like a coincidence. It would look like stalking. And, okay, maybe flying to Cancun and sitting in a resort lobby all day did verge on stalking, but it wasn't. Not really. Belle was just doing what Pearl had suggested, making her own luck. She was fixing the mistake from her college days of not speaking up and telling Dawson how she felt before it was too late. How many times had she relived those first months with Dawson, wondering what would have happened if she'd been more assertive, more flirty, more noticeable? Would that have changed the outcome of Dawson falling in love with her roommate? When he proposed to Daisy and they set an early date, all of their friends thought that marrying in college was foolish. But Belle understood. Dawson was the kind of guy who believed in commitments, went to church, and was certain he could make love last. Belle had tried to be happy for both of them, or at least gracious. Every time Dawson took Daisy's hand, Belle pretended she wasn't crushed. She kept up the pretense for the 3-month engagement, but on the day of the wedding rehearsal, she broke, unable to continue the charade. Instead of going to the reception hall with the other 8 bridesmaids, she pled a migraine. Ditto for the actual wedding day. While everyone else celebrated and threw rice, she hiked to the town cemetery, sat on a headstone, and cut her bridesmaid dress into 1,000 pieces of pink and burgundy mourning. She stayed there until the wedding was over and the wind had scattered bits of material across the grass. Dramatic, yes, but she'd been young and entitled to a few private acts of drama. After Daisy moved out, Belle didn't see her or Dawson any more than she had to. Daisy made a few half-hearted attempts to get together over the next year, and then she and Dawson moved to Seattle for med school. She hadn't seen or spoken to either since. 4 o'clock passed. Belle finished her book after only half paying attention to it. Maybe she wasn't making her own luck. Maybe she was just making a fool of herself. Even if she ran into Dawson, he was likely to give her a polite greeting and nothing else. She would suggest that they get together sometime during the week, but he might decline. He was here for a reunion, not to spend time with old acquaintances. Did she really need to be shot down by him again? Hadn't her ego had enough of that? This whole thing had been a horrible idea. So what if Dawson had been a college crush and he'd broken her heart? He wasn't the only eligible guy around. She knew other handsome, smart, and caring men. Granted, not many, because the fashion industry didn't have a lot of straight, single men working in it. Still, she was a successful, talented woman with a lot to offer. She didn't have to sit here in some pitiful attempt to... The thought dissolved away as Dawson strode across the lobby, rolling a suitcase behind him. Even if she hadn't been thinking about him, he was good-looking enough to stall any woman's thoughts. His height and broad shoulders were exactly as she remembered. His features were still as striking, maybe more so now that a few strokes of maturity had been added to them. His light brown hair had grown darker and was cut shorter, making him look more professional and less like a jock. The jeans and t-shirt he'd worn in college as though they were a uniform had been replaced by navy slacks and a button-down shirt. So businessy. That was a change. As he spoke with the hotel clerk, her eyes lingered on him. His movements were fluid, filled with confidence. And just like that, the feelings she'd buried in college resurfaced full bloom. A garden of longings, wishes, and unspoken words. And insecurities. Those came back too. She watched him and hesitated, pinned to the couch by self-doubt. Then she stood. She wouldn't be invisible anymore. She was someone to be reckoned with. She strolled across the lobby, putting herself in the path Dawson would have to take to reach the elevators. The hotel clerk handed him a key card and a map of the grounds. He turned and walked in Belle's direction, his gaze on the map. Showtime. This was what she'd come for. She swallowed and squared her shoulders.
"Dawson!" she called in feigned surprise. "Is that you?" He looked up from the map and his blue eyes wandered over her.
Yes. He must have liked what he saw because a smile appeared on his lips. Not a smile of recognition, just a look of approval. She sauntered over, taking slow, nonchalant steps.
"Don't tell me you don't remember me. I haven't changed that much, have I?"
"I'm not sure," he said. "Tell me who you are, and I'll tell you how much you've changed." His lack of recognition should have bothered her a little, but it felt like victory. Proof the mousy, unnoticeable girl she'd been was gone.
"Perhaps you recall our study group at WSU, or the fact that I proofread your papers? You obviously don't remember saying that you'd never forget me."
"Ah," he said, with understanding. At least now he knew she wasn't a stranger with a creative pickup line.
"Perhaps you remember me introducing you to Daisy."
His eyes widened and his expression changed to something she couldn't quite read. Was it astonishment? Disbelief? Regret? "Isabel," he uttered. She liked the way her name sounded on his lips.
"I go by Belle now."
His gaze went over her a second time, stopping on her ring finger, absent the symbol of marriage. "What a surprise. I don't know what to say."
"Most people say something along the lines of, 'It's good to see you,' but I'll settle for a belated, 'Thanks for all of those papers you helped with.'"
His eyes still traveled over her in shock. "Isabel. Belle. I don't believe it." And then, as though he realized he should do something more, he reached out and hugged her. Back in college, his scent reminded her of the outdoors, of sunshine and grassy fields. The cologne he wore now had a deeper, richer scent that brought to mind fast cars and power meetings. He held her for a few seconds longer than was casual. She didn't pull away. She enjoyed the feel of his arms around her, the feel of the hard muscles in his chest. When he let her go, he stood closer than before. "What are you doing here? Are you staying at the resort?"
"I'll be here all week. You?"
"I'm here for a bit." He rubbed the back of his neck absently. "Are you here with friends? A boyfriend?"
"All by myself."
She shrugged as though it weren't strange to go to Cancun alone.
"I'm a fashion designer. Sometimes I go on trips to get inspiration. You never know what will turn up."
"A fashion designer," he said as though impressed. "Where at?"
"Fontaine. It's one of the smaller houses. I won't hold it against you if you've never heard of it."
"Sorry, I don't keep up with the fashion world." She allowed her eyes to wander over him in what she hoped was a contemplative and not overly suggestive way. He had a body that made anything look good, and it would have been plenty easy to get distracted by it, but she was studying his clothes. Despite his claim to not follow fashion, both his shirt and pants were well-made, high-end articles. Tailored, probably.
"I'll give your clothes an A+ anyway."
He chuckled. "Thanks, I try. Some days more than others." He slipped his hands into his pockets. "Do you have your own brand?" "Couture by Belle." He glanced upward, thinking. "Your last name escapes me."
"Lind," she said. "And no brand yet."
He nodded, and his gaze circled the lobby. "I was about to get something to eat. Would you like to go to dinner?" An actual invitation to a date. 10 years overdue, but she'd happily take it.
"That would be nice. I hear the resort has some good restaurants."
"I know a place in town that has great food. Rico's. Let me take care of my luggage and we can eat there."
"You've been to Cancun before?"
"A few times." Ah, yes, his family had money. She kept forgetting about that. She'd imagined him as an overworked, underpaid resident, but he didn't have to rely on a resident's salary. He took hold of his suitcase handle. "I'll be back down in 5 minutes."
"I'll be waiting," she said.
She'd waited for nearly 10 years. What were a few more minutes? Chapter 5. As Flynn made his way to the elevator, he took out his phone and checked on the status of Marco's flight. He wouldn't arrive for another 2 hours. Good. He'd be safely checked in and in his hotel room by the time Flynn returned to the resort with Belle. This wasn't the first time he had pretended to be his brother, but it was the first time so much rode on the switch, namely, his brother's marriage. Flynn didn't know much about Daisy's old roommate, but he could already tell she had Marco in her sights. In Marco's post-divorce wounded ego state, he would last about 5 minutes before succumbing to Belle's glittering blue eyes and inviting lips. He'd happily agree to a revenge fling with Daisy's ex-best friend and might even enjoy flaunting the affair in her face, which would be easy to do since Daisy was checking in tomorrow evening. And Belle was going to be here all week. Flynn would have to keep her away from Marco until after Daisy made amends. Otherwise, any chance for patching up their marriage would be ruined. Daisy would be a hysterical mess, and his parents would wonder why their daughter-in-law was crying all through the reunion. Stress and drama, the last things anyone needed. Once in the elevator, Flynn put in a call to Katrina, his personal assistant. His office routinely did background checks on people while researching businesses, so they'd subscribe to a database with that information. Running a check would only take a couple of minutes. Even though it was a weekend, he knew Katrina would answer. She always did. After 2 rings, she picked up. "Aren't you supposed to be on vacation?" She was only 10 years his senior, but she liked to mother him. "Yes, but I need you to run a background on someone. Her name is Isabel Lind. Lind. He paused to let Katrina log on to her computer. She's about 27, graduated from Washington State University, lives in New York, and works at Fontaine, a fashion design house. What can you tell me about her?" Clicking sounds from Katrina's computer filled his phone. "You must be having an interesting vacation. Are you thinking of marrying this woman or crushing her in a business deal?" "Neither." Maybe he was overreacting about Belle. She could be a nice girl doing some harmless flirting with an old acquaintance. "I need the information ASAP. Give me a few minutes and I'll call you back." "Thanks." Flynn hung up, got off the elevator, and pulled his suitcase down the hallway. He'd booked room 750, the luxury suite. He found it, opened the door, and stepped into a spacious sitting room with an adjoining kitchen. The balcony overlooked the beach and the procession of gentle waves making their way onto the sand. Farther inside, he caught sight of a jacuzzi in the bathroom. It would be a nice place to relax, if he ever actually got to relax this week. A gift basket with fruit, chocolate, and water bottles sat on the coffee table. He opened one of the bottles and took a drink. His phone rang. Katrina calling back. "What did you find out?" he asked. "Miss Lind is single," Katrina reported. "No criminal record, outstanding debts, or bankruptcies. She's worked for Fontaine for 5 years. She lives in Queens now, but grew up in a low-rent district of Yakima, Green Meadow Trailer Park. Not much good news about her family. Her father did 6 months in jail for identity theft, and her mother was fined 3 times for drunken and disorderly conduct. Her mom has no job. Looks like someone who's been on welfare for a long time. Not the best past." Flynn wasn't sure whether to be impressed that Belle had escaped that life, or to be worried that she might have taken some of her parents' values with her. What sort of person had showed up from Marco's past? "Considering her salary and rent payments," Katrina went on, "her credit score is good. Maybe too good." Uh-oh. When someone had more money than they should, they usually weren't coming by the cash in a reputable way. He took a drink, turning that bit of information over in his mind. Was Belle getting extra money from somewhere? And if so, where? With no criminal record, she probably wasn't doing anything directly illegal. But maybe she had a penchant for rich boyfriends who paid her bills. If that was the case, it was another reason to keep Belle away from his brother. "Oh," Katrina said, with a note of surprise. "What?" Flynn asked. "I was just flipping through pictures of her from Fashion Week." She cleared her throat. I'll send you this one. You'll find it interesting." Before he could decide what to make of that pronouncement, his phone chimed with the attachment. He opened the photo and then nearly choked on a mouthful of water. He coughed a few times and took another look. What was Belle wearing? Or in this case, almost wearing? Because, except for some well-placed sequins, she was just a clamshell shy of Venus rising from the sea. "You all right?" Katrina asked, probably because he was still coughing. "Yeah, fine." Forget the idea of Marco lasting 5 minutes before giving in to Belle's charms. He wouldn't have lasted 1. Katrina snorted. "I bet I know where she gets her extra money. She walks by men in that dress, and they feel obliged to slip dollar bills into it. Really? I don't know what fashion houses are thinking when they make gowns like that. I mean, seriously, where would the average woman wear it? To the office Christmas party? To church?" Katrina made disapproving tisking noises. "I'll send the rest of the report." More clicking came from her computer. "So, you never told me why you needed the background check on her. Some sort of business venture?" "I'm taking her on a date." "Oh," Katrina said, drawing out the word uncomfortably. "In that case, I didn't mean to imply that she's a stripper. Forget I said all of that. It's not that sort of date. I'm sure she's a lovely girl. I'm just seeing her while I'm in Cancun. And I'm sure she makes her extra income by baking cookies or helping out in preschools. Something perfectly respectable. Rich boyfriends. Belle probably had a line of them willing to buy whatever she wanted to keep her happy. Well, Flynn wouldn't judge her for it, but he also wouldn't let her near his brother. Chapter 6. As Belle climbed into Dawson's rental car, she remembered how tongue-tied she'd been around him back in college. Well, not just tongue-tied, brain-tied, everything-tied. But not anymore. She was finally equal to a relationship with him. She gave him her best flirty smile. "I can hardly wait to get caught up." "Me too." Dawson drove across the parking lot and down the tree-lined street that led to the main road. "I want to hear everything about your life. What have you been up to since college?" She made herself stop staring at him and looked at the passing trees. Everything was so green here, as though winter wasn't hunkering down in the U.S. "I live in New York, work way too much, and hope that one day I'll find a magical way to design clothes that make women look 10 pounds thinner. I'd be rich overnight. What about you?" He shook his head. "I said I wanted to hear everything about your life. You gave me 2 sentences. What do you do as a fashion designer? What does your job entail?" On the ride to the restaurant, she gave him a brief explanation about using computer-aided design, choosing fabrics, making mock-ups, and working with sales and marketing teams. "Fontaine specializes in career wear, but we dabble in haute couture. Our motto is, if wealthy people want to buy it, we'll make it." Good motto. Dawson pulled up next to a Spanish-style building with a fountain out front, and he turned the car over to a valet. As they walked inside, Belle was surrounded by the smell of spicy food, of things that were fried, delicious, and full of calories. She'd barely eaten all day and was starved. On one side of the room, a band played, and several couples were on the dance floor swaying to Latin music. The hostess showed them to a table on the terrace overlooking the ocean. Soft blue waves lapped the shore as the sun sank behind the horizon, painting the sky pink. After they sat down, Dawson flipped his menu open. "So, do you like your job?" She thought of Fashion Week and the after-party. He'd picked the wrong time to ask. "It has its ups and downs." You hesitated before answering. Does that mean right now it's more down than up? When had he become so observant? Back in college, he'd hardly noticed what she said, let alone read any meaning into it. She shrugged. "My boss keeps promising to promote me to senior designer after the next show, and then the next and the next. I'm getting tired of waiting." If he's stringing you along, you may have to remind him that other houses can utilize your talent. His confidence was flattering, and he had a point. She glanced over her menu. Lobster, steak, swordfish. Everything was expensive. I don't think he means to string me along. She let out a sigh. How could she explain what the last few months had been like? My boss has been acting strange lately, making a lot of bad business decisions. Like what? Dawson asked, clearly intrigued. She could have come up with a dozen examples. We usually buy high-quality fabrics. Our customers expect that. But this season, Felix purchased the cheapest material he could find and then wanted us to design around them, as if we could make polyester drape like chiffon with the right tweaks. He saved some money on the back end, but he'll end up hurting our brand. Is the company going under? No, that's the odd thing. Fontaine struggled for its first few years, but it's been in the black since I was hired. Belle's gaze drifted over her menu again. The descriptions sounded more like artwork than food. Of course, judging by the way Felix is acting lately, you wouldn't think Fontaine was successful. He's become an absolute supply Nazi. Seriously, you've never seen a man milk along a printer the way he's doing. Why do you think he's acting that way? He says thrift is a virtue, although he's not being smart about money. He sold off the company vehicles and is leasing new ones. That's more expensive in the long run. Dawson pressed his lips together like a doctor about to deliver bad news to a patient. 10-1, he's selling the company. He's running it lean to make it appear more attractive to potential buyers. Belle's mouth dropped open in shock. Could Dawson be right? Felix wouldn't sell Fontaine. It's his life. He couldn't even give up the title of creative director. He would never let someone else run his company, let alone own it. He hasn't given you that promotion because the increased salary would count against his bottom line. So he'll keep putting you off, and then you'll get to explain his promises to the new owner and hope they listen. Belle considered the idea, but rejected it again. There has to be some other explanation. After all, Dawson couldn't know Felix's intentions from the few details she'd tossed out in conversation. He would have told us if he planned to sell. Dawson sent her a look indicating he thought she was either highly optimistic or naive. Not many CEOs tip their hands to their employees. I'd brush up your resume, just in case. Before she could reply, the waiter came to take their orders. Belle had been too caught up talking about work to choose an entree. Stupid, really. She was sitting across the table from a man who was gorgeous, charismatic, and, most importantly, single. And she was letting herself fret about work. Dawson spoke to the waiter in Spanish to order his meal. When did he learn Spanish? Had he taken it in college? She didn't remember. Belle decided on pecan-encrusted sole. Anything that was encrusted in pecans had to be good. She ordered in English, and the waiter seemed to understand. After he left, Dawson asked, "How has your family been?" "Good," she said. "Yours?" He sighed and shook his head. "Are you back to giving me one-word answers? I think your family deserves a few paragraphs." Did he remember anything about her family? Probably not. Most likely, he was just being polite. "My mom still lives in Yakima," she said, "and my brother is stationed in Germany." As far away from their mother as he could get. That way, he didn't have to deal with her phone calls every month when the welfare check ran out. He'd always been the smart one, really. She threw out a few more bland details, hoping they'd satisfy Dawson's curiosity. "If I recall, you were going to go to med school. How did that work out?" He took a sip of his water. "Actually, I went into business. It's worked out well." That was a surprise. He'd been so focused on medicine. "What sort of business?" "I'm a turnaround specialist. I do corporate takeovers." Sounds violent. It bleeds paperwork. A messy business, but it has its perks. Such as? His tone turned caressing. I can afford to take beautiful women to nice restaurants. He was flirting with her, a good sign. She smiled at the compliment, glowing inside. "You never told me how your family is. You must have some good Flynn stories to tell." Dawson's eyebrow quirked up. "What do you mean?" She'd never met Flynn, but she'd been there when Dawson got some of his texts. He'd offered plenty of commentary about his brother after those. She fingered the stem of her glass.
What was it you used to call him? Oh, yes, your brother and sometimes arch-nemesis. It seemed like he was always doing something that bugged you. As an example, she added, like how he gave you a bad time about majoring in sociology.
Dawson's lips twitched. He thought there were better majors.
And he convinced your father to make some risky business ventures.
Actually, those ended up paying off nicely.
Flynn was your parents' favorite.
True, he said,
despite the fact that he was always in trouble.
His fingers tapped lightly on the table. Always is a strong term.
Wasn't there some brush with the law?
Dawson took another sip of his drink. He got into a fistfight with some hoodlums, but the charges were dropped.
I thought it had to do with too many unpaid speeding tickets.
Oh, right. I forgot about those. He paid the fines, and that was that.
Belle laughed at his defensiveness. I take it you get along with him much better now?
Dawson shifted in his chair and cleared his throat. Some of the time. The waiter returned, setting their plates down with a flourish. The aroma alone made her mouth water. When she took a bite of her filet, she knew she'd been right about her theory of pecan-encrusted items. She took a couple of bites, then said,
I've spent all night talking about myself. It's your turn. What have you been up to, besides corporate takeovers?
He cut a piece of his steak. What do you already know?
Not much. When Daisy unfriended me, I stopped getting updates.
His eyebrows rose again, this time skeptically. She unfriended you?
Or maybe I unfriended her. I forget how it happened.
As I recall, you had a fallout around the time of the wedding. It caused a lot of commotion. She inwardly cringed. She hadn't meant to cause any commotion, especially not the sort he remembered years later.
Did it? I'm sorry about that.
He watched her silently, as though trying to figure her out. Why didn't you come to the wedding? Did he really have to ask that question? Had Daisy never told him about her crush? That seemed unlikely. Belle busied herself smoothing out her napkin.
It's been so long, I don't remember.
He tilted his chin down. You're a terrible liar. She shrugged.
Maybe I just don't want to talk about it. I told you, I've spent enough time talking about me.
He finished a bite of his steak, considering her. You haven't kept up with Daisy at all?
I heard through the grapevine you got divorced, that's all.
He was still considering her. Does that upset you? The divorce? How should she answer that question? Should she feign sorrow and be sympathetic? Did he need a shoulder to cry on? Or should she pretend to be aloof about it? She took a sip of her drink and stared at him over the rim. She'd forgotten how mesmerizing looking into his blue eyes could be.
I guess not. How upset are you?
He smiled, but it seemed forced. Getting less upset all the time. He took a drink, then set his glass down. He gave her another smile, this one all charm and sultriness. Let's not talk about Daisy or the past. I'd rather talk about you and the future. He was definitely flirting with her. The smooth tone of his voice sent tingles through her, made her feel charged with anticipation. She liked the way his gaze rested on her, liked being the center of his attention. As dinner went on, they talked about places they'd like to travel, books they'd read, and what hobbies they'd take up if they ever had more time. They got along so seamlessly, had so much in common. He enjoyed hiking and theater. How had she not known those things about him? By the time they'd finished their food, more couples had taken to the dance floor. He saw her watching them and leaned forward in his chair. Want to dance? She hadn't mentioned dancing as a hobby, but it was one of hers. When she'd first moved to New York, her roommate was a Broadway hopeful. She'd dragged Belle to dance clubs every chance she had.
Yes, let's.
They walked onto the floor, the music flowing around them. She was in her element here and could make her body move to the rhythm in a way that made people take notice. And Dawson did notice. He couldn't take his eyes off of her. The surprise was that he was a good dancer, too. Ironic. All that time they'd spent together so long ago, and they'd never gone dancing. Time slipped away as song after song played. Finally, Dawson said, "I'm getting hot. Do you want to walk along the beach for a while?" She nodded in agreement. Yes, he was getting hotter all the time, and yes, she wanted to go out in the dark and walk with him. He paid their bill, leaving enough money so that it looked like he was putting in an offer to buy the place, then took her hand and led her outside. He'd never held her hand in college, but did it so easily now. The feel of his fingers entwined with hers distracted her, made it hard to think of anything else. Neither spoke for a few moments. They just made their way out to the ocean. The waves had darkened, looking as black and slick as oil. A string of hotels lined the beach, their lights glowing like warm beacons in the darkness. The music from the restaurant spilled into the night, mixing with the sound of waves lapping on the sand. No one else was around. Dawson led her away from the restaurant and along the sand. With each step, the shush of the waves grew louder. He didn't say anything, but then he hadn't said much all night. He'd encouraged her to do most of the talking.
"I didn't know you could dance so well," she said.
"You would have seen me if you'd come to the wedding."
"Would you have danced with me?"
"Definitely."
She shook her head. "Now you're the terrible liar."
"Am I?" He laughed and squeezed her hand. "And here I've always thought I was pretty good. Maybe I'll surprise you." Did she detect a challenge?
"You think so?"
she asked, tugging his hand to pull him closer.
"What other lies were you going to try to get past me?"
"Only those that will make you interested in me. Did I ever mention, for example, that I'm extremely wealthy and famous? Also, I have superpowers."
She laughed. "You don't need to lie to earn my interest."
He stopped walking and pulled her around to face him. "I don't?"
"No."
She slipped her arms around his neck, fingering the ends of his hair. He hesitated, watching her, seemed to be deciding whether to kiss her or not. Starting a new relationship when the old one was still an open wound had to be hard. Maybe she should be patient. Then again, she'd been patient in college, waiting and waiting for him to make a move. Patience, it turned out, was entirely overrated. She moved closer to him. He smelled of cologne and ocean mist. Where his jaw and neck met, she let her lips rest against his skin. He reacted then, shifted away from her. For a moment, she thought he would leave, but then he leaned down and kissed her. At first, it was just gentle teasing of his lips against hers. He nibbled on her bottom lip, kissed the corners of her mouth. She felt giddy, brave, and deliriously happy. She unwound her hands from his neck and slowly ran them across his chest. His muscles were hard beneath her fingertips, defined. He'd certainly kept himself in shape over the years. He responded to her touch, kissing her with more passion. She wrapped her arms around his neck again and leaned into him. This kiss had been so long in the making that she didn't care that she was throwing herself into the moment with reckless abandon. He should know. He should realize she'd had these emotions bottled inside her since she was 18. Minutes passed. They stayed there under the moonlight, and each moment their kiss grew deeper. She pulled him closer, pressed her body to his until she could feel heat through his shirt. He let out a soft groan and dropped his hands from her waist, stepping away. He'd been unruffled all night, smooth and in control. Now, he ran a hand through his hair and stared at her as if he were having a hard time thinking straight. She felt powerful, beautiful.
"I've missed you," she said.
His eyes flickered to hers, and a slow breath escaped his lips. "I guess so." She took his hand again, threading her fingers through his.
"I'm glad we have the chance to reconnect."
"So am I." But something else was in his voice. Caution. Perhaps even regret. Had she come on too strong with that kiss? Was he not ready for another romantic relationship? No, he'd been flirting with her tonight. He'd been an eager participant in the kiss right until he'd groaned and let her go. And it had sounded like the sort of groan that came out of frustration from not being able to do more. Good. Let him want her. They'd already proven they could have friendship. Now he knew they had chemistry, too. He resumed walking along the beach again, loosely holding her hand. This night has turned out to be full of surprises. Good surprises, I hope, she said. He chuckled, and she wasn't sure if that meant yes or no. Did he regret kissing her? She tilted her head to better see his expression. His lips lifted into a smile. I'm so glad I ran into you in the lobby. Good surprises, then. Me too. He laughed again, and they continued strolling, feet sinking into the sand. The waves kept at their usual game, pretending to ignore them and then all of a sudden spilling themselves higher on the shore in an effort to soak their feet. Finally, they took off their shoes, each carrying their own in one hand while they held hands with the other. If we're not careful, she said, shimmying out of the reach of an ambitious wave, we'll be swimming soon. I'd like to swim with you. His gaze ran over her, although not dressed like this. Swimsuits would be more practical, she agreed. Are you free tomorrow? Success. This was going exactly the way she wanted. I'm free all week. Tomorrow, then. We can come back here. She peered around them. She couldn't see any difference between this beach and the one at Playa del Sol. The resort has a nice beach. We could go there. No, he said quickly. Then he added, humor me. I want to start with breakfast at Rico's. Then we'll swim, walk along this beach, and at some point we'll reenact that kiss we had earlier. Okay, I can humor you. Good. He sent her a playful look that melted her bones, but instead of kissing her again, he kept walking along the shore. He told her more about his company, which had an office in D.C. D.C., another stroke of luck, or a sign that their relationship was meant to be. D.C. was just a few hours' train ride from her apartment in Manhattan. They could easily see each other after this week. She had to keep herself from suggesting as much, hold back from planning out their life together. She was intoxicated, and she hadn't had anything to drink. Could a person get drunk on possibilities? He asked more questions about the fashion world, seemed determined to keep the conversation centered on her. She shared stories about uptight models and seams that didn't hold when they were supposed to. Events that were funnier now that she was telling Dawson about them, instead of living them in a panicked blur of pins and tape. They didn't talk about Daisy, which was fine with Belle. No point in bringing up a subject that was painful to both of them. Still, an unanswered question sat on Belle's lips, one that seemed to grow as the night went on. Why didn't you like me years ago? They were getting along effortlessly now, perfectly. He was witty and interesting, and he brought out those same qualities in her. Why had he never seen her as more than a friend? Was it because she'd been shy and insecure? Or was it all because of her looks? Because she'd been plain and unsophisticated back then? Did appearance matter so much to him? Every time Dawson squeezed her hand, every time he sent her one of his bone-melting gazes, a part of her asked the question all over again. Why now, but not back then? She wanted to forget the question. She wanted to kiss him again and was always half expecting him to pull her close for an early reenactment. But he didn't. Perhaps that was for the best. Taking things slower was more sensible. By the time they returned to the resort, it was after 9. They leisurely made their way across the lobby and down the hall toward the elevator. She didn't want the night to end. Was afraid as soon as he said goodnight, everything would somehow evaporate. When they got to the elevators, instead of pushing the button, they stood looking at each other. What time should I pick you up for breakfast? He asked. 8? 9? 8 is fine. What's your room number? 634. If someone had told her a week ago that she would soon be at a resort, giving Dawson her hotel room number, she wouldn't have believed them. Would you rather see ruins instead of going to the beach? He asked. Or we can do both. It was nice that he was so eager to spend time with her. I'd like to do both, but if we don't have time, that's fine. I know you're here to spend time with your family. He cocked his head. What do you mean? You came for a reunion. Won't your family be mad if you're gone all day? A flash of emotion went through his eyes, gone so fast that she couldn't identify it. How did you know about the reunion? She blushed, feeling flustered by her mistake. He'd never mentioned the reunion, and she'd forgotten to fake ignorance over why he was here. You mentioned it at dinner. Did I? He smiled, but seemed to know she was lying. Well, my family will just have to understand. Beautiful women trump spending time listening to Uncle Bob's Navy stories. She swallowed and hoped she wasn't still blushing. Would he think she'd checked up on him? Would he suspect that she'd come here just to see him? He took her hand and laced his fingers through hers. They'd been holding hands all during their walk on the beach, but it still gave her a tingling feeling. His hand around hers felt like acceptance. "Thanks for dinner," she said. "It was wonderful. The food, the dancing." She ran her tongue across her lips. "Everything." He nodded, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. "The everything was my favorite." "You're very good at everything." He laughed, pulled her closer, and kissed her. Finally, she'd been waiting for his lips to return to hers since he let go of her the first time. She felt like a drug addict in need of her next hit. A hit of Dawson, his mouth, his arms around her. She slid her hands onto his shoulders. When she heard the rumble of a suitcase coming toward them, she pulled away. Dawson reached for her hand, and she felt an inordinate amount of happiness at that fact. He didn't care who saw that he liked her. Dawson glanced behind her and cursed under his breath. She turned to see who had caught them kissing. And then reality split in two. The man striding toward them, suitcase in tow, was Dawson. He wore faded jeans and a t-shirt, and his hair was blonder and slightly longer than that of the man who stood beside her. His bangs swept across his forehead in the scruffy way she remembered from college. But his features, his build, if he wasn't a twin to the man who stood beside her, he should have been. Was that possible? Dawson had never mentioned having a twin. She stood there in shock, not breathing, not understanding. The other Dawson nodded in their direction. "Hey, Flynn," he said. "You didn't tell me you were bringing someone to the reunion. Does Mom know?" "Flynn? Flynn?" She dropped his hand, nearly flung it away. The real Dawson didn't see this gesture. He'd momentarily turned to push the elevator button. He turned back to them, and his gaze went over Belle, smiling politely. No recognition. "I'm Marco, Flynn's brother. Nice to meet you." She still couldn't breathe. This was not the meeting she'd envisioned. He was supposed to recognize her, be impressed or intrigued. Something. He wasn't supposed to see her making out with his brother. How could she fix this? What should she say? Dawson, no, he went by Marco now, sent her a crooked grin. Usually a guy introduces his girlfriend to his brother, but Flynn has always been a little slow on social graces. She stepped toward Marco, gulping. She had to tell him the truth, had to explain. "I'm Belle." "Isabel?" The words came out like a confession laced with uncertainty. She waited for the shock of recognition to flash across Marco's features. She waited for an exclamation. "Isabel? What are you doing here?" And worse, then he'd say, "Why were you making out with my brother?" How should she answer? Should she admit she wasn't smart enough to tell him and his brother apart? Should she demand to know why he'd never mentioned being a twin? The elevator dinged and slid open. "Nice to meet you, Belle." Marco gave her a nod and headed into the elevator. And that ended their first meeting in 7 years. He didn't recognize her at all. Perhaps that fact should have been a relief. Instead, it stung. She probably wasn't supposed to see the thumbs-up Marco sent Flynn as the door closed, but couldn't help it. As soon as the elevator shut, her mortification turned to flaming hot anger. She spun on Flynn, hands clenched at her side. "You lied to me," she snapped. He held up a hand in defense. "You asked if I was Dawson, and I said yes. I go by that name, too. You knew I thought you were Marco. I can't believe you lied to me. All night." "I did warn you that I was better at lying than you thought." That was the last straw. Her hand flew upward and she slapped him. The noise sounded loud in the small space. She had hit him harder than she'd intended, but she didn't regret it. "Do you think this is funny? Is this some twin prank you played because that's what bad boys do? Are you going to laugh about this with Marco tomorrow?" A bright red mark stretched across Flynn's cheek. He didn't step away, didn't wince from the pain. No. Look, you don't understand. You don't have any idea. She wasn't waiting for the elevator. She headed for the stairwell. Flynn took hold of her arm and pulled her back. Oh, I have every idea. Tonight wasn't a coincidental run-in. I never said that my family was staying here. You already knew. You came here to seduce my brother, and now you're angry that it didn't work. What? She pulled her arm away, gaping at the accusation. He let out a short laugh. And you did a very good job of it. I give you high marks. The dress, the dance moves, your come-hither look. His gaze went over her again. I was having a hard time keeping my hands off you, even though I knew it was only a matter of time before you hated me. He had the gall to smile. Pity it wasn't a while longer. I wasn't. A rush of embarrassment surged through her. You were the one who was all charming and seductive. You used my friendship with your brother to trick me into kissing you. Your friendship? Flynn made a scoffing noise. Come on, Marco didn't even recognize you. Why don't you move on and go look for some other rich guy to bag? You'll find plenty around the resort. Probably several less dense than my brother. She narrowed her eyes. I didn't slap you hard enough last time. Could you come a little closer? Flynn crossed his arms. You asked how Marco is doing after the divorce. The answer is that he's messed up right now. The last thing he needs is some woman showing up in his life just to flirt with him. Marco had looked fine, happy even. Messed up how? Flynn hesitated. Mental illness and a life of crime. She rolled her eyes. He was not quite the liar he thought he was. Overkill? He asked. Fine, take your pick. Mental illness or a life of crime. Whichever is more likely to convince you to check out of this resort and fly home to New York. It was pointless, she realized, talking to Flynn any further. Some people were incorrigible, and apparently he fit into this category. No wonder Marco had been frustrated after every visit home. She pressed the elevator button and pointedly stared at the floor indicator lights above the door. Ignoring him was easier than walking 6 flights. He watched her, hands still folded. I guess this means our breakfast date is off? Fortunately, the elevator door opened so she didn't have to answer. She stepped inside, glared to let him know he wasn't welcome to join her, and pushed the button for the 6th floor. Chapter 7. As soon as the elevator door shut, Flynn took out his phone. This week could end in a lot of different ways, and most of them were bad. The majority of scenarios ended with Marco jettisoning any chance of saving his marriage by rendezvousing with Belle on some moonlit beach. After being with her tonight, Flynn knew firsthand exactly how eagerly she'd wrap her arms around Marco. And the thought of her lips on his brother's irritated him more than it should have. Belle's next move would be to call Marco. She didn't need his cell number either. She could just call the front desk and ask to be connected to his room. Flynn couldn't let that happen. He called his brother's cell. Marco picked up after the first ring. So who's the gorgeous girl and why have you been keeping her a secret? Flynn wasn't about to answer that question. There's an emergency family meeting. Drop what you're doing and head to room 750. What's the emergency? Flynn pushed the elevator button. Mom and Dad are deciding how to divide family assets, and whoever gets to the room last gets cut out of the will. Seriously, I just started unpacking. Stop. That's the other part of the emergency. I'm switching rooms with you. Why? The elevator door opened. He stepped inside. I'm still in the lobby, but if you don't hurry to the meeting, I'll get the cabin. You don't want to miss out on Lake Coeur d'Alene every summer. Fine, don't tell me, Marco said with a resigned sigh. I'll be there in a minute. Good. Remember, room 750. When Flynn reached his suite, Marco was waiting in the hallway, scrolling through his phone. He barely looked up when he spoke. How come I'm the only one at this family meeting? If Mom and Dad are dividing assets, shouldn't they at least be here? Flynn unlocked his room. I only told you that to make sure you'd come. You don't say. Marco slipped his phone into his pocket. What's the real emergency? Holding the door open, Flynn gestured for his brother to go inside. I need to switch rooms with you. This one is too, big. Marco stepped inside and glanced around, taking in the sitting room, kitchen, and door to the bedroom. The room was done in soft grays, with seascapes hanging on the walls. Luxurious, pristine, and expensive. Since when is big a problem for you? I thought you wanted a suite. Flynn made an indistinct fluttering gesture at the leather couches. I did when I booked it, but... He looked around, searching for an excuse to hate the room. But now I don't. What's eating you? Marco cocked his head, finally giving Flynn his full attention. Does this have something to do with the mystery girl? Did it ever? Flynn didn't respond. Perhaps he looked guilty anyway. Marco laughed. Don't tell me that the mighty Flynn is having woman troubles. He folded his arms, looking far too happy about the prospect. What's the problem? Belle flashed through his mind, her blue eyes glaring daggers at him. He had to resist the urge to rub his cheek where she'd slapped him. He didn't want to draw attention to it. I told you, it's the room. I'm afraid when she sees it, she'll think I got a suite because I expected her to spend the night. She's not that kind of girl. Ah, Marco said, nodding with understanding. Fine, if you insist, I'll take the suite. Good. One disaster averted. Many more, undoubtedly, to go. Flynn handed him the key. I'll get your stuff. You relax here. Marco raised a questioning eyebrow. Why are you being so nice to me? Because that's the sort of brother I am, despite the fact that you've been known to call me your arch nemesis. He held out his hand for Marco's room key. My arch nemesis, Marco repeated. He pulled his key out and handed it over. I did used to call you that, didn't I? Apparently. And Flynn should have gotten more information from Belle about what else his brother had said in college. He left the room and headed down the hallway to the elevator. While urgent panic had ebbed, he knew he hadn't taken care of the problem, just headed it off for a while. He needed to get more leverage with Belle. He took out his phone and called Katrina again. He hated bothering her so late, but he didn't have much choice. After a few rings, she picked up. So how was your date? Fine. I need you to find out who owns Fontaine and see if it's for sale. Look at their SEC filings and anything else you can find out about them. Fontaine, she repeated, as though writing it down. That's the fashion house Isabel Lind works for? Right. He'd reached the elevator and impatiently hit the button. Sounds like your date went either really well or really badly. It had done both, but he wasn't about to admit that. If Fontaine is for sale, check comps in the fashion industry. I want to know if it's competitively priced. That information will take longer for me to dig up. Understood. Get it to me when you can. A pause. So, you're not going to tell me about your date? You're going to let me wonder if you're trying to win her over or get her fired? I already told you it wasn't that sort of date. It's strictly business. She made a tutting noise, and her voice turned motherly. Some people go on vacation to relax, you know. And someday, I hope to be one of those people. Flynn expected to see the message light blinking on the phone when he got to Marco's room. It wasn't. The light wasn't blinking when he finished switching their luggage either. Belle hadn't called Marco's room after all. What was she up to? Had she decided to give up? Maybe he'd given up the suite for nothing. But then again, she'd be here all week. She might call another day. Almost against his will, he opened his camera and stared at the photo Katrina had sent him. Belle on the catwalk, looking proud, determined, and downright seductive. His cell phone buzzed in his hand, startling him. The picture disappeared, replaced by Daisy's number. He answered, still preoccupied. Hey, she said. I wanted to bring your mom a gift, for her birthday. So I bought some chocolate truffles. Then I wondered if she could eat them. I know her pills make her nauseated. What do you think? Honestly, he was thinking about Belle and that dress. What had she been doing on the catwalk anyway? She was a designer, not a model. Did designers do both nowadays? Was that a thing? Maybe only the designers who looked so... Fine, he said.
Fine? Daisy repeated. She can eat chocolate then?
Yeah, I'm sure whatever you bring will be fine.
Okay. What about Marco? I want to bring him a gift too. Something special and romantic, but I don't know what.
That dress. Was that a gown Belle designed? Who was her clientele anyway? Had to be either celebrities or hookers with ambition. Funny that those groups intersected.
Any ideas?
Daisy asked. Oh, he had plenty of ideas, but none about what Daisy should bring as a gift. You're probably in a better position to know what Marco would like. He ran a hand through his hair to clear his thoughts. Daisy knew Belle. He needed to break the news that she was here.
I'm just so nervous,
Daisy said. Then again, maybe it would be better not to tell her about Belle. Maybe they wouldn't run into each other. Daisy took a slow breath.
My whole life is riding on the next few days. If anything goes wrong...
He definitely shouldn't tell her about Belle. No point in stressing her out more.
Maybe I shouldn't come at all, she said. Coming to the reunion might make me look needy and will probably just be awkward for everyone.
She didn't give him time to comment on that.
I could send Marco something instead. You know, a peace offering, and then tell him I want to see him again. Maybe I need to move slowly, warm him up to the idea of getting back together.
Daisy didn't have time to take things slowly, not when Belle was on the prowl for Marco. I ran into Isabel Lind in the lobby today, Flynn said. She'll be here all week.
What?
Daisy asked, confused by the subject change.
Isabel is there?
She thought I was Marco and was very friendly. He waited for the words to hit their mark, for Daisy to understand what was at stake.
Wow, I haven't thought of Isabel in years. Why is she in Cancun?
Daisy clearly didn't understand. Belle said she was here for design inspiration, but I'm pretty sure she already had designs when she came.
Oh, that's right. She was majoring in fashion design. She's working in fashion then?
Still missing the point. Daisy, Belle was flirting with Marco. Well, technically with me because she thought I was Marco.
Really? That's totally rude.
Daisy's voice held annoyance, but not the dread he'd expected.
Does she even know we're divorced?
Oh, yes, she knows.
So she was hitting on you, thinking that you were Marco? Pathetic.
Pathetic wasn't the word Flynn would have used. Tempting was a better adjective. So was dangerous. Derailing was probably the best.
She ought to know by now that she's not Marco's type. He never saw her as more than a friend, no matter how much she would have wanted it to be otherwise in college.
Wait, Belle had liked Marco in college? Things had just gotten worse. Flynn missed what Daisy said next because he was muttering curses. Maybe greed wasn't what brought Belle here. Maybe it was revenge, or validation, or just Marco's name on Belle's bucket list. And unless he was blind, he'd definitely see Belle as more than a friend now. I wouldn't take things slowly if I were you. Flynn paced the room. Come to Cancun.
You think Marco would date her just to get back at me?
Well, not just to get back at Daisy. There were other compelling reasons to date Belle, but Flynn didn't want to bring those up. Let's not find out. I'll do my best to keep her away from him until you get here.
Thanks,
Daisy said.
You really are the best.
No, not really. He felt like a jerk for what he'd done, and would be doing, to Belle. But it was the only way to give his brother's marriage a chance. His hotel phone rang. He turned toward it, staring at the blinking light. Gotta go. Talk to you later. Flynn hung up one phone and picked up the other. Hello? He and Marco sounded enough alike that even their parents had trouble telling them apart over the phone. Even so, he tried to mimic his brother's inflections.
Is this Marco?
Belle asked, hesitant, embarrassed. Yes.
This is Belle Lind. Isabel? I need to explain some things. We went to college together. I was Daisy's roommate.
Oh, right. I remember you. Wait, Are you the same Belle who was kissing my brother in the hotel lobby tonight?
Yeah, that's what I called to talk to you about. You see, she let out a nervous laugh. It was all a misunderstanding.
A misunderstanding? It looked pretty clear to me. If he shot her down thoroughly and completely, maybe she'd pack up and turn her sights elsewhere. So, how long have you and Flynn known each other?
I'd rather explain it all to you in person. Is there some place we can meet?
Wrong direction for the conversation. I'm already in bed, but I can meet you in the morning for breakfast.
That would be great. Where and what time?
And with that question, he just bought Daisy one more day. There's a boat that does sunrise breakfast cruises. The Dulce Sueño. It leaves early, but the view is worth it. While he spoke, he brought the boat's schedule up on his laptop. The Dulce Sueño left at 6:40 for the 7:15 sunrise. Passengers were supposed to be on board by 6:20. He clicked on the reservations tab and charged the trip to his room. I just bought the tickets. I'll pick you up and... Oh, wait. He tried to make the next part sound as plausible as he could. I told my parents I'd help them with a few things in the morning before the family's low-tide nature walk. Can I meet you at the pier at 6:30 instead? It's about half a mile down the beach, north of the resort. Will that work? The later she boarded, the better.
I can swing that.
Her voice had a silky, sophisticated quality, even when she wasn't in the room looking at him from beneath her lashes. Wear your swimsuit under your clothes, he added. The boat stops at a private cove for snorkeling.
Great. I've always wanted to try snorkeling.
A hesitation.
Can I get your number just in case anything comes up and I need to contact you?
Was she asking for his room number or his cell number? He gave her his cell. In return, she provided her own, then said her goodbyes. He hung up and rubbed his jaw resignedly. He was going to be stuck on a boat all morning with a woman who despised him. But at least she'd be far from Marco. Chapter 8. Belle showed up at the pier at 6:25. A gangplank led to a mid-sized double-story boat. She stayed on the pier, folding her arms against the morning cold, and scanned the darkness for Marco. He didn't seem to be anywhere, and she didn't want to get on the boat without him. He had the tickets. She blinked tiredly. She hadn't been able to sleep last night and was groggy. The insomnia was Flynn's fault. She still couldn't believe he'd lied to her the way he had. And she had willingly kissed him, a lot. All of the magic of the night, the attraction, it seemed tainted now, horrible. He'd said he wanted to keep her away from Marco for his own good, but she doubted it. When she'd met Flynn, he'd seen her interest, and he'd decided to take advantage of it, of her. How long would he have let the charade go on before telling her the truth? And now she was going to have to explain the whole thing to Marco, which was going to be so awkward. When she told him she thought she was kissing him, it would be as good as admitting her long-standing infatuation. But she didn't have a choice. She had to let him know about the mistaken identity, or she'd look like the type of woman who just made out with guys after chance encounters. Was it better to look pathetic or easy? Her stomach had turned into a ball of nerves. There was no good way out of this. What if Marco was horrified when he heard the truth? What if he had no interest in her? She couldn't save face and pretend disinterest. He'd seen her kissing Flynn. A line of people made their way up the gangplank and onto the boat, all couples, all looking happy and in love. She scanned the beach for Marco. Didn't see him. She paced down the pier and then back, shivering a little in the cold morning air. Her clothes didn't offer much warmth. She should have brought a jacket, but no, she'd been determined to look chic in white flared shorts and a nautical top. Sometimes fashion was a pain. She heard footsteps coming from behind her and turned. It wasn't Marco, just a couple heading toward the boat, a lanky guy with a mop of dark hair, holding hands with a petite blonde. "We shouldn't have signed up for a sunrise cruise," the guy said. "We've been up late every night."
"I think it's perfect for our honeymoon," the girl cooed back. "Sunrise symbolizes all the beautiful mornings we're going to have together."
Part of Belle wanted to roll her eyes at the sentimentality. Yes, your life is happily ever after from here on out. Go look into each other's eyes while the rest of us continue on with our dreary lives. But another part of her wanted to weep with hope. Hope that she could feel that way about someone and have the feelings returned. Hope that love might be waiting for her on this ship. New mornings and new beginnings. Her memory flashed to a breakfast with Marco in college. Finals freshman year. One last cram session before the physical science test. No one else from the study group had showed up, so the two of them were alone at a table in the cafeteria with their notes. Marco chowed down bacon, eggs, and toast, while Belle ignored the bagel she'd brought. All she'd eaten that morning were her fingernails. She wasn't worried about this exam, but calculus had been the source of her nails' demise, and just the thought of her chemistry final made her want to take up a destructive hobby. Perhaps hiking near ravenous bears. Ah, those happy days before she'd enrolled in chemistry. If only she could go back to the carefree times when she thought of herself as a smart person. She had stared at an unintelligible equation on a study worksheet. "I can't do this," she announced. "If I hate math and science this much when I have a professor and a TA who are paid to help me understand it, how will I ever make it as a chemical engineer?" Marco took a bite of his toast. "If you hate science, why are you majoring in it?" "Because my high school counselor told me I was good at math and chemistry." The guy obviously lied. He must have been trying to build my self-esteem or something. "So, switch majors." "Wouldn't matter. All of the good jobs are math-related." And she was determined to get a good job. She refused to live like her mother, stoned in front of a TV, never having the money or ambition to do anything else. Marco grunted and took another bite of toast. "You'll never be happy if you go into a career just for the money. Do what you're passionate about. You'll be good at it because you love it, and the money will follow." Easy for him to say. He'd never had to worry about running out of cash for groceries. "I'm passionate about eating chocolate. What salary does that pay?" He didn't let the subject drop. "What makes you happy?" He did, but she couldn't say that. The school didn't offer degrees and hopeless crushes. She enjoyed going to the mall. No degrees in that either. Which was too bad, because in a contest between school and the mall, Belle was always happier at the mall. She never had money to spend there, but she loved the smell of new clothes. Loved how walking into a store made her feel as if she could reinvent herself. Someday she would stroll into those stores and have the money to reinvent herself. Unless she flunked out of college. Which brought her back to the subject at hand. Should she keep plugging away at math and chemistry, or should she change her major? "I already told everyone I was going into engineering." Her high school classmates had been so impressed. This major had been proof that she'd succeed in life. "People change majors all the time," Marco said. "Choose what you're passionate about. Do you know why I want to be a doctor?" "Because you're passionate about stabbing people with needles?" He ignored her answer. "I'm passionate about helping others. As a doctor, I'll be able to get up every day and feel good about what I'm doing. Plus, you'll get to drive a nice car. Doctors make bank. Forget about the money right now. What are your interests and hobbies? What are you good at?" Her only hobby was flipping through fashion magazines, studying the styles, and then sifting through thrift shops to find ways to duplicate the look, or better yet, improve on it. She couldn't just walk into Nordstrom and buy something from the rack. She had to improvise. Too bad there wasn't a major in improvisation. It was the one thing she excelled at. "I like fashion." She tried the words out on her tongue, testing them to see how they tasted. "Do it," he said with all the certainty of someone who wasn't making the decision. "But it's such a competitive field." "Doesn't matter." He finished off his toast. "If you love it, do it." "What if I starve while doing it?" "You'll still be better off than you would as a well-fed but miserable chemical engineer." So she'd changed her major, changed the trajectory of her life. All because he'd believed in her. He'd given her the confidence to try. Belle scanned the beach again. A few joggers were pounding along the sand, but no Marco. She checked her watch. It was almost 6:40. Where was he? Despite her nerves, she wanted to see him, to tell him that his advice had helped her become who she was today. Women wore her fashions because he'd encouraged her to do what she loved. A man dressed in a suit like a maitre d' walked down the gangplank and spotted her. "Excuse me, are you Señorita Lind?" he asked in a thick accent. Her first thought was that Marco wasn't coming after all, and he'd sent someone to tell her. "Yes." The man gestured to the boat. "Come, Señor Dawson, he rented a private room for you." "Oh," she said. What a nice gesture. "Where is he?" The man kept motioning for her. "He on board already." Which meant she'd been waiting outside in the cold for nothing. She went up the gangplank, followed him across the deck, and climbed up a set of stairs to the next floor. He walked down a narrow hallway, past several doors, and finally opened one. The light was already on, showing a cozy, wood-paneled room with a sliding glass door on the far end and a balcony that looked out over the ocean. A table was set, complete with tablecloth, china, and menus waiting for two. She'd expected to see Marco, but the room was empty. The man swept his arm in the table's direction. "Sit. Look over the menu. The lobster quiche is very good. I recommend for you." Belle took a seat. She didn't pick up the menu. "Where is Mr. Dawson?" "He talking with the captain. He come pronto." The man left Belle to her menu and her nerves. She glanced over the entree's descriptions without really seeing them. Would it be better to let Marco know she was angry at Flynn? Or should she treat the whole thing lightly, act as if it were just a twin prank and she could take a joke as well as the next person? That was probably the best option. The ship's horn blared a low note. Belle looked out the window at the ocean, but couldn't tell if they were moving yet. The lapping waves looked black and shifting. She turned her attention back to the menu. A pointless exercise, really. She wouldn't have an appetite until she saw Marco and could judge his reaction to her explanation. The door opened. She looked up, a smile on her lips and a greeting forming in her mouth. Flynn walked into the room, not Marco. Her smile fell away as quickly as it had come. He wore clothes Marco might have worn, board shorts and a white t-shirt, but his hair was darker and shorter. And even if his hair hadn't given him away, his smug, calculating expression would have. Marco had never looked like that. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "I came to talk with you." Too bad. She'd already spent more than enough time talking with him. "Where's Marco?" Flynn didn't answer, just sauntered across the room, gazing around. He stopped in front of the sliding glass door. He was crashing her breakfast. She shouldn't have been surprised. After her call, Marco had probably asked his brother why he'd been kissing her. She shouldn't have expected Marco to wait for her version of the story. She stood, tossing the menu to the table. "Excuse me, I need to find Marco." "Sit down. Let's talk." What had he told his brother? Had he admitted tricking her? It irked her that Flynn had been able to explain himself to Marco before she had. She folded her arms, still standing. "Why? Are you here to apologize to me?" He walked over to the table and casually sat down. "Profusely." His tone was far from apologetic. He sounded arrogant, amused, as if this were all a game and he knew he was winning. She resisted the urge to grit her teeth. "Did you tell Marco the truth? That you'd lied to me so I'd think you were him?" "I didn't lie to you last night." Flynn stretched his legs, lazily crossing them. "Everything I said at dinner was the truth. My job, my hobbies, all of it. You seem to like me well enough to kiss me." His chin tilted down. "So which one of us was really being untruthful?" "That was unfair. I didn't lie to you. You're the one who pretended to be someone else entirely. And you pretended to come here for inspiration. I guess we both stretched the truth, didn't we?" She felt a blush rising in her cheeks and fought it.
You gave me the inspiration I came for. I think I'll call my next clothing line Flynn Wear. It'll look good, but have a dark underside and a tendency to rub you the wrong way." He laughed. Not a cynical laugh, a real one. He thought her insult was funny. "I'd buy that, and purchase it for my friends, too." Of course he would. Egotist. Arms still folded, she said, "How did you know who I was yesterday in the lobby?" That bit had particularly bothered her since last night. Been one of the things running through her mind while she lay in bed, awake. When they first met, she'd mentioned going to WSU together, helping him with his papers, and introducing him to Daisy. And the next word out of his mouth was, Isabel. How had Flynn known her name? "Unlike you," he said, "I went to the wedding. Daisy talked about you all through the rehearsal dinner. She kept a place setting for you near the family and everything. I was serious when I said you caused a lot of drama by not showing up." Belle felt a stab of remorse. She wasn't the sort to purposely cause problems. Daisy was so wrapped up in Marco, and she had so many bridesmaids that Belle didn't think Daisy would notice her absence much. Or care. "You remembered my name all these years later?" "It's seared into my memory. And not just on their wedding day. You unfriended Daisy during our first family reunion. That was also quite the drama." He let out a sigh. "It's ironic, I suppose, that you showed up at the first reunion after the divorce to cause commotion all over again." Belle was too horrified to speak for a moment. What must Marco's family think of her? "I had a good reason for not going to the wedding." "Oh, really? What?" Belle pressed her lips together. She wasn't about to lay her heart bare by telling him that she couldn't handle watching Marco exchange vows with another woman, especially not with her best friend. "I had a good reason, that's all." Flynn looked upward, thinking. "As I recall, you had a headache. For 2 days. Daisy offered to send me to your apartment with some Excedrin, but you refused." Belle had forgotten that detail. How Daisy kept insisting Belle just needed some Excedrin and peppermint oil, and she'd be fine. "I should have taken her up on the offer. If nothing else, I would have known that you look like Marco." He got lucky that way. Belle fought for inward patience. "Where is he? Marco had to be done talking to the captain by now, didn't he?" Flynn glanced at the sliding glass door nonchalantly. "The answer to that depends on how far we are away from shore." She narrowed her eyes. "How does that follow?" Flynn got up from his chair and went to the door for a better look. "If we're far enough away, which we are," he turned around to face her, "then I can admit that Marco isn't on the boat without worrying you'll jump overboard and swim back." What? He'd gotten rid of Marco somehow. She couldn't think how, but obviously he'd done it. She planted her hands on her hips. "Why are you doing this?" "I already told you. With the divorce so new, Marco doesn't need some pretty blonde siren luring him into the rocks of another relationship." A siren? Seriously? This guy was way overestimating her flirting abilities. "Maybe Marco should be the judge of that." She pulled out her phone and checked for messages from him. None. She called his number. A moment later, a phone rang in Flynn's pocket. He took it out, feigning innocence. "You!" she coughed out. She hung up before he could answer. "It was you on the phone last night." He shrugged. "I like talking to you." Anger flashed through her. He'd set up this whole trip to get her away from Marco. "He doesn't know who I really am yet, does he?" Flynn walked back to his chair and sat down again. "You can't blame me for that one. Last night, he looked right at you, heard you say your name, and still had no idea." The reminder stung. She bit back a response. She'd had enough of Flynn and his games. "I'm going to tell the captain to turn the boat around and take me back." "That'll only work if you speak Spanish." She picked up her bag. "Some of the crew speaks English." Flynn held his hand out, a gesture indicating that she was being unreasonable.
This boat is taking well-paying customers out for a sunrise breakfast. The captain won't turn around just because you decided not to eat with me after all. Sunrise is a limited event, and the captain won't let you ruin his passenger's trip." She stared at him, tapping her foot against the floor. She didn't want to make a scene, but letting him have his way galled her. He shouldn't get away with manipulating her, twice. Geraldo's lobster quiche is not a thing to be missed. Her foot kept tapping. She thought of the newlyweds who'd passed her on the pier, thought about how the woman had gushed that this trip symbolized all of the beautiful mornings they would have together. What did it symbolize, she wondered, when a raving madwoman demanded the boat go back to shore? "Besides," Flynn added, "I do want to talk to you. I was being honest about that." "I don't have anything to say to you." If she couldn't return to shore, then at least she wouldn't stay in this room with him. She'd find somewhere on deck to wait out this wretched boat ride. Without another word, she strode to the door. Nothing he could say would stop her. "We need to talk about your future at Fontaine." Except that. She turned around, eyeing him. "What do you mean?" He was leaning back in his chair, feet stretched out, the picture of ease and comfort. "I made an offer for the company this morning." He had to be kidding. Despite her earlier intentions, she found herself walking back toward him. "It's not for sale." "Oh, it's definitely for sale. It's overpriced, I'll grant you that. Mr. Cohen won't find a buyer for what he's asking. I offered 30% below his asking price. If he's smart, he'll take it." Belle's heart took a few unsteady beats. "I don't believe you." This was another of his attempts to manipulate her. Well, she'd call his bluff. She took out her phone and called Felix. Flynn just watched her silently, unworried. After a few rings, Felix picked up. "Belle, I thought you were on vacation." "I am. Is Fontaine for sale?" He made a sputtering sound. "What?" "Are you selling Fontaine?" she repeated. "Why would you ask that?" It didn't escape her that he didn't answer the question. "Because," she said slowly, "I'm on a ship with a man who claims he made you an offer." "Who?" "That isn't the point," she said, patience dwindling. "Are you selling?" Felix cleared his throat uncomfortably. "This isn't a conversation we should have over the phone. If you want to talk when you come back to the office, you know my door is always open." Felix still didn't deny it. She felt sick. "Don't you dare sell to Flynn Dawson," she said, and hung up without saying goodbye. She shut her eyes and took a deep breath, unsure what to do next. How had this happened? Her future was suddenly as unsteady as the waves shifting around the boat. And why? Because she'd shown an interest in Marco, and his brother wouldn't hear of it. "Sit down," he said. "We can talk over breakfast." Her eyes flicked open, and she marched to the table, hating that he could sit there so calmly. "I can't believe you're doing this. It's blackmail." "No, it's business." She sat down, glaring at him. The waiter came into the room with a pitcher and notepad. He nodded pleasantly as he poured water into the glasses. "Ready to order?" he asked, oblivious to the tension. Flynn handed his menu to the waiter. "I'll have the lobster quiche." The waiter jotted down the order on his pad and turned to Belle. "And you, señorita?" She wasn't hungry, but didn't want to explain why. "The same." Another note, then he picked up her menu as well. "A good choice. You will be very happy." Oh, it would take a lot more than quiche to make her happy. The waiter tucked his notepad into his apron and left as cheerily as he'd come. Belle slumped in the chair, her breaths coming too fast. She slowed them, tried to think and speak rationally. "You don't want to buy a fashion house. You're bluffing." "Possibly," Flynn said. "But can you afford to take the risk? How you act this week could affect your future." A pink tint was warming the horizon, turning the water golden. She ignored it, unable to enjoy the sunrise.
Maybe it's time I looked for a job at another house anyway. One with more reasonable management.
Now who's bluffing? He was right. She didn't want to start over somewhere new, and had as much as told him that last night. She sat back in her seat.
Fine. Go ahead and give me your demands.
She waved her hand as though conceding.
But consider this. I can always tell Marco that you bought my company as a way to threaten me into staying away from him. What will he think about that?
For the first time, Flynn grimaced. It was a slight movement that was gone in a moment, but still a point in her favor. She decided to press it.
When I tell him, I'll be sure to cry on his shoulder, she said. I can be very convincing.
He laced his fingers together, surveying her. You're assuming I'm threatening you. That doesn't have to be the case. I can finally give you the promotion your boss keeps promising.
You could if you actually own the company, but you don't. All you did was make an offer.
He wasn't in a position of power, not yet, and might not ever be. He didn't take her statement that way. Then it's just a matter of price? She blinked at him in disbelief. He thought he could buy people off? Worse, he thought she was the type of woman who could be bought off.
No, it's not. You are a horrible person, and I can't believe I let you kiss me.
He fought a smile. As I remember it, you kissed me.
Clearly a mistake.
She stood, through with the conversation.
I'm going out on the deck.
This time, he didn't stop her. Chapter 9. Belle went down the stairs to the main deck. In the dining area at the center of the boat, about 24 people sat talking, eating, and taking pictures of the sunrise. She paced to the rail at the end of the boat and looked out at the water. How many hours did this cruise last anyway? She should have asked last night. Although last night she wouldn't have cared if the cruise lasted all day. She'd been too worried about what to tell Marco and how to explain kissing his brother. After about 10 minutes, Flynn came downstairs and walked over to her. Your breakfast is waiting. She didn't look at him.
I'm not hungry.
He leaned against the rail with an unspoken sigh. Trust me, this cruise is already more fun than what Marco's doing this morning.
And what would that be?
She had to ask. It might help her find him later. A nature walk with our father? Marco will most likely be helping Aunt Karen over slippery rocks while Dad lectures about the difference between clams and mussels.
Sounds lovely, she quipped.
What are they doing afterward? Flynn didn't answer. Instead, he unapologetically studied her. What exactly did you do to yourself so that Marco didn't recognize you?
It's been 7 years since the wedding. People change.
That's not it, he said, dismissing her explanation. When you first saw me, you said you'd changed a lot. His gaze slid over her. So what is it? Did you lose weight? Get a nose job?
I used to be invisible, that's all.
I can't remember if I ever saw a picture of you back then.
Why would you have ever seen a picture of me?
Because Daisy hinted at the wedding that she could set us up. Belle's eyes widened. Daisy had wanted to set her up with Marco's brother? Well, that wouldn't have worked. Not back then, and certainly not now. Flynn leaned against the rail. Funny that I don't remember whether I saw a picture or not. Figured.
Like I said, I used to be invisible.
You couldn't have been hideous. I would have remembered that. Belle wondered if he would have remembered if she had been beautiful. But then, Flynn was obviously the sort who always had beautiful women with him. They probably all ran into an unremarkable blur in his mind. Now I'm too curious not to check. He pulled out his phone. Daisy must have some pictures posted of you from back then. I just have to scroll through 7 years to find them.
I doubt she kept any of me.
Ah, yes, the unfriending drama. What was that about, anyway? Belle glanced at her watch. The hands hadn't seemed to have moved since she'd come to the railing.
I don't remember.
I doubt that. He looked at her, watching her as though he could read her history in her eyes. It was some little stupid thing that had all of the women at the family reunion talking. I could ask one of them. They might remember.
Great. Your family was really talking about my unfriending Daisy?
Flynn snapped his fingers. Now I remember. She missed a lunch date. That was it.
No. Well, in a way, but it was a birthday lunch. She missed my birthday.
Right. And somehow that was unforgivable.
She said she wanted to spend the afternoon together, so I took off work, and then she stood me up.
Flynn nodded. The women at the reunion were debating whether forgetting a lunch date was worse than skipping out on a wedding. He tapped his fingers against the rail. You probably don't want to know their consensus. This was good to know. All of Marco's relatives thought she was terrible.
That lunch wasn't the only thing. It was just the last straw. When I got upset about her standing me up, she called me melodramatic and selfish. Selfish! When she was the one who...
She stopped herself. The problems with Daisy always led back to Marco. Daisy knew about Belle's feelings for him, but hadn't cared. She'd taken Marco away from her without any remorse, without any thought of what it might do to her.
I don't know why I'm even trying to explain anything to you.
He scrolled through his phone again, searching through pictures. Probably because I'm the understanding type. People naturally confide in me. She sighed with exaggerated patience.
Now that I've met you, I can totally understand why you drove Marco crazy.
Is this you? Flynn's eyes went to hers, then back to his screen, comparing.
Let me see it and I'll tell you.
Flynn stepped closer until his arm was brushing into hers. She wished he weren't so near. The scent of his cologne reminded her of last night, reminded her that she'd wound her arms around his neck and drank in that smell. She peered at the screen. It showed a picture Daisy had taken while they'd been cleaning their apartment for inspection. Belle's hair was pulled back in a ponytail. She wore no makeup, and she was making a face at their dirty oven.
Okay, that's not the best picture of me.
I imagine not. She took the phone from his hand and searched through other photos on Daisy's timeline. She'd expected Daisy to delete them after their falling out, so Belle was surprised to see any pictures of herself. Maybe deleting them had been too much of a hassle. Belle found one of the two of them on a fall walk among draping yellow trees. Their heads were bent together. They wore huge grins as they laughed at some long-forgotten joke. That was back before Daisy and Marco started dating, before Belle found out just how replaceable she was to both of them. She showed that picture to Flynn.
There.
He raised an eyebrow. You were cute in a 14-year-old, totally underage-looking way.
I was 18.
Belle never knew whether to be glad or not that her ultra-high metabolism had calmed down. Yes, it was nice that some curves had finally shown up, but she missed being able to down fries and donuts without consequence. Flynn's gaze went to her face and then back to the photo again. He let out a slow whistle and shook his head. You've certainly grown up. She handed the phone back to him.
Spare me your flattery.
That wasn't flattery. It was worry. I was hoping you looked the same back then and that Marco didn't pay attention to you because you weren't his type. Belle couldn't help but smile. His words were still flattery, just of a different kind. He was afraid Marco wouldn't be able to resist her. She hoped he was right.
I'd like to think that the biggest change is my confidence.
Flynn slipped his phone into his pocket. So, why Marco? Why make the effort to come all the way here to track him down? Another question she wasn't going to answer. She looked out at the sea and ignored him. He waited, studying her. You turned down my offer of money, so apparently I was wrong about that being your motivation. She rolled her eyes. She wouldn't dignify that comment with a response. His eyebrows drew together as though she were a puzzle to solve. I can't imagine you've been carrying a torch for him all these years. I mean, you hardly knew the guy. That leaves one motive. Revenge against Daisy. Seems kind of petty for one missed lunch date.
I did know Marco, she said. Really well. I knew him before Daisy ever did.
Ah, Flynn said. So it's the torch after all. Saying anything had been a mistake. She turned back to the rail. He watched her for another minute, silently scrutinizing her. I think we can come to an arrangement. I want Marco to be happy. And who knows, maybe you're right for him after all. You're obviously blind to his faults."
"What faults?"
she asked. "My point exactly," he said. "Perhaps that's what he needs." She grunted in frustration. Flynn was determined to twist her words and make judgments about her. But he also said he wanted Marco to be happy, so she'd listen. "What sort of arrangement did you have in mind?" He tapped his fingers against the rail again. "My parents don't know about the divorce. My mother has terminal cancer, and I don't want her spending her last few months worrying about Marco or grieving over his broken marriage." Was he serious? Belle's gaze swung to Flynn. He was. His mother was really dying. "I'm so sorry," she said, and meant it. She remembered how hard it was when her father left. A different kind of loss, but still a painful one. She'd taken his toolbox from the garage and put it under her bed. She was convinced he'd come back for it, and when he did, she'd wake up and talk to him. He never did come back, not even to pick up his stuff. 6 months later, when she moved the toolbox back to the garage, she sobbed all the way there. Then she took out every wrench and threw them, one by one, into the empty field behind her home. We're all sorry about it. Flynn looked out at the ocean, and his expression held no arrogance, no confident swagger. Only pain was evident in his eyes. Belle's voice went soft. "I won't say anything to your mother about Marco and Daisy, if that's what you're worried about." "That's not enough." He turned back to her. "You can't let Marco know you're single and available until Saturday. Right now, he thinks you're my girlfriend." Flynn held up a hand to stop any protests on her part. "I had to give him some explanation after he saw us. Lie low for the rest of the week. If he asks about you, I'll say you're busy with work. Early Saturday morning, my parents and sisters are flying to Cozumel for a Caribbean cruise. After they leave, I'll tell Marco everything. I'll admit that I tricked you and forced your silence through my evil business ways. He won't check out of his room until late that afternoon. You'll have most of the day to convince him that you're irresistible." "An entire morning and part of an afternoon," she said dryly. "That's generous." "Hey, it only took you a few minutes to convince me." "Maybe you aren't as picky." He suppressed a smile. "Nope, that's not it." She straightened from the railing and folded her arms. "And what happens if I agree? What is your end of the bargain?" He shrugged. "I buy your company and give you the promotion." "No," she said. He raised an eyebrow, surprised. Before he could speak, she added, "I won't let Marco think you bought me or my silence with promises of a promotion or threats of being fired. I'll agree to what you ask without you buying Fontaine. Tell Marco that after you told me about your mother, I didn't want to intrude on his time with her." Flynn tilted his head as he considered her counteroffer. Probably all for effect. One of those things businessmen did. She was, after all, giving him what he wanted and sparing him a lot of money in the process. "All right," he said. "We've got a deal." He held out his hand to shake. She put her hand in his. Instead of shaking it, he brought her hand to his lips and kissed the back of it. The feel of his lips brushing her skin shouldn't have affected her. She didn't like Flynn. Yet the motion made her breath momentarily catch. He didn't notice the missing breath. "Thank you," he said. "You're welcome." She pulled her hand from his. "How is your mother doing? Can she still get around?" He nodded. "She tires easily and she's on a lot of medication, but she can get around, at least for a little while longer." "I'm sorry," she said again. He put his hands in his pockets. The subject of his mother's illness seemed to make him uncomfortable. Or maybe he was uncomfortable receiving sympathy from her. "You probably won't run into her this week," he said. "But if you see Marco somewhere with a middle-aged woman, do not flirt with him. At all." "I won't," Belle said. "And if I'm there, you'll have to be nice to me." She pursed her lips in mock consternation. "That may be harder. For this vacation, we're all on our best behavior, including me." She made a sound that was half scoff, half laugh. For example, he gestured at her with a sweep of his hand. You can't make that noise when you're talking to me. Sorry, it's just that I would hope your best behavior didn't involve kidnapping people or buying companies to gain leverage over them. I didn't kidnap you, he said, as though the point were worth arguing. You came on the boat willingly, and you'll get off it after the cruise like everyone else. People who were kidnapped aren't taken snorkeling or fed lobster quiche. By the way, ours is probably cold by now.
And I've decided it sounds delicious after all.
She headed back to the room. She had hours left until the boat brought them back to the resort. No point being hungry the entire time. Besides, if she had to spend the afternoon with Flynn, she'd need her strength. Who knew what he'd pull next? Chapter 10. Belle called for the waiter and asked him to warm up the quiche. Even reheated, it was still delicious. Flynn spoke as they ate, pleasant small talk. He was effortlessly charming, and she resented him for it. How could he act as if this were a regular outing when he'd manipulated, threatened, and bribed her from the very beginning? Normal men didn't act that way. It seemed a bit surreal to talk to him, a man who had Marco's face, body, and voice. He even looked like Marco today, with a t-shirt that showed off the muscles in his arms and made him look all James Deanish. Around 9, the boat stopped near a cove, and the crew helped everyone into long boats that were then rowed to a small wooden dock at the shore. During the ride, a 40-something Mexican man named Juan handed out snorkeling equipment and gave instructions on using it. Seemed easy enough. The snorkel was attached to the mask so it couldn't come loose even if you dropped it from your mouth. We stay here for 3 hours, Juan said, holding up his many fingers. Only one lifeguard on the beach, me. He gave them all a serious look. And I learned my lifeguarding skills the same way I learned my English. Baywatch reruns. So when you swim, I suggesting to you, use buddy system. All of you, find a buddy. I think it will be easy on this cruise, no? A ripple of laughter went through the group. Everyone here was a couple. On the bench next to her, Flynn nudged her with his elbow. She sent him a look that she hoped conveyed a lack of interest in being his buddy. He smirked back at her. Hey, I know how to snorkel. You're the one who has to worry about doing it wrong and drowning. I'll take my chances with lifeguard Juan. Flynn laughed, refusing to be offended. But she meant it. She planned to spend the entire 3 hours lying on the beach. That way, she wouldn't need Flynn's snorkeling advice. When they reached shore, Belle spread out her towel in the shade of a palm tree, dropped her snorkel gear on the sand, and took out her phone. She'd catch up on some reading. Flynn laid his towel next to hers and got out his phone as well. For the next hour, he answered email. He called someone named Katrina and talked to her about a trip he'd decided to take to Denver. Was Katrina an assistant? A girlfriend? He probably had a girlfriend. Men as good-looking as Flynn were never single for long. Belle wondered what Katrina would think if she knew Flynn had kissed Belle last night. He spoke about Denver for a few more minutes, then said, I do know how to vacation. A pause. I'll be spending time with my family later. He glanced in Belle's direction and lowered his voice. As soon as I'm done with some important business. So that's what Belle was, business. A problem for him to take on. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have even spoken to her, let alone asked her to dinner last night. She had the sudden vindictive urge to take a picture of the two of them on the beach, post it on social media, and tag him. Let Katrina see it and wonder. Flynn hung up and put the phone away. He stared out at the ocean for a few minutes, then looked over at Belle. By the way, if you see me around the resort with my family, you can't give me the cold shoulder like you're doing now. I'm not giving you the cold shoulder. I just don't have anything to say to you. You didn't run out of conversation last night. Last night, I thought I was talking to Marco. He sighed as though she were making demands of him. All right, if you want to talk about my brother, go ahead. Ask me all about his life. You wouldn't tell the truth.
Honesty doesn't seem to be your strong suit." He held up a hand as though making an oath.
"I'll tell you the truth about Marco. Scout's honor." She cast him a doubtful glance.
"Were you ever a scout?"
"Yes, and so was he. See how truthful I can be when I want? Although, admittedly, I was a better scout than he was. I could start a fire with a piece of flint and steal wool. He had to cheat with matches." She shifted on her towel to better see Flynn.
"If you were ever out in the wilderness and needed to start a fire, wouldn't you be more likely to have matches than flint and steel wool?"
Hey, who am I to question the scouting rules? I just racked up the badges. And made Eagle a year before Marco.
Competitive.
Yeah, we used to be.
You aren't anymore?
He paused, seeming to think about the question. We're brothers, which means we're naturally competitive, but we're also there for each other. When Marco broke the biology teacher's computer monitor, I took the rap for it and got 3 days of in-school suspension. This seemed surprisingly noble of him.
Why did you do that?
Because he cared about his grades, and I didn't. Flynn shrugged. Besides, I was the one who started the impromptu game of tape dispenser catch when the teacher stepped outside. She cocked her head.
You were one of those teen hoodlums, weren't you?
No.
Your girlfriends were probably heavily tattooed and barely literate.
They were very nice girls, and mostly literate, I think.
Liar.
He laughed, and the sight of his smile stirred something in Belle, a reminder of last night when they'd teased each other. His laughter had made her glow with confidence, made her breathless with anticipation. "I'm joking," he said. "The girls I dated in high school were literate and respectable. And I'm sure most of them stayed out of prison." Belle picked up her phone.
"What are their names? Let's check."
"Why do you want to sift through my past? I thought you wanted to talk about Marco."
"You're more interesting."
He grinned in victory. "True."
She hadn't meant it like that. "More interesting, but not nearly as attractive."
He laughed again and shook his head. "I might believe that if we weren't identical twins."
"I meant that I've never gone for the bad boy type."
"Good, because I'm not the bad boy type." He ran his hands along the sand, letting grains fall between his fingers. "Bad boys ride motorcycles and wear leather jackets. I drive a BMW and wear a suit and tie to work."
"A guy's. Beneath the Armani, you're a corporate pirate. Marco, on the other hand, wants to become a doctor to help people."
"Businessmen help people, too. I save companies and therefore save employees' jobs. It's all very saintly, and I don't have to poke around anyone's intestines in the process."
"You don't ever remove anyone from their job?"
A pile of sand had collected beneath Flynn's hand. "Sometimes I have to. It's an unavoidable part of the business. In the same way doctors can't save every patient." The morning had grown warmer, the sun finally taking its job seriously. Flynn pulled off his t-shirt. Belle couldn't help staring. No woman could have. Staring was a natural reaction to seeing his abs. She had run her hands over them last night, but hadn't fully appreciated them until now. He caught her staring and grinned. She dragged her attention back to the book on her phone. She hadn't turned a page in minutes. He lay down, put his hands behind his head, and relaxed. Probably shut his eyes. She couldn't tell behind his sunglasses and wasn't about to get caught trying to see. Out in the cove, the couples paddled around, their snorkels sticking out of the water like black straws. The shade had shifted. Soon she'd be in the sun. She'd have to move her towel all morning or put on sunscreen. Forget that. It was too hot to bake on the sand for the next 2 hours. She'd cool off in the water and try snorkeling after all. She pulled off her top and shimmied out of her shorts. She'd bought a new swimsuit for the trip, a retro white one that made her look like a leggy pinup model. She glanced at Flynn. He eyed her as if he knew she'd bought it with Marco in mind. She ignored him and spread sunscreen on her arms, legs, and face. She did her best on her back, then lowered her straps to apply lotion to her shoulders. She hadn't heard Flynn move, but he suddenly took the bottle from her hands. "You missed a spot." Without asking if she wanted help, He squeezed lotion onto his hand and massaged it onto her back. His touch was soft, slow, thorough, and sent unwanted shivers down her spine. He lifted her hair, and his fingers went up her neck, stroking the skin there, too. She had forgotten about her neck and was now all too aware of it. He moved to her shoulders. Even though she was fairly sure she'd done an adequate job on them, she didn't stop him. Always better to be certain. He shifted so he was sitting in front of her and squeezed another dab of lotion onto his fingers. He spread it along her throat, the curve of her jaw, and then to the tips of her ears. Everywhere he touched, her skin tingled. "People always forget their ears," he said, caressing the ridges of hers. "You'll thank me later." Most women would thank him right now. Many, in fact, would have paid for the service. Belle never realized that having a man spread lotion on her ears could make her heartbeat go erratic. He slid her straps back onto her shoulders, careful not to wipe off any lotion in the process. More tingles. He was so near. She found it hard not to notice his biceps and the muscles in his arms. She still remembered the feel of them from last night, wrapped around her, when he kissed her so intensely. "Could you return the favor?" he asked, putting the sunscreen bottle on her towel. She wasn't sure what he meant. Her thoughts had been dwelling on last night and his lips softly moving against hers. She gulped and her mind snapped back into focus. "Yeah, sure." He picked up his bottle of sunscreen and handed it to her. "I can never reach all the places on my back, thanks." He turned, sitting straight, and waited. She shook sunscreen onto her hand, staring at his back. Lean, tanned, and tapering in a perfect line at his waist. Another part of his body she'd run her fingers across. She wasn't trying to relive last night, but how could she help it when he was sitting shirtless in front of her? There was probably a moral to all of this that Aesop himself could appreciate. Never make out with a guy unless you're sure you won't end up hating him the next day. Especially if he had Flynn Dawson's body. Belle blotted her hands together, then put them on his back and rubbed lotion across his skin, leaving a trail of white. She wasn't sure what her touch was doing to him, if anything, but she had to remind herself to breathe, repeatedly. The problem was he resembled Marco too much. She'd fantasized about doing this sort of thing back in college. She and Marco on a tropical beach somewhere. The two of them lost in each other. And now here she was with a man who looked exactly like him. Of course she was responding. Hormones were easily confused. She would have reacted the same way if, say, during her Lord of the Rings phase, a Legolas doppelganger had shown up and asked for a sunscreen rub-down. Her hands went over Flynn's back once and then twice. She had to be thorough. The third time, well, that was because she kept having flashbacks of her college beach fantasies. Before she could do a fourth, she moved to his shoulders. He'd lotioned hers, so she should return the favor. His skin was soft, his muscles giving way a bit beneath her fingers. It would be really helpful right now if he spoke, said something Flynn-like to remind her that this wasn't a daydream sprung to life. He didn't speak, though. His eyes were shut, relaxed, his face slightly tilted to the sun. She spread lotion along the back of his neck, and he lowered his head to give her better access. His hair was thick and gleamed with blonde highlights. She'd run her hands through it last night, too. She really should stop remembering last night. With the last traces of lotion, she rimmed the tips of his ears, letting her fingers trail from the tops to the soft skin of his lobes. Time to stop doing this to herself. She handed him the lotion. "I'm sure you can get the rest." Then she sat back and took a deep breath. As soon as she moved away from him, some of her sanity returned. She was glad Flynn's back was to her, that he hadn't seen her expression while she ran her hands over his skin. He might have discerned her thoughts. "Thanks." He glanced over his shoulder at her and winked. "You can be my buddy anytime." The man was far too cocky. She adjusted her sunglasses and checked the time on her phone. How long did you have to wait for sunscreen to dry before you went into the water? She couldn't remember. She'd lived in New York for too long, away from pools and beaches. Flynn put sunscreen on his legs, then his arms. The movement of his arms, his glistening skin, his hands over his chest. Last night. Nope, she wouldn't let her mind wander there. Last night she thought he was Marco. She picked up her snorkel gear and headed to the water's edge. She should have been in the ocean all along. If she'd been face down in the waves, she wouldn't have looked at Flynn. Wouldn't have heard his silky voice. So similar to Marco's, and yet not similar at all. Marco had always been upfront about his thoughts. No games, no hidden layers or subtle meanings. No threats or bribes. Flynn was more dangerous. She put on the fins and mask, checking to make sure the snorkel worked. With any luck, she'd be swimming before he finished with his sunscreen. She stepped into the water and nearly lost her balance. Walking in fins was like trying to shovel water with her feet. She got her footing and took another step. A wave skimmed into her calves, pushing her. She took a step to regain her balance, but felt as if the ocean were yanking on her fin. Weren't these things supposed to make it easier to swim? They were going to drown her. "Walk into the waves backward," Flynn called. He was strolling toward the shore, gear in hand. "It's easier." Juan should have mentioned that. She went in backward and found that it did work much better. When she was in waist deep, she turned around and put her face in the water. The clarity below the surface was astonishing. She had taken swimming lessons as a child. In college, she went to public pools with friends and to the Snake River. But she'd never worn a mask, never realized it was possible to see this way underwater. Little silver fish darted by, slipping through the water with ease. She stared at them in wonder until she needed air. And then she ran into her next problem. Even with the snorkel firmly in her mouth, she couldn't bring herself to breathe underwater. All of those years of holding her breath while swimming were ingrained in her. She pushed herself to the surface, took a gasping mouthful of air, and then went under again. The fins were another problem. Instead of helping to propel her, they seemed to grab her feet and make it harder to move. She wasn't worried about drowning, not in waist-deep water. She just had to figure out how to kick and breathe. It couldn't be that hard. Everyone else was snorkeling fine. More silver fish swam past her. The water muffled everything, making the world feel silent. Sunlight filtered through the water, creating an ever-shifting pattern of light green and gold. She wished fabric with the same qualities existed. It would make a stunning evening gown. She needed to breathe again. "Just do it," she told herself. "You've been breathing your entire life. You know how." She exhaled, but couldn't inhale. Some deep instinctual part of her brain was sure she'd breathe in water and die. She lifted her head toward the surface again, putting her legs down so she could stand. Instead of feeling sand beneath her feet, there was only more water. Where was the ground? As she fought against sinking, one fin nearly slipped from her foot. She stopped kicking so she wouldn't lose it, and then clawed at the water. She didn't see Flynn come up behind her, but suddenly he was there, hefting her upwards and tugging her closer to the shore. She spit the snorkel out of her mouth and took a grateful gasp of air. After a moment, he set her right. The water was shoulder high on him and would have been higher on her if he weren't holding her. How had she drifted into deeper water so quickly? He kept his hands firmly around her waist, keeping her from wandering farther. "Do you know how to swim?" His voice held real concern, as if she might have forgotten to mention that she didn't. "Yes," she said. "Usually." She pushed away strands of hair that clung to her face. "But I'm losing a fin and I can't breathe through the snorkel." She reached for the fin, struggling to fix it. He let go of her, watching to see how she managed. She managed to turn toward shore, but didn't right the fin. She was treading water like a lame animal. He took hold of her waist. "Let me tow you to shallower water. Tell me if your fin comes off." He walked backward, hands still firmly on her waist. She put hers on his arms. Moving was a slow process, one that felt almost like an embrace. And familiar, except that last night he hadn't been bare-chested, wet, and glistening. She looked over his shoulder so she didn't have to keep her gaze on his face. It was hard enough to see his perfect features. Seeing them with such a concerned expression, it was too much like looking at Marco. "Fin still on?" he asked.
"Barely."
"The strap probably just needs to be tightened." The water was now only waist high. He took a couple of more steps backward, pulling her along. "Are you steady enough now?"
"Yeah, thanks."
He let go of her. "Okay, I'm gonna fix your strap. Don't accidentally kick me." He smiled as though correcting himself. "Or, in your case, purposely kick me." Before she could respond, he sank into the water, pushing himself toward her feet. His hand brushed her ankle, then adjusted the fin on her foot and tightened the strap. She felt oddly like Cinderella with an underwater Prince Charming. He moved to her other foot and tightened that strap as well. When he finished, he stood up, water streaming from him. "Let's see what's wrong with your snorkel." Before she could explain, he leaned toward her. His face was only inches from hers, his cheek nearly brushing against hers. He took hold of her snorkel and blew into it. "It's working now," he said, examining it more closely.
"The problem wasn't the snorkel, it was me. Breathing underwater isn't natural."
He cocked an eyebrow. "No, but it's better than the alternative."
"Logically, I know that. I just can't seem to make myself do it."
She expected him to laugh. Instead, he considered the problem. "Breathe in and out of the snorkel above the water to get used to how that feels. Then put your face in the water without swimming and just work on breathing." She peered at the water doubtfully. "I'll be right here to make sure you don't drift off again." She put the snorkel in her mouth and concentrated on each inhale, then lowered her face into the water. At first, breathing felt heavy, wrong. She had to force air in and out and worried she would hyperventilate. But Flynn was beside her, watching. If she stayed where the water was shallow, she'd be all right. She swam in a loose circle around him, practicing. Her fins were finally working, giving her kicks extra push. After her second circle, she lifted her head.
"I think I've got it."
"Good." He sank into the water. "Follow me to the coral. That's where all the interesting fish are." The two of them swam side by side, gliding through the lulling waves. Before long, they reached a place where coral grew along pitted rocks. The fish swimming there were a bright contrast to the silver fish in the shallows. Lemon-yellow tangs, orange and white-striped clownfish, and fish she didn't know the names for. Some were black and white striped, others shimmered turquoise and purple. She knew fish like this existed. She'd seen a few of them in aquariums, but the sight still amazed her. They were here, lazily swimming around. Every once in a while, Flynn tapped her arm to get her attention. He showed her a tiny seahorse, an eel poking his head warily out of a hole, and a round, prickly fish that seemed to waddle as it swam. All of it was amazing. After about an hour of exploring, she spotted a large green shape not far off. A sea turtle nibbling at a reef. She gestured to show Flynn. He nodded, and they both swam that direction, watching the turtle for several minutes before it headed to deeper water beyond the reef. Belle and Flynn swam for another half an hour before heading back to shore. By then, it was nearly time to go back to the boat, and Belle wanted to dry off for a bit. She was so busy talking to Flynn about the fish, snorkeling, and the possibility of going scuba diving, she wanted to try it while she was here, now that she'd managed to snorkel, that she forgot she disliked him. He was being so nice, she had a hard time remembering that he'd tricked her, was trying to buy her company as a way to control her. He kept smiling as she talked, as though he was happy about spending the morning with her. They ate lunch on the boat. For the entire ride back to the resort, Flynn was as attentive as if the two of them really were on a date. When they walked into the resort, they were still talking as a real couple might. Belle was looking at Flynn as he described an underwater statue museum off the shore of Cancun, made especially for divers. "Flynn!" a woman called. Belle's gaze shot across the lobby. A middle-aged woman walked toward them, flanked by two younger blonde women. Flynn's mother and sisters. They had to be. What was Belle supposed to say to them? Chapter 11. Belle had imagined meeting Marco's family, but never imagined she'd be with Flynn at the time. Did they know who she was? Had Marco told them that he'd seen Flynn kissing his new girlfriend? Mrs. Dawson used a cane, but didn't look old enough or ill enough to need one. Her blonde hair curled around her face, which was nearly free of wrinkles except for some faint crow's feet at her eyes. Flynn's sisters were tall and attractive, with his blue eyes and the same defined cheekbones. All of their eyes were now staring at her, taking her in. Belle suddenly became acutely aware that her hair was a tangled mess from the salt water. All of her makeup had long since washed away, and bits of sand still clung to her. "There you are," one of Flynn's sisters said in mild reproach. "I was beginning to wonder if we were going to see you at all today." Flynn's mother smiled at Belle. "And I was beginning to wonder when you planned to introduce us to your girlfriend." She held out her hand to Belle. "I'm Janette Dawson." Belle took her hand, feeling awkward. She suddenly didn't want to tell Mrs. Dawson her last name. What if Flynn's family recognized it and remembered Belle had skipped out of Marco's wedding? Flynn, after all, had remembered. "I'm Belle," she said, glad she went by Isabel in college. "Nice to meet you." Mrs. Dawson kept hold of Belle's hand, and then, as though it were the most natural thing, pulled her into an embrace. "Life is too short to wait for hugs," she said. "I've decided to take them whenever I can." She smelled of lavender, and her frame was thinner than it looked. Belle gently hugged her back and felt like a fraud. After a moment, Mrs. Dawson let her go and looked her over again. "You'll have to tell us everything about yourself, dear, because Flynn has said absolutely nothing. We didn't even know he had a girlfriend, let alone that he was bringing you." She sent her son a look of reproof. He shrugged. "I wanted it to be a surprise." Another shrug. "So, surprise." His eyes went to Belle's, and for the first time since they met, he seemed uncomfortable. If she hadn't been so uncomfortable herself, she would have enjoyed the sight. Flynn gestured to his closest sister. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail. She wore jean shorts and a fitted t-shirt, but still managed to make it all look elegant. "This is Kennedy. She's the one who has 2 boys," he said, as though he'd described her before. "Nice to meet you." Kennedy's smile was genuine, and the sight of it made Belle feel like a fraud again. Flynn indicated his other sister. "This is Paige." Her hair was darker blonde with pale highlights. It hung loosely around her shoulders, framing a face that had probably never been without makeup. She gave off an air of someone who was always put together. "She has 2 little girls." "2 darling little girls?" Paige said with mock indignation. "You always forget to add that part." "2 darling little girls," he amended. Mrs. Dawson leaned on her cane. "Where are you from, Belle, and what do you do?" "I live in New York. I'm a fashion designer." Those questions were easy enough to answer, but Belle knew Mrs. Dawson wouldn't stop there. She'd ask where Belle and Flynn met, how long they'd been dating, and who knew what else. How was Belle going to respond to questions about a non-existent relationship? "A fashion designer?" Mrs. Dawson echoed. "Sounds glamorous." "Sometimes it is, but it's also a lot of work." She pushed a tangled strand of hair behind her ear. "Designs never seem to work out the way you first sketch them, and then you end up making revisions, cutting off hems, or wrestling with mounds of material at midnight." She was nervously babbling, probably not making a good impression. Mrs. Dawson shifted her cane from one hand to the other, but made no move to continue her journey across the lobby. "So, how did you and Flynn meet?" And there it was, the first question Belle couldn't answer. She glanced at Flynn. "We met in New York a few months ago," he said, as casually as if it were the truth. "Bainbridge was exploring the idea of buying a fashion house, and the one where Belle works is for sale. I asked her out to talk business, and, well, let's just say it was a memorable dinner." Belle felt herself blush. She couldn't help but think he meant dinner last night, not a pretend one from months ago.
A fashion house?
Paige asked, tilting her head in question.
That's not your usual type of acquisition.
A smile brushed across Flynn's lips. I told you it was a memorable dinner. I've actually got an offer in on her company right now.
You're going to be her boss?
Kennedy's gaze shifted to Belle.
That will be interesting.
Interesting was one way to describe it.
The deal probably won't go through,
Belle said. Her tone might have been too insistent because Flynn took her hand and held it tightly as though reassuring her. Don't worry, he said. It won't change anything between us. No, it wouldn't, because nothing was between them, unless she counted the unspoken threat of what Flynn might do if she didn't cooperate. He could still fire her if she didn't stay away from Marco this week. Kennedy gave Belle a knowing look.
If Flynn becomes your boss, at least he'll always give you time off to spend with your boyfriend.
Doubtful, especially if that boyfriend was Marco. Flynn slid his arm around her shoulder. We've got an agreement worked out, don't we, hun? Yeah, they did. On Saturday, he'd tell Marco the truth, which meant that Flynn shouldn't be putting his arm around her now. He was just amusing himself at her expense, which, she suddenly realized, was what he'd been doing all afternoon. Him and his beguiling smile and his seductive lotion massage. He probably thought it was funny to turn women into smoldering piles of hormones.
I'm glad you came to Cancun,
Mrs. Dawson said cheerfully. Flynn has never brought anyone on a family vacation before. Belle turned to him as though surprised by the news.
You haven't? But then I guess some of them, like that one.
She lowered her voice to a confidential murmur.
You said she didn't go to prison, though, right?
Belle turned back to Mrs. Dawson before Flynn could glare at her.
Fortunately, his taste in women has improved lately.
Flynn ran his hand along her back in what was supposed to look like an affectionate gesture. It felt stiff. Unfortunately, I don't own Belle's company quite yet, and her boss only agreed to let her come if she finished some projects this week. So we won't see a lot of her. Flynn's hand stopped on her shoulder. We came back now so she could hole up in her room and work for a while. Mrs. Dawson made a disapproving tisk. That's horrible. I can see why Flynn wants to buy your company. He'll do away with such nonsense. Belle didn't want to hole up in her room, but she didn't want to stay here and chat with Flynn's family about their supposed relationship either.
Deadlines, she said. What can I do?
Well, Mrs. Dawson said, at least we'll see you at mealtimes. Even people with deadlines have to eat. We'll be out at the grill at 6 tonight. You know, the one by the big pool. We're all going casual. Tomorrow morning we're meeting at 8 at Marco's suite for breakfast. He's making pancakes.
I love pancakes,
Belle said. She tried not to sound too eager.
What's his room number?
7 something, Mrs. Dawson mumbled. Flynn knows it. They switched rooms. Which would explain how Flynn had managed to answer her call to Marco. So underhanded. Flynn rubbed Belle's shoulder to get her attention. Shoot, you have that conference call at 8 tomorrow. Don't worry, though. I'll bring some pancakes to you. Belle wouldn't be deterred that easily.
Actually, the call is at 7. I'll be done by 8.
Flynn shook his head. You're forgetting the time zone change. It's 8. Lunch tomorrow is on your own, Mrs. Dawson went on. And then we'll be going to Tia Papita's for dinner at 6. It's dressy casual. Flynn still had his hand draped around her shoulder. Restaurants take so much time. I'm not sure Belle will be able to make it. He was determined not to let her even see Marco, let alone talk with him. She couldn't help but resent it.
I'm sure by dinner I'll need a break.
We'll play it by ear, Flynn said, and then before his mother could reveal any more of the reunion schedule, asked, So, Mom, where are you all headed off to now? We're touring a silver factory in town, she said. According to the concierge, you can see the artisans in action. Flynn nodded. In other words, you're going jewelry shopping. Paige grinned.
We might find something we like. It's a possibility.
You should come with us. Mrs. Dawson held out a hand to her son.
That way you won't be tempted to bother Belle." "Yes, Flynn, go," Belle said. "I've got work to do before tomorrow's call." Like wander around the resort and look for Marco, which she could do if Flynn left with his mother and sisters. Flynn hesitated. Maybe he read her intentions in her expression. Mrs. Dawson hooked her arm firmly around his. "I haven't gotten to spend any time with you yet." "We'll let you drive," Paige added. "You actually know how to read the street signs." The three women moved toward the door, towing Flynn with them. He looked at Belle over his shoulder. "I'll bring you something for dinner. I know you don't have time to hang out with us by the pool." She had already agreed to Flynn's terms, and they didn't include not seeing Marco at all. Instead of arguing with him, she called, "While you're at the jewelry store, have your sisters help you pick out something for me. Remember, you said you'd get me something nice for our anniversary." He sent her an incredulous look. Served him right. "I'm a fan of topaz," she added, "although you can never go wrong with diamonds." "Your anniversary?" Paige chimed. "How long have you two been dating?" Belle was about to say 3 months when Flynn said, 6 months. And then the group was out the door. 6 months. Good thinking on his part. That did sound like more of a milestone. And one Flynn probably hadn't reached too many times. Few women would put up with him for that long. Chapter 12. As soon as Flynn cleared the resort's front door, he was peppered with comments and questions about Belle. "She's pretty," Paige said. "Gorgeous, actually. And she resembled a mermaid when swimming, her blonde hair haloing around her." "She seems nice," his mother said. Belle was nice, and smart and funny, and, unfortunately, carrying a torch for his brother. "How serious are the two of you?" Kennedy asked, walking on his other side. "Not that serious," Flynn said. He didn't want them feeling sorry for him when the relationship ended on Saturday. "You must be a little serious," Paige said. She'd taken a place next to Kennedy, and the group was strolling across the parking lot like a small Rockettes line. "You wouldn't have brought her to meet your family otherwise." His mother patted his arm. "I'm sure she's a lovely girl. We're not trying to pressure you. A person needs to take time choosing a spouse." She kept patting. "Of course, a person also needs to make up their mind and eventually commit to a relationship." "Mom," he said. "No pressure," she emphasized. "I'm not the type of mother who pressures her children." "Mm-hmm," he said. Another pat. "Sometimes I just worry that you'll work away your entire life and only realize when it's too late that you have nothing but money." They reached Flynn's rental car. He opened the passenger door for her. "You don't have to worry." "Of course not." She maneuvered into the seat, her movements jerky, betraying her chronic pain. Once her cane was settled beside her, she added, "You found a nice girl, and you brought her to meet your family. I couldn't be happier." She did look happy, which made a jab of guilt go through Flynn. She was going to be disappointed when Belle didn't transform into his fiancé later. He walked around the front of the car and got in the driver's seat, hoping the subject was over. It wasn't. During the drive, his mother and sisters continued their questions. Good thing he'd learned so much about Belle last night. He was able to answer without inventing much. She enjoyed museums, history, and traveling. She loved decorating her apartment and was constantly repainting it, throwing up new curtains and making throw pillows. In fact, she kept threatening to redecorate his place as well. His answers about her family were vaguer. Or maybe it only seemed that way to him because he purposely left out so much. He could tell from the things she'd said that she worried about her brother. She also hesitated when talking about her mother, as though she didn't want to speak ill of her and had to rearrange her words in order not to. He admired that about her, now that he thought of it. Belle wasn't the sort who made excuses for herself because of her background. She set goals and went after them. When they got to the jewelry store, calling it a factory was a bit of a stretch.
unless a couple of workers sizing rings behind a window constituted a factory. His sisters were eager to help him pick out a gift.
"Are we looking for a ring?"
Paige asked eagerly.
"A diamond, perhaps?"
"Belle and I aren't that serious," he reminded her. She rolled her eyes.
"I saw the way you looked at her. You're positively smitten."
He stopped himself before arguing the statement. They'd think it odd for him to disagree even though he hadn't looked smitten. He was sure of that. Attentive? Yes. Interested? Perhaps. Attracted? Definitely. Not smitten. That word implied a lot. Like an inability to stop thinking about her. And, okay, maybe he'd thought about her non-stop since the moment they met. But that was because he was watching out for Marco, not because he was smitten. Kennedy looped her arm through his as they looked at the cases.
"It wouldn't kill you to look at the engagement rings. Remember, your new goal is to not die alone with your piles of money."
He deliberately made his way to a case filled with earrings instead. Don't be ridiculous. People with piles of money never die alone. They have staff. His mother came up beside him. "We're not pressuring you." She peered at the rows of silver bangles. "Although I should point out that one of my hopes was to see all of my children happily married before I leave this earth." "Belle might like a necklace," Flynn said, ignoring his mother's hints. He gestured to a man standing behind one of the counters. "Do you have any topaz pendants?" The man smiled and seemed to sense his desperation. He swept over to Flynn and showed him several topaz pendants and their matching earrings. Flynn fingered a pendant with a blue stone surrounded by diamond chips. The stone was the same color as the sea. He could imagine that necklace resting in the hollow of Belle's throat.
"It's your 6-month anniversary. You should splurge," Paige whispered. "Get her the earrings, too."
For some ridiculous reason, he did. Belle hadn't really expected him to buy her anything. She'd only wanted to make him feel foolish when he was forced to come up with some excuse for not buying her anything. Finding an excuse would have been easy enough. He could have insisted that he'd already bought her a present, for starters. Instead, he found himself buying jewelry she probably wouldn't accept even if he did give it to her. Worse, he kept imagining how it would feel to brush his fingers along her neck while he did the clasp. She'd lift up her hair and look at him from beneath her lashes. Maybe his mother was right about one thing. He'd been working too hard. It was time he found a girlfriend. He would put that on his to-do list as soon as he got back home. Chapter 13. Belle thought of Marco while she showered, let the idea of him float through her mind. It was only the idea of him, because his image had become strangely blurry in her head. Every time she tried to conjure up the sight of him in the lobby, casually walking toward the elevator, his hair scruffy and a 2-day beard on his chin, she saw his brother instead. Flynn's short hair glistening with water as he grinned at her on the beach. Flynn's eyes watching her as she danced the night before. Flynn, with the moonlight behind him, leaning down to kiss her. She supposed it shouldn't have been a surprise, really. She'd spent so much time with him, but had had only a fleeting minute with Marco. Of course her thoughts of Marco were getting mixed up with his twin. That would change as soon as she saw Marco again. And she didn't want to wait until Saturday. Couldn't stand the thought of wandering the resort by herself until then. Under the terms of their agreement, she could talk to Marco. She hadn't promised Flynn not to. And it would be best if she saw him when he wasn't with his family. After all, even though he hadn't recognized her last night, she shouldn't pretend that she didn't know him. He was bound to recognize her eventually. The name would click, and then everything would get awkward and suspicious. What if, in the middle of a family dinner, Marco suddenly realized who she was, and she'd never mentioned to him that they'd been friends in college? So she would find Marco, tell him who she was, and let him know that Flynn would explain everything on Saturday morning. Until then, she'd simply have to be mysterious, but friendly, and a little bit charming. She put on a pale yellow sundress and a white straw hat with Audrey Hepburn aspirations. Then she went down to the ocean. Mrs. Dawson had claimed this was a beach day, but Marco wasn't there. She went back to the resort, sauntered out by the pools, then strolled through the hotel shops. No sign of him anywhere. At 5:30, she took one of her sketchbooks and some colored pencils and sat out by the pool near the grill. Marco would come here eventually, hopefully before anyone else. If Flynn and the rest of his family arrived first, Belle could produce the sketchbook to back up her claim of working. She drew an ocean blue dress with a tight bodice that dropped snugly to the hips, then splashed out at the knees into foamy, pale blue waves. When she finished, she frowned at the drawing. Even as a rough first sketch, it lacked the feel she'd been going for. She wanted to convey the majesty of the ocean, but had achieved only a passably pretty dress. Should she go for something more dramatic? Something with a few more layers of scalloped chiffon? She drew a whimsical green skirt with a turtle shell pattern and paired it with a blouse that had sleeves in the shape of fins. Nope, too kitschy. Clothes should make a woman feel magical, confident that she could achieve anything. This time, as Belle's pencil stroked across the page, she spent more time on the woman wearing the dress. She never sketched faces, just rough outlines, sometimes with hairstyles, as she imagined whether the outfit would work best with hair up or down. Now she drew a figure representing herself. She penciled her long blonde tresses, then sketched Marco standing next to her in a suit. She gave the figure his square jaw, dimpled chin, firm cheekbones. Tapping her pencil against the sketchbook, she let her mind roam through possibilities. If the two of them had met at some posh event, what would she have wished she'd worn? How would she want him to see her? She drew a blue dress that faded to light teal at the top, the way the water did. She drew an outer skirt made of sheer, filmy turquoise. That way, when the dress moved, the color would shift between light and dark blue, like undulating waves. Beautiful. She could use this in her next summer line. She drew a starfish at her figure's feet, then doodled a shooting star in the sky. Belle, is it? Marco's voice cut into her musings. It had to be Marco. Flynn wouldn't have asked. She looked up, a smile already on her lips. Yes. He stood a few feet away, scruffy hair, still unshaved, and wearing sunglasses. Gorgeous in a way that made Belle's heart stutter. She didn't blatantly stare at him, though she wanted to. A couple of older men were with him, one with receding blonde hair, the other with graying brown. I thought so, Marco said. Then, by way of introduction to the other men, he said, "This is Flynn's girlfriend, Belle." He dragged the word out, waiting for her to produce a last name. She didn't. Instead, she stood and offered her hand. "It's nice to meet you." The blonde man pumped her hand enthusiastically. "Glad you could come out and meet the family. I'm Brady, Flynn's father. This is my brother-in-law, Bob." "Howdy," the brown-haired man said with a half-salute. "We've been telling Flynn for years he needs to find a nice girl. Glad he finally has." Their friendliness made her feel like she was lying. Thanks. Was there a way she could get Marco alone? More importantly, when they finally had a private moment, what would she say? While looking for him earlier, she'd gone over possibilities, but none of them seemed like the right thing to say now. "Isn't it a small world? We went to college together." Too casual. The words sounded as though their friendship hadn't meant much to her, as though it was only worth mentioning in passing. "Do you really not recognize me?" That sounded like an accusation. Although if she said it with the right inflection, in a way that sounded as if she thought it was funny rather than insulting, it could work. "Where's Flynn?" Marco asked, scanning the pool area. "He went to the silver factory with your mom and sisters." "We'd better not wait on them for dinner," Marco said. "If they're shopping, they may never come back." Mr. Dawson pulled out his cell phone. "Nah, your mother is only good for an hour or two these days before she has to rest. She's probably back in the room, lying down." He dialed a number. "I'll check." Belle looked at Marco, saw that he was watching her. Was he appraising her as sister-in-law material, or trying to place her? She wanted to say something to him, but couldn't pull off the light-hearted tone she needed for,
"Do you really not recognize me?"
Bob took a few steps toward the pool. "Tyler and Jake are over by the slides with their kids. I'll go tell them it's time for dinner." He headed that way. "Tell them they have about 10 more minutes," Mr. Dawson called after him. "No point getting them out until their mothers are here to—" He broke off to talk on the phone. "Lynette, are you up to dinner?" He turned away to speak to her, leaving Marco and Belle alone. Or at least as alone as they were likely to be tonight. Her words were still fluttering around in her mouth, unsure of themselves. Marco smiled at her in a good-natured fashion. "Go ahead and tell me." She froze.
"Tell you what?" What did he know?
"How much I look like Flynn. We get it all the time. People can't help staring at us." And that was the difference between Marco and Flynn. Marco assumed people were staring at him because he was an identical twin. Flynn knew the real reason women stared at him.
"You never told me you had a twin," she said quietly. He cocked his head, confused.
"I assumed you figured it out in the lobby last night. Most people get it right off." Her first attempt at appearing mysterious and charming wasn't going well. He was looking at her like she was stupid.
"Do you really not recognize me?"
she asked, and it wasn't lighthearted, despite her best efforts. "Should I?" His eyebrows lifted. "Have we met before?"
"Yes."
She waited for recognition to flash through his eyes.
"In fact, when I first met Flynn, I thought he was you, and he didn't correct me."
She waited to see if the meaning of her words sank in. Would he figure out that she'd been interested in Flynn because she'd thought he was Marco? Nope, no understanding crossed his face. "Where did we meet before?" he asked, his gaze traveling over her for clues.
"WSU."
"Really? You're a Wazoo grad too?" His eyes lit up. "Did we have a class together?"
"Physical science."
He nodded as if the mystery were solved and needed no further delving into. Physical science, the class that took the secrets of the universe and transformed them into boring, painful homework. I remember it well. Clearly not as well as he supposed. His lack of recognition no longer felt like a compliment. Instead, he seemed to be saying that she'd been completely forgettable, not worth a second thought. Marco slipped his hands into his pockets. "So Flynn pretended to be me when you first met?"
"Yep."
An ocean breeze reached them, tousling Marco's hair. "I'd apologize for his stealing my identity, but since you're dating him now, things must not have turned out too badly." She wasn't sure how to answer that. Marco gave her a teasing smile. "Hopefully, while he was impersonating me, he made me look cool and debonair. After all, I've got a reputation to maintain."
"He was pure charm, although the night did end with me slapping him."
Marco laughed, a melodic sound that had always stolen her attention. "Been there, done that. Sounds like a good story. I want details."
She couldn't outright tell him the full story, but she didn't want to lie to him either. "It's complicated."
"Complicated?" Marco repeated, intrigued.
"Flynn will explain everything to you on Saturday morning."
"You mean he's going to make some kind of relationship announcement?" That was the moment Mr. Dawson decided to turn back from his phone call and tune in. "Who's making a relationship announcement?" "Belle and Flynn on Saturday morning," Marco answered. This had gone horribly wrong, and the situation was made worse by the delighted expression on Mr. Dawson's face. "That's great. Lynette will be thrilled."
No," Belle sputtered. "It's not that type of announcement."
"Don't worry," Mr. Dawson said with a chuckle. "Marco and I won't let the cat out of the bag." He zipped his lips. "Mum's the word." Mum was not the word Belle was thinking of. Her words were of a stronger variety, none fit to say out loud. How could she fix this? "Belle?" Flynn called from behind her. He didn't sound happy that she was here, which made two of them, because at the moment, she was very unhappy to be here. She slowly turned around to face him. He was walking alongside his mother while his sisters headed toward the far side of the pool to fetch their children. "Oh, good," Mrs. Dawson said, making her way over. "You were able to come after all. Did you finish your project?"
"Actually, no," Belle said. "I really should go back to my room and work on it." She picked up her sketchbook and pencils. "I was just leaving."
"You can't." Mrs. Dawson's voice was unconvinced, injured almost. "Not before you have something to eat."
"Flynn will bring me something later. I'll be fine."
Belle's gaze cut over to him. He was looking at Marco, noting how close he stood to Belle. A muscle pulsed in his cheek. Mrs. Dawson lowered herself into a chair. "There's no sense in waiting for dinner when we're all here." She gestured to Flynn. "Put Belle's order in now so it'll be ready first." To Belle, she said, "The nachos are a meal by themselves, but if you want something lighter, the taco salad is wonderful. I always order it with shredded chicken." Belle felt trapped. She had no reasonable excuse to keep insisting she leave.
Sure. The taco salad sounds good."
"Come with me to the grill." Flynn took hold of her hand, not giving her a choice. He pulled her along with him toward the building. When they were out of earshot, he said, "What did you say to Marco?" She didn't want to answer, and not only because she knew he'd be angry. She didn't want to admit she'd told Marco that he knew her, and he still hadn't recognized her. Seriously, had Marco ever taken a good look at her in college? Even if her appearance had changed, her voice was the same. Shouldn't hearing her speak have rung some bells? "What did you say?" Flynn repeated.
"That we went to WSU together."
"You told him who you were?" Flynn asked, incredulous.
"No, I told him we had a class together."
She cleared her throat uncomfortably.
"He still doesn't know who I am."
"He didn't figure it out from that?" Flynn was still incredulous. She couldn't blame him. "Apparently not." Flynn lowered his voice. "You tried to tell him who you were, after you agreed not to."
"No, I agreed not to flirt with him, and I didn't. I had to tell him that I know him. Any moment now, he's going to realize who I am. And when that happens, it would seem really odd if I never mentioned anything about us being friends before." "What makes you think he'll suddenly realize who you are?"
Pointless optimism, probably. She cast a glance at Marco in the distance. He was talking to his mother, oblivious. That, and an overestimation of men, I suppose. They went around the side of the building where the order window was, but stopped a few feet away, not moving closer as they finished talking. The muscle was pulsing in Flynn's cheek again. "You shouldn't have come here tonight. You could have just avoided Marco until Saturday, and then neither of us would have to worry about it until then."
"Well, I didn't."
"No, you didn't." She debated telling him that his father and Marco now thought he'd be making a relationship announcement Saturday morning, but judging from the hard set of his mouth, he wouldn't take that news well. Flynn glanced back the way they'd come. "So now you'll need to eat your salad, make your excuses, and disappear until Saturday." He stepped toward the order window. She took his arm to stop him.
"Why can't you just tell Marco who I am tonight? If he's interested in me, we can make sure we're discreet. Your parents won't find out about the divorce."
"That's not what we agreed to." She didn't let go of his arm.
"The longer we lie to him, the harder and more awkward it's going to get."
"Not for me," Flynn said, unconcerned. "I'm fine with lying to him." Belle planted herself in front of him.
"When Saturday comes, how are you going to explain everything?"
"I'll just tell him," Flynn said, as though it were obvious. Belle didn't move out of the way.
"What will you say, exactly? I don't want you to make me look stupid."
"I haven't planned it out yet, but I won't make you look stupid." She pressed her lips together.
"You're going to make me look super easy then, aren't you? Marco will think I make out with any old acquaintance I run into."
Flynn lifted his hands in frustration. "What do you want me to say? That you've been in love with him all this time?"
"No, that sounds pathetic."
Flynn's gaze bore into hers. "Yeah, there's a reason it sounds pathetic." She let out an offended breath.
Are you saying I'm pathetic?
Something flashed in his eyes. Exasperation, maybe? Oh, no. It's perfectly normal for you to still have feelings for the guy who married your best friend 7 years ago. Happens all the time. What did you want to drink with your salad?
It isn't like that, she insisted. I mean, not exactly.
Right. A Sprite it is, then. He moved to go around her, but she took hold of his arm again.
You can't blame me. Marco's just so... What was the right word? So perfect.
Flynn stared at her, then sighed. Your problem is that you've put Marco on a pedestal that's way too high. As his brother, I can tell you that he has plenty of faults. In fact, sometimes he can be a downright jerk.
What are his faults?
Flynn shook his head and didn't say anything.
See?
Belle dropped her hand from his arm.
You can't think of any.
No, I was wondering why I never meet any women like you. Completely blind to my weak spots and unwaveringly loyal.
Technically, you did meet me. Then you lied about who you were.
She shrugged.
That's not the best way to impress women.
You were too far gone to be impressed with me.
Actually, I was very impressed.
He made a disbelieving noise. Only because you thought I was Marco. I could have told you that I clubbed baby seals in my spare time, and you would have overlooked the hobby because you had a crush on Marco when you were 18.
You still haven't come up with any of his faults.
That's because although I have many faults, bad-mouthing my brother isn't one of them. Without waiting for her to say more, he strode to the window and ordered. Chapter 14. As Belle and Flynn leaned against a planter, waiting for their food, she told herself she was being ridiculous to worry about what Flynn thought of her. Marco was the man she wanted. Flynn was just an obstacle to get around. And, okay, she'd had fun snorkeling with him. He was interesting, intelligent, and, if pressed, she had to admit he was an amazing kisser. But he'd also tricked her, been dishonest. He'd pretended an interest in her only to keep her from Marco. Belle absent-mindedly ran her hand against the ledge of the planter. We should probably get our relationship story straight, so we don't contradict each other in front of your family. Do you come to New York on the weekends to see me? Is that how we've been dating? He considered her question. Every other weekend you come to D.C. That way it's not one-sided. Right. Heaven forbid I take advantage of you in our fake relationship. But I don't stay at your place, he added, emphasizing the point. My parents wouldn't approve of that, at all. In fact, my mother would cry if she thought we were sleeping together. So as far as this reunion is concerned, you have your own hotel room. And we're waiting until we're married. Belle had known Marco came from a religious family. In college, Marco went to church every Sunday. But Belle hadn't thought that Flynn would be the same in that regard. Your parents don't know you're an incurable playboy? He laughed at the assumption. I'm too busy with work to be an incurable playboy. You said you come to Cancun a lot. You must find free time somewhere. Bainbridge does business here, and I'm the only partner who speaks Spanish. She surveyed him, let her eyes drift over the curve of his cheek and the line it made as it formed his sculpted jaw. She supposed it was only fair that God made 2 copies of that face. A work so impressive ought to be replicated. You can deny the label, but you still give off the incurable playboy vibe. Handsome, rich, kissing women you barely know, and then taking them off on sunrise cruises. He lifted an eyebrow. If I remember right, you kissed me first. Yes, but you clearly knew how to do it. Really well. He smiled at her, and if she hadn't known better, she would have thought he was flirting with her. Maybe you inspired me. Probably because you're an incurable... What's the female equivalent of a playboy? Partier? Seductress? She shook her head. I'm neither. I've been too busy at Fontaine to date much. Besides, I work mostly with women, and the one straight single guy I work with. Thoughts of Sebastian nearly made her shudder. If you do end up buying my company,
Let's just say I know someone who needs a demotion."
"Now you've intrigued me. What's his story?" She didn't tell it. She was reviewing the last 6 years of her life and realizing how few dates she'd gone on. She'd met men at nightclubs who were interested enough in her, but she dismissed them without much thought because she didn't want a relationship with a clubber. She was looking for a hard worker, someone successful and smart. And also, someone as kind and charitable as Marco. Someone filled with purpose and a desire to make the world better. Marco had always been her standard. Instead of finding someone like him, instead of even looking, she'd made a life that consisted of long hours at the office. When she was at home, she spent her time sketching clothes for the next line. 120%. That's what it took to succeed. Only right now, all of that effort didn't feel like success. She felt as if she'd given up her personal life to climb a ladder that hadn't led where she expected. Maybe my problem is that I work with too many beautiful women, models, fashion buyers, designers. Everyone in the industry is thin and chic. It's a matter of too much supply, not enough demand. I should have gone into an industry with more men, construction, politics, maybe NASCAR. And if you'd gone into NASCAR, the race car drivers would be better dressed. True, the outfits they wear now make them look like brightly colored astronauts. He laughed, and she enjoyed the sound of it, deep and rich. It's not too late for a career switch. I already switched once. I was majoring in chemical engineering until Marco convinced me to follow my passions instead. Apparently, you took his advice to heart. You've got the passionate thing down. She smacked his arm. I might have kissed you first, but you kissed me back. Yes, I did. He didn't sound particularly happy about that decision now. So, Marco saved you from the world of engineering and convinced you to design clothes instead. He probably saw it as a mistake. Belle's mother still thought she'd made the wrong decision, was convinced that people in the fashion world were like the characters in The Devil Wears Prada, where everyone was vain, vapid, and self-important. Does my work seem shallow to you? Belle asked. No. Flynn's tone was more sincere than she'd expected. People express their personalities through their clothes. I'm glad I can walk into stores and find what I want. If I had to rely on my sewing skills, I'd own one pair of clothes, and they'd look like something off a scarecrow. He tilted his head, watching her expression. The question is, are you glad you left chemical engineering? Last night, you seemed pretty frustrated with your job. She had been frustrated, still was. I work longer hours for less pay than an engineer, and a few days ago, I nearly threw my plate of foie gras at Sebastian. But how could she describe the feeling she got from creating beautiful things? The way things came together sometimes was nothing short of magical. She couldn't explain the satisfaction of seeing a design go from a sketch to stores. I've spent the last 5 years helping women feel better about how they look, giving them confidence. That's worth it, isn't it? Is it? He wasn't challenging her. He was asking. She hadn't planned on doing any soul-searching during this trip, but the question lodged inside her, and all she could think about was everything she'd sacrificed for her job, including the relationships she'd ignored while giving her career everything. I love the artistic side of my job. I just wish I had more time for everything else. Living life. For people, she finished. He nodded. I know what you mean. I love my job, but it's easy to let it become all-consuming. My assistant threatened to stop taking calls from me this week. She thinks I'm missing the whole point of a vacation. Ah, so the mysterious Katrina was an assistant. Belle shouldn't have cared, but somehow knowing that the woman wasn't his girlfriend made her glad anyway. A server leaned out the window and called Flynn's name. While he was getting the food, Kennedy and Paige came around the corner of the building, towing small children, all of whom were talking at once. 2 brown-haired boys, about 4 and 6 years old, saw Flynn and squealed in joy. Uncle Flynn! They shouted and went running to him with outstretched arms.
Don't knock into him, Kennedy called after them. He's carrying food. The boys ignored her and wrapped their arms around his legs. When are you going to play in the pool with us? The older one asked. Paige held a daughter, a cherubic baby of a year or so. The other girl looked to be about 3 and wore a pink swimsuit with a ballerina-type skirt. Her time in the pool had turned her blonde hair into messy curls that framed an angelic face. She watched Flynn with the same excitement as her cousins, but her mother kept a tight hold of her hand. Belle took the tray from Flynn so he wouldn't drop it. He immediately picked up both boys, lugging them under his arms. You want to play in the pool? I can throw you in. No, you can't, Kennedy said. It's time for dinner. She turned to Belle with an apologetic expression. Now you get to meet the rest of the mob. The 2 troublemakers attacking my brother are Noah and Gavin. The well-behaved children over there are Raleigh and Zoe. Paige squeezed her oldest daughter's hand. Raleigh, this is Uncle Flynn's girlfriend, Belle. The little girl stopped in her tracks. Belle? Like in the movie? Yes, Belle said. Except I don't have any singing dishes with me. The girl kept staring, more excited about this answer than she should have been. You changed your hair, so now it's just like mine. Paige laughed, but Belle winced. She should have known better than to give a 3-year-old a flippant answer. I'm not that Belle, she said. My name is just Belle. Paige pulled the little girl toward the order window. I'll explain it to her. I love you, Raleigh said, one hand reaching for Belle. You're my favorite princess. Flynn put the boys down and they ran back to Kennedy. He motioned for Belle to follow him back around the building. Come on, before they start asking for your autograph. Belle followed, glancing back at Raleigh. She was waving goodbye, eyes bright, ignoring everything her mother said. She's so adorable. I suddenly want to design kids' clothes. I'm thinking along the lines of French provincial and poofy princess dresses. Flynn laughed but didn't comment. Which was a good thing, because another line of clothes suddenly came to her. Maternity wear. Billowing tops, lamb-soft pajamas, and silky dresses that were all curves. An unexpected ache filled her. Seeing Flynn's nephews and nieces made her wonder if she would ever lead a little mob of her own around. She'd always wanted children someday when she found the right guy. Now, she wondered when someday would arrive. How could she ever expect to have kids when she barely had time to find the right guy? This night was turning into a full-blown identity crisis. But then, maybe Marco was the right guy. Maybe he would stop being so oblivious where she was concerned. One could hope. Then again, maybe Flynn was right, and she had unrealistic expectations about Marco. Had she built up his image, turning him into some impossible ideal? She pushed the thought away. Belle and Flynn headed toward the table where his parents sat. Another woman sat with them. Uncle Bob's wife, probably. She was middle-aged with short graying hair, thick arms, and an overflowing middle. The type of body shape that made designers weep with frustration. Because simple clothes looked dowdy, and elaborate ones made them look as if they were auditioning for the part of an eccentric character in a Broadway play. Marco was talking with Uncle Bob, oblivious to Belle, or the fact that she was ready to start a family with him. Mrs. Dawson and the other woman were flipping through her sketchbook. As Belle drew closer, Mrs. Dawson looked up. Sorry to be nosy, dear. I hope it's all right that we looked through your sketches. We were wondering what kind of clothes you designed. These are really beautiful. I'm Aunt Karen, the other woman said. You're very talented. Thank you, Belle said, appreciating the compliment. She put the food on the table, and she and Flynn sat down. Mrs. Dawson flipped to a page. My favorite is this one of you and Flynn. To him, she said, Did you know she drew you in here? She held up the page Belle had drawn of her and Marco. Flynn's eyes went from the sketch to Belle, then back to his mother. That's not me. Of course it's you, Mrs. Dawson said. He's tall, broad-shouldered, and has light brown hair. Flynn should have agreed,
But Belle could tell he knew exactly who the sketch was, and he didn't like it. I'm not the only man around with broad shoulders and brown hair. I'm not even the only one at the table who fits that description. Oh, I can tell it's you, Mrs. Dawson persisted. By the way he's standing. See how he's folding his arms as though he's overseeing the creation of the world? That's how you look when you're thinking. Besides, the bangs do that curvy thing yours always do. Flynn looked closer at the drawing. So did Belle. She hadn't meant to mimic the way Flynn stood, but somehow she had. Ditto for the bangs. Flynn's had a curve. Marco's hung down. Flynn's gaze went to hers, silently asking what it meant. She didn't have an answer. She supposed it meant that she'd spent so much time with Flynn during the last 2 days that she'd forgotten how Marco stood and how his bangs looked. Marco craned his neck to see the picture, and Mrs. Dawson turned it in his direction. Definitely you, dude, Marco said. I'm much better looking. He smiled at Belle as though she were in on the joke. The smile sent tingles shooting through Belle's stomach. I hope you make one of these dresses for yourself, Mrs. Dawson said, still admiring the drawing. Any of them would go beautifully with the anniversary gift Flynn got you. Mom, Flynn started. I didn't ruin the surprise, his mother interrupted. She already knew you were getting her something. I haven't told her what. She turned to Belle. We should celebrate your anniversary on Friday night so the rest of us don't miss it. I want to see your face when you open the box. Flynn had actually bought her something? No. If he bought something, it was intended for someone else. Some woman back home. Mom? Flynn started again. Humor me, his mother said. It's nearly my birthday. And we should be celebrating your birthday, Flynn said, not talking about anything that has to do with Belle and me. Belle nodded. She was beginning to wish she'd listened to him and stayed in her room. She felt horrible lying to his mother. Flynn's mother patted his arm. You can never celebrate too many things in life. Birthdays, anniversaries, reunions. When you're with the ones you love, every day is a celebration. Aunt Karen wrapped her arm around Mrs. Dawson's shoulder in a supportive hug. So true. As Belle and Flynn ate, the conversation went on, with the group chatting about what they'd done that day and what they wanted to do tomorrow. Marco had spent the afternoon golfing with his father, completely missing the point of a beach day. Belle wanted to speak to Marco, but he was sitting by his brothers-in-law, deep in discussion about the Chicago Bulls. Belle had never been one to watch basketball, let alone talk about it. She couldn't make herself care that much about where a ball went. The rest of the group came back with food, and Flynn's sisters sat close to Belle. You'll have to tell us more about yourself, Kennedy said. You know how brothers are. They never give details. Seriously, before the reunion, Flynn kept you a complete secret. Belle laughed as though agreeing that yes, men were that way, and she went on to answer questions about herself. Every once in a while, Flynn added a comment, something endearing or teasing, that made her feel horrible all over again. The Dawsons were such nice people, so eager to approve of her. What made it worse was that she liked them, too. She'd never been to a family reunion, never had this sort of experience. Her mother had burned bridges with her family long ago. Her grandparents seemed to think that any time her mother contacted them, it was to hit them up for money. Granted, it was probably the truth, but that hadn't been Belle's or her brother's fault. Her grandparents had given help so begrudgingly, always declaring that this was the last time, that after Belle left home, contacting them never occurred to her. They saw her as a burden, so it was best to let those ties dissolve. Sitting among this bustling group, she saw how a family could be, how families were supposed to be, and all sorts of if-onlys bloomed in her mind. If only her mother hadn't been an alcoholic. If only her father hadn't left them. She tried to stop herself from going down that road. She'd realized long ago that wishing the past had been different did no good. Life gave you problems. It was your responsibility to rise above them. She'd always done that by working hard. But no matter how hard she worked, how successful she became, Money couldn't buy a family like the Dawsons. Raleigh left her mother's side and climbed on Belle's lap.
I saw you at Disneyland,
she said.
I waved a lot, but you didn't see me.
Sorry, Belle said. Disneyland is a busy place. I would never ignore you on purpose. Raleigh nodded solemnly.
I got sick on the teacups ride.
Oh dear, that couldn't have been fun.
Nope,
she said proudly, then without a segue added,
When I grow up, I'm going to live in a castle.
That would be lovely. One of Raleigh's blonde curls had fallen across her cheek. Belle brushed it back. I hope you do. Maybe I could design some dresses for you to wear in your castle. She could have talked to Raleigh all night. Those china blue eyes made her envision maternity and baby clothes again. Then she heard a woman's voice behind her, one that seemed to come straight out of the past.
Hi, everyone.
Daisy's voice. No, it wasn't possible. Belle looked up and saw that it was not only possible, it was happening. Daisy was strolling across the pool area toward the group. She was still beautiful, long brown hair swishing about her shoulders, a perpetual summer tan, and golden brown eyes. The only change from college was a few additional pounds and brighter lipstick. The sight of her made Belle's stomach tighten in all sorts of unpleasant ways. What was she doing here when she was divorced from Marco? Daisy sauntered up to the table, nervously fingering her purse strap, her eyes on Marco.
My mother was able to stay with my sister, so I could come after all.
Belle's gaze went to Marco to see his reaction. At first, his expression showed nothing but shock. His mouth fell open, and he made an effort to clamp it shut again. Was that anger in his eyes? Resentment? Then he smiled, and it seemed so sincere that she couldn't be sure it wasn't. Daisy, he exclaimed. Why didn't you tell me you were coming?
I wanted to surprise you.
As she walked around the table, Mrs. Dawson held a hand out to her, beaming with happiness. I'm so glad you could make it. Here, give me a hug. She stood, struggling a bit to get her feet beneath her. Daisy glided over to the older woman and embraced her, so full of emotion she trembled.
I wouldn't miss it.
After a few moments, Mrs. Dawson released her. I'm sorry to hear about your sister. How is she?
Much better. She'll be fine.
Mrs. Dawson smiled, relieved. I'm so glad. I was worried I wouldn't get to see you before. She stopped herself and squeezed Daisy's arm. We'll have to get caught up soon. Daisy nodded.
Yes, soon.
A genuine sadness laced her words. Raleigh slid from Belle's lap and skipped over to her mother.
Aunt Daisy, I can almost swim now. That's awesome, sweetie.
Daisy turned her attention back to the table, and the brothers-in-law scooted away from Marco to make space for her. She went that direction, her eyes trained on him. Belle watched, heart pounding. What did all of this mean? Had Daisy just come to see her ex-mother-in-law one more time? The two women clearly cared for each other. Then again, maybe there was more to Daisy's surprise visit. Would Belle have to compete with Daisy for Marco's attention? Again? As Daisy reached Marco, the two hugged, only a little stiffly. She sat down and gave him a smile, one promising all sorts of possibilities. Belle recognized the look. It was the same smile Daisy had used to steal Marco from her the first time. Belle clenched her teeth, wanting to curse. What was wrong with Daisy? She'd left Marco and asked for a divorce. She had no right to show up like this now, with that smile. Then again, maybe that smile wouldn't work so easily this time. Things had changed. Belle watched his expression as though she could divine her future from it. Marco sat rigidly but was trying to fake cheerfulness. Really, you should have called me. Daisy shrugged casually.
I didn't know if I could come until the last minute. But you know how much I would hate to miss your mom's birthday. Besides, I wanted to be with you.
She leaned over and gave him a soft kiss on the cheek.
You've only been gone a few days, but it feels like forever.
He didn't return the kiss. Yeah, forever was what I was thinking too. She gazed at him, lips pouting.
We'll have to find a way to remedy that, won't we?
Marco's eyebrows drew together, showing confusion and mistrust. Then he forced a smile and the tension was gone. Right, we'll talk about that later. Mr. Dawson leaned toward Daisy to get her attention. Have you already eaten? I can order something for you if you'd like.
No, I'm fine. If I get hungry, I'll nibble on Marco's nachos.
She finally looked around the rest of the table. Belle braced herself, wishing again that she wasn't here. When Daisy's eyes landed on her, they went wide, turning into stunned circles of disbelief.
Isabel?
Apparently, she hadn't changed as much as she'd imagined. Not everyone had a problem recognizing her. Belle made herself smile.
Hi.
Daisy's eyes narrowed, and she exhaled sharply.
What are you doing here?
Her words were blunt, an accusation.
Eating dinner,
Belle said, as pleasantly as she could. Marco's gaze snapped to Belle in surprise. You two know each other?
Of course we do,
Daisy said.
We were roommates. Don't you remember?
And there it was. Now not only Marco, but the whole family knew who she was. Marco's eyebrows dipped as though he was trying to see the girl he'd known, but still couldn't. Isabel? He repeated. Belle held her breath, suddenly feeling transparent. Would he realize why she'd really come to this reunion? How could he not, when Belle was sure it was there in her eyes for anyone to see, and had been in her eyes every time she'd looked at him? Marco grinned at her as though he were seeing her for the first time. Why didn't you tell me you were Daisy's roommate? You just said we had a class together. I thought... He stopped himself and laughed. Wow, what are the chances you would meet Flynn and start dating him? Belle let out a breath that was half relief, half disappointment. Marco didn't know why she'd come to Cancun. He hadn't seen what was in her eyes at all. Daisy, on the other hand, seemed to instinctively know. The set of her mouth was cold and hard. Astronomical, Flynn said to his brother, and perhaps only Belle noticed how he said the word tightly. But there you have it. Daisy's gaze went to Flynn in confusion.
The two of you are dating?
Yep, Flynn said. Saturday will mark our 6-month anniversary. I'm buying Isabel's fashion house. That's how we met.
Oh.
Daisy's gaze slid back to Belle in disbelief.
And now you're here eating with the family. Well, that's nice.
She picked up Marco's soda and took a sip.
It's great you get to finally meet everyone. I mean, you would have already met them all if you'd come to our wedding, but you couldn't be bothered.
The table had gone silent during their conversation, everyone's gazes shifting between Daisy, Marco, Flynn, and Belle. Now, all gazes landed firmly on Belle. Wait, one of the brothers-in-law said. You were that roommate? She had a migraine, Flynn said.
That's right.
Daisy's voice was light but had an undertow.
I forgot the reason. It's funny how much you forget. I guess that's bound to happen when someone randomly cuts you out of their life.
Belle felt as though she'd been slapped. But then she shouldn't have expected anything different from Daisy. You're right, she said evenly. You have forgotten a lot. Mr. Dawson cleared his throat, gathering the table's attention. I'm sure you can both let bygones be bygones. As Grandpa Dawson always said, we can't change the past, only the future. Daisy took another sip of soda, eyeing Belle.
Right. It's the future I'm worried about.
What was that supposed to mean? Why was Daisy worried about Belle and Flynn dating when she'd divorced Marco? Or did she mean she was worried about Belle and Marco? Daisy finished his soda and jabbed the ice in the cup with her straw, looking for more. We all make silly mistakes, Mrs. Dawson said, trying to smooth over the situation. The important thing in a family is that we all love one another. Right, Belle said. And I already love so many people in this family. Her gaze slid to Marco, something Daisy didn't miss. She stabbed the ice in the cup even harder. Marco smiled at Belle, friendly, still clueless. Well, she supposed she shouldn't expect more. He thought she was dating his brother. He wasn't going to move in on his twin's girlfriend. Daisy, on the other hand, definitely suspected the truth and was practically pulverizing her ice cubes because of it. "We'll have to catch up," Marco said.
"Flynn's already told me a lot about you and Daisy," Belle said, meaning yes, she knew they were divorced.
Daisy shot Flynn a look.
"Did he? How nice."
Flynn took a bite of his fajitas, probably so he didn't have to comment. Mrs. Dawson's gaze went over all of them.
"Daisy and Belle will have to spend some time getting reacquainted.
I'm sure you've both changed a lot." "Belle has definitely changed." Marco's eyes rested on her with approval. "You look great."
"Thanks."
The compliment made the rest of the night feel like it had been worth the trouble. Marco shook his head, still looking her up and down. "I can't believe you're dating Flynn." Daisy pursed her lips.
"Neither can I."
Belle ignored her and kept her gaze on Marco.
"So, how is the medical world treating you? Is it everything you'd hoped?"
"Some things are," he said. "Other things in life, not so much." He didn't outright look at Daisy as he said the last sentence, but the meaning was still there. His marriage had been a disappointment.
"Well, things happen for a reason," Belle said. "Even bad things. I predict some happy surprises for you in the future."
Saturday, to be precise. Marco bit into a nacho. That would be nice. He didn't know what Belle was talking about, but she enjoyed hearing his words anyway, largely because they made Daisy flush with anger. Belle was being mean, perhaps, but Daisy had been rude first. Besides, Daisy had already gotten her prince once, glass slipper included, while Belle stood by, heartbroken. It was time the shoe was on the other foot.
"Speaking of the future," Belle said, her attention on Marco. "What's your suite number?"
Flynn nearly choked on a bite of fajita and had to cough. Daisy gasped, horrified, and slammed the soda cup onto the table.
"How low class are you that you'd ask for Marco's room number in front of me? In front of his family?"
Belle blinked innocently.
"I asked because Marco is making pancakes for everyone tomorrow morning. Really, Daisy, I don't know what's gotten into you. I mean, I'm sorry I missed your wedding, but I think Grandpa Dawson was right. You need to let the past go."
Daisy glared back, but that was all right. Everyone else was staring at Daisy as if she'd lost her mind. "Room 750, Marco said.
"Thanks."
Belle picked up her sketchbook and pencils.
"I've still got some work to do. I'll see the rest of you tomorrow."
She stood up and headed toward the resort. Her exit felt triumphant, right until she glanced at Mrs. Dawson. The woman looked stricken, as though she might cry. The whole point of the reunion was to make Mrs. Dawson happy, and Belle had brought her to tears in front of everyone. She sent Mrs. Dawson an apologetic look, then hurried down the walkway. Flynn was right. She shouldn't have come to dinner. But then, how could Belle have known Daisy would show up and bite her head off? No one could have foreseen that. Chapter 15. Flynn watched Belle stride away from the table and tried not to grind his teeth too noticeably. He should have foreseen that dinner would be a disaster. As soon as he'd walked to the grill and seen Belle, he should have figured out a way to get rid of her. But he hadn't expected Daisy to join everybody for dinner. He'd assumed she would see Marco privately first. She must have decided it was safer to greet him when his parents were there, too. That way, he couldn't order her to leave. He had to at least pretend to be happy she'd come. Marco hadn't pretended very hard, though. As for Daisy, she really should have used more self-control. Granted, she knew that Belle had met Flynn last night and had hit on him, thinking he was Marco. And, okay, it must be hard to see your old roommate eating with your family when you knew she had designs on your ex-husband. But still, she'd played right into Belle's hands. No one else at the table, including Marco, had picked up on Belle's subtle double meanings. Daisy had just made herself look rude, paranoid, and perhaps unstable. Now everyone was gaping at her in shocked disbelief. She flushed bright red and sent Flynn a pleading look. obviously hoping he'd divulge the truth about Belle to make Daisy's reaction seem justified. Nope, not going to happen. Even if admitting that he'd lied about Belle being his girlfriend were no big deal, he wasn't about to tell his parents that Belle had come to see Marco because she knew he was divorced. Flynn sent Daisy a firm look back. She'd made her I look crazy bed. Now she would have to pull on the straitjacket pajamas and sleep in it. "I'm feeling a bit worn out," his mom said. "I think I'll go back to my room and lie down." His father pushed away from the table. "I'll help you." His mom got unsteadily to her feet, leaning on her cane. "No, you stay and talk to the children." She gestured toward Daisy. "You'll help me get settled in my room, won't you, dear? It's been so long since we've talked. We're overdue." Daisy gulped. She looked at Marco to see if he would protest. He didn't. "Of course," she said, and got to her feet. She walked to his mom and linked her arm through hers for support. They were not quite out of earshot when Gavin said, "Grandma's gonna yell at Aunt Daisy, isn't she?" Kennedy shushed him. "No, of course not. Grandma doesn't yell at people." "Yes, she does," Gavin insisted. "She just yells in a nice grandma voice." Paige laughed, then put her hand over her lips to stop herself. "Out of the mouths of babes." Raleigh climbed onto her mother's lap, a French fry in one hand. "What does low class mean?" Paige brushed her hand over her daughter's hair, straightening some of the tangles. "It's nothing you need to worry about, honey." Yep, time to admit it. The first day of the reunion was officially a debacle. Raleigh pressed her lips together and thought, "I bet Aunt Daisy is jealous 'cause she doesn't live in a castle." Marco watched their mother and Daisy disappear around the side of the building. "I can't believe she just—" He swallowed his words instead of saying them, then turned to Flynn. "Sorry she went off on Belle like that. It was inexcusable. And strange. I didn't know she still held a grudge about the wedding." Flynn shifted in his seat. "Daisy's been under a lot of pressure lately. Because of the divorce. Because of her sister's illness," he added for his father, aunt, uncle, and the children. Noah was dipping his fries in ketchup. "What happened at the wedding? What did Belle do?" Kennedy turned to her husband. "You know, it's time we bathed the boys and got them ready for bed." She stood, taking one son's hand and reaching for her other son. "It's been a fun day. We'll see you all tomorrow." Noah let out a huff. "You never tell me anything." Gavin tried to tug his hand away from his mother. "Why do I have to go to bed? I didn't ask about the wedding." Paige motioned to Tyler. "We'd better get going, too. I don't want the kids to fall asleep before we brush their teeth and get them into their PJs." The group left, children grumbling. Everyone else still sat at the table. Aunt Karen and Uncle Bob were finishing up their food in silence, pretending that things hadn't just turned tense. Flynn's father looked first at Marco, then at Flynn. "I don't want anything else happening at this reunion that upsets your mother. No fights, no wild accusations." He shook his head in frustration. What were the hard feelings for, anyway? A missed wedding? What a bunch of nonsense. Daisy should know better. He lifted a hand to stem off interruption. "I know you're not married, but you'll need to talk with her anyway." Marco coughed, startled. What?" Flynn felt his stomach squeeze. Did their parents know about the divorce? Had all the pretense been for nothing? Their father's gaze zeroed in on Flynn. "Even though you're not married to Belle, the same family rules apply to her. I'm sure she's not too happy with the way Daisy just treated her, but she'll have to do her best to get along with her anyway. I won't have your mother worried that her daughters-in-law hate each other and are going to cause a rift in the family. Do you understand?" "Yes," Flynn and Marco said at the same time. "Good. I'll expect Daisy and Belle to be as happy as peas in a pod the next time I see them. You two talk to them and make sure it happens." "Right." Marco pushed his chair away from the table. Flynn and I will go, see to that. Inside Marco's suite, Flynn rummaged around the fridge. Marco sat on the couch, feet on the coffee table, flipping through TV channels. His attention was clearly not on the screen. I can't believe Daisy just showed up. How did she even know where we were meeting? I didn't tell her. Flynn kept looking for something to drink, delaying the moment he'd have to face Marco. Milk, orange juice, stacks of eggs, cheese, bacon. All supplies for tomorrow's breakfast. She must have called Mom, Marco went on, pausing on a sports channel. Daisy probably said she'd lost her reunion itinerary, and Mom emailed her a copy. Flynn had emailed her a copy. He pushed aside packages of strawberries to reach some sodas in the back of the fridge. I'm not going to let her stay, Marco said. She can't crash the reunion. Flynn took 2 sodas to the couch and handed one to Marco. Daisy wanted to see Mom again. You can't blame her for that. Marco gripped his soda can. Daisy could have visited Mom on her own time. She put us all in an awkward position by coming. Now I've got to act like she didn't leave me for another man, and my siblings have to pretend they don't hate her for it. Flynn sat on the couch and opened his soda. I don't hate her. Marco raised an eyebrow. Thanks for your loyalty, bro. I mean, it's pretty clear she regrets everything. The first thing she did when she got here was kiss you and ooze about how much she missed you. I doubt that was an act for Mom and Dad. I think she wants you back. Marco flipped to another channel without comment. Flynn pressed the point. Has she said anything to you about getting back together? She's left messages. I haven't answered them. At least hear her out. Maybe things with Jeff weren't what they seemed. Marco tilted his head at Flynn, finally giving him his full attention. She called you, didn't she? Marco had always been able to read Flynn too well, part of being twins. Yeah, okay, she did. She wants me to convince you to give her another chance. She said she never actually had an affair with Jeff, and she realizes she's been wrong about everything. Marco took a drink of soda. In other words, things didn't work out with Jeff, so she'll go back to her second choice, me. And I'm supposed to be happy about that? You should at least hear her out. For months, I felt like a car hit me. And now that I'm finally starting to feel normal again, she changes her mind and expects everything to go back to the way it was. He shook his head. If she wants to talk, she can wait for a while. She can be the one who wonders where I am and who I'm with for a change. Flynn leaned back on the couch. So you want revenge, not reconciliation? Marco rolled his eyes. Are you seriously taking her side on this? That must have been one convincing phone call. I'm not taking her side. Flynn took a slow sip of his drink. I want you to be happy. If Daisy can make you happy, then I hope you work things out. If not, then... He meant to say, I hope you find someone who will. But he couldn't say those words. Not when Belle came to mind. Belle, with her long blonde hair, full lips, sea blue eyes. Flynn had spent so much time looking into those eyes that he didn't like the idea of handing her over to his brother. Funny, last night he'd worried about Belle taking advantage of Marco's vulnerability. Now he was equally worried about Marco taking advantage of Belle's. All Marco had to do was snap his fingers and she'd be at his side, starry-eyed and devoted. She had too much blind devotion to see anything clearly, let alone consider that he might use her as a revenge fling. If even a part of you wants Daisy back, Flynn said, don't torpedo your chances in the name of payback. I'll think about it, Marco said, settling on a Suns game. Right now, all I want to do is yell at her for causing a scene at dinner. Flynn and Marco had talked about that on the way to his suite, how their father wanted the two of them to ensure that things got smoothed over between Daisy and Belle. Flynn had volunteered to talk to both of them. He ought to be the one who talked to Daisy because he was the one who told her the truth about Belle. He wished now that he hadn't. Who knew what Daisy would spill before the reunion was over? On the TV, basketball players dashed down one side of the court and up the other. Flynn had a hard time paying attention. His mind was on Belle, on Daisy, and on what each might say or do. Mostly, his mind was on Belle. His thoughts just kept drifting in her direction. He texted Daisy, "Let me know when you leave my parents' room. We need to talk." Then he brought up Belle's number. He fingered the phone, thinking, but in the end decided to call her later instead of texting. Or maybe he'd drop by her room on the way to his. Better to talk to her in person. The decision had nothing to do with the fact that he wanted to see her again. Stupid. He shouldn't be interested in her. She'd made it clear enough that she wanted his brother. Marco nudged Flynn. "Sorry about Belle." Flynn stared at him for a moment, wondering just how well Marco could read him. "What?" "You probably hoped introducing her to the family would go better." He shook his head as if he still couldn't understand the way dinner had ended. Weird how Daisy assumed Belle wanted my room number for some clandestine reason. It was like she just snapped. Yeah, weird. A knock sounded on the door. "That had better not be Daisy," Marco said, standing, "because I'm not in the mood right now to deal with her." He headed to the door. Flynn checked his phone. Daisy hadn't messaged him that she was done talking with his mom. Would she have ignored his text and come here? Marco looked out the peephole, then called back to Flynn. "It's for you, not me. It's Belle." Flynn nearly dropped his phone in surprise. Belle was at the door? Oh, she was definitely here to see Marco. But Flynn wasn't about to let her. Chapter 16. Belle stood outside Marco's room, nervously clenching and unclenching her hands. She didn't want to be here, but she needed to apologize to him and Daisy for how she'd acted at dinner, make an effort to patch things up. If Daisy wasn't here, then Marco could tell her where she was. But in all probability, Daisy was here, crying on Marco's shoulder because Belle had made her look bad in front of everyone. Marco opened the door with a smile. "Hi, Belle." His smile should have set her at ease, at least a little. Instead, the nerves in her stomach hummed, making it hard to think. Everything she'd planned to say flew from her mind. "Hi. I wanted to apologize. For tonight? For dinner. For upsetting your mom." This wasn't going like she'd planned. Belle tried again with a self-conscious laugh. "I guess we should talk." "No need. It's all water under the bridge." Marco opened the door wider, and that's when Belle saw Flynn standing behind his brother, arms folded and glaring at her. "Flynn," she stammered. What was he doing here? Faux affection replaced Flynn's glare. "Are you done with your work for the day?" Yeah." "Great," Flynn said. "I guess we can go for that walk I promised." He was clearly making up events for Marco's benefit because he didn't want her here. How could she get out of leaving with him? She hadn't even spoken to Daisy yet. Before Belle could come up with anything, Flynn took her arm and steered her out the door down the hallway. Over his shoulder, he said, "You'll have to let me know how the game turns out." "Have fun," Marco called after them. She walked with Flynn toward the elevator, but as soon as she heard Marco's door click shut, she pulled her arm away and stopped walking. "What do you think you're doing?" "I would ask you the same, but I can guess." Understanding dawned on her. "You think I came to Marco's room to have my way with him?" "Didn't you? Every time I turn around, you're hunting him down, even though you agreed not to. Do you always go back on your word?" "I gave you my word that I wouldn't flirt with him. I haven't. If you recall, I never said I wouldn't talk to him." "And you came to his room alone so the two of you could what? Chat about the weather?" "I came to apologize to him and Daisy. Mostly Daisy. I assumed she'd be with him." Flynn folded his arms. "Please, you know they're divorced. Daisy is staying in another room." "But I assumed they'd be talking right now." When Flynn still looked skeptical, Belle added, "At dinner, Daisy didn't seem like she wanted to let Marco out of her sight."
I figured she had things to say to him.
Flynn relaxed a bit, conceding her point. Okay, I can see how you could think that. He headed toward the elevator again. If you want to speak to Daisy, come with me to the pool. I have to talk to her too, and it's as good a place as any to meet. I already texted her to call me as soon as my mother is done lecturing her. Belle kept pace beside him.
Your mother is lecturing Daisy?
After you left, Mom asked Daisy to help her to her room. They reached the elevator. Flynn pushed the button. That's code for a lecture is coming. He momentarily shut his eyes. Then Raleigh wanted to know what low class meant. Gavin asked what you did at Daisy's wedding to make her mad. And my father told Marco and me to talk to you and Daisy to make sure my mother doesn't get upset again. Consider yourself talked to. Now I've got to give Daisy the same message. Belle remembered Mrs. Dawson's stricken expression and winced.
Sorry, I really didn't mean to upset your mom.
She lifted her hands, then let them fall to her sides.
When Daisy started talking, I forgot about everything else.
Flynn took in her apology and then let out a weary sigh. I blame myself. I should have known better than to let you stay for dinner. It seems fate has decreed that you would once again add drama to our otherwise boring and uneventful family gatherings. She put her hand on his arm, contrite.
I'll hole up in my room for the rest of the week. Promise.
You can't now. If you don't show up for at least some meals, it'll look like you were so offended by Daisy that you boycotted the rest of the reunion. My mother will be in tears by Thursday. She dropped her hand.
So what do you want me to do?
The elevator door swished open. Flynn stepped inside and waited for her to join him. You'll have to come to breakfast tomorrow, and be nice to Daisy the whole time.
Okay.
Flynn pushed the lobby button. When I say nice, I don't mean that you say things that sound nice, but are actually designed to push Daisy over the edge. Details.
I said I was sorry.
Although, I must say, I was impressed by your technique. You're clearly a dangerous enemy to have. He shook his head slowly. I can't believe Daisy stole Marco from you and lived to tell the tale.
Exactly.
Belle allowed herself to smile.
You may want to think twice about buying my company and firing me.
He laughed, letting his eyes linger on her in a way that seemed intimate and amused. I never said I'd fire you if you didn't cooperate. Only that I'd consider giving you a promotion if you did. The first technique is questionably illegal, while the second is plain old good management.
Somehow, I feel the first option is still implied.
He grinned rakishly. Implications don't hold up in court. She pursed her lips as though considering.
That depends on the lawyer.
The elevator door opened, and the two strolled across the lobby toward the pool. You know, Flynn said, appraising her, I think you're wasting your talents in fashion design. You've clearly got business sense. She eyed him.
That's either an invitation to try a lucrative new career or a call to repentance. I'm not sure which.
He laughed again. You're sure that all businessmen are wicked? She gave him a pointed look.
No, just sure about one of them.
They'd reached the outside door, and he held it open for her. You can't mean me. Everything I've done since you got here has been to spare my mother's feelings and protect my brother from making grave mistakes.
Because a relationship with me would clearly be a mistake? Thanks.
They headed along the walkway leading to the pool. Lush plants grew by the path, and palm trees swayed in the evening breeze. I'm protecting you, too, Flynn said. You're risking just as much, because you've idolized Marco for years, but don't really know him. So, you're welcome. Perhaps one day I'll be rewarded for my unselfish efforts. She raised her eyebrows at him in surprise.
You think I'd regret dating Marco?
Flynn tilted his chin downward as if it were a ridiculous question. Have you taken 2 minutes to think logically about him? He's on the rebound, which means he'll happily let you repair his ego in every romantic way you can imagine. But as soon as he's done making Daisy suffer, he may very well decide he wants to go back to her. Or, just as likely, he'll decide he should play the field before settling down again. Wouldn't you rather have a guy who loves you for your own sake, instead of one who will take you because you're beautiful, convenient, and eager? His words made her heart clench. Flynn sounded as though he were handing out an unchangeable verdict. You think it's impossible for him to love me for who I am? Right now, yes. A flash of anger went through her, not only for herself, but also for Marco. He wasn't the type of man who used women. Flynn was wrong. Sometimes people found love on the rebound. Marco just needed to realize what he should have seen all those years ago, that she was the right woman for him. They reached the pool. The lights rimming the edges made the water glow a light blue, romantic and lonely. No one else was around. I guess I'm willing to take my chances, she said quietly. It doesn't bother you that you'd be playing Russian roulette with your heart? In matters of love, there isn't another way. You want to put your fate in the hands of chance? They kept slowly walking around the pool. Fine. I have a proposition for you then. I'll flip a quarter and call it. If I lose, we go up to Marco's suite. I explain everything and wish you both the best of luck. She straightened, considering the possibility. But if I win, he went on, you are a model girlfriend until Saturday morning. No more trying to see Marco without me. No tormenting Daisy, and no trying to make me look bad in front of my parents. I haven't done that. Yet. I saw how easily you did it with Daisy, so I'm covering my bases. Oh, and being a model girlfriend will involve kissing. She shook her head. I can't kiss you in front of Marco. That would be tacky. Fine, not in front of Marco. I prefer privacy myself. Wait. She cocked her head. You want to kiss me? I made that clear last night, didn't I? Yes, he had. He'd kissed her on their moonlit stroll because she'd been beautiful, convenient, and eager. He wasn't admitting to having feelings for her, just saying that he found her attractive. Why does there have to be kissing involved? Because I'm giving you a 50-50 chance of seeing Marco tonight and having me tell him the truth. I need something to make it worthwhile if I win. She folded her arms and narrowed her eyes. He wanted to add kissing to the bet because he didn't think she'd take the wager. He wanted her to admit that a coin toss, pure chance, wasn't the best way to make decisions of the heart. Or maybe he knew she'd take the bet and wanted to kiss her to make her uncomfortable. He obviously thought she wouldn't like kissing him. She had enjoyed kissing him last night, but that was because she thought he was Marco. Kissing Flynn and knowing it was him would be different. It would be, well, not exactly unpleasant. He was handsome, witty, and could make his eyes smolder as easily as flipping a switch. Like right now. His eyes were dark in the evening light, yet were still smoldering, even though he was proposing a wager with a 50% chance of sending her to his brother's arms. How did he do that? He faced her, waiting for her decision. In fact, I want the first kiss to be out here by the pool after the coin toss. The first? I said kissing. That's plural. How plural? He shrugged. There will be 2 or 3. Or maybe 5 or 6. He pulled a quarter from his pocket and showed it to her. Having second thoughts about leaving love to chance? Or are you willing to let me call a coin toss? I'll take your wager. She suddenly felt breathless and wasn't sure whether it was from the possibility of seeing Marco tonight or from the idea of kissing Flynn. But I get to examine the quarter first. You think I carry around a trick quarter? Call it my business sense kicking in. You seem far too certain about your chances. She held out her hand for the coin. He dropped the quarter into her palm. She peered at it, turning it over. Seemed normal enough. She flipped the coin. Heads. Flipped it again. Tails. It didn't appear to be weighted. She tried a few more times, then handed it back. All right. Here's to letting chance decide love. Flynn flipped the coin into the air with his thumb, caught it midair, and slapped it onto the back of his hand. he said, deciding, drawing out the suspense. I'll go with tails. Still keeping the coin covered, he held his joined hands out to Belle. You do the honors. Will Marco be lucky tonight, or will I? Belle's heart beat faster. She tried to picture herself sitting on Marco's couch, talking with him, finally alone. Somehow she could only see Flynn, though. Flynn and his smoldering eyes, self-assured, waiting with the coin pressed between his hands. She put her hand on top of his and lifted it to reveal the coin. They both bent their heads to peer at it. Tails. Belle waited for disappointment to wash over her. She wouldn't be talking to Marco tonight. He still wouldn't know the truth. But the disappointment didn't come. I probably should have warned you, Flynn said, that when it comes to Marco and me, luck always favors me. Instead of disappointment, she had a sudden awareness of how close she and Flynn stood. He'd said he would kiss her here at the pool. Now, her eyes had nowhere safe to rest. Looking at his eyes meant venturing into hazardous territory. Looking at his lips would seem like an invitation. But gazing at his broad shoulders seemed wrong too. It brought to mind their last kiss, when she'd leaned against him and felt his muscles against her body. Everything about him was making her heart beat erratically. Flynn took her hand and lazily pulled her to him. His hand slowly made its way up her arm. His other hand found her hair, and his fingers twined into it. Plural means two, she said. Her voice sounded husky. 3 at the most. His fingers kept going through her hair, gently stroking it. Her breathing was coming faster. It shouldn't. She had already kissed him twice and knew what it would be like. Those kisses had actually mattered to her at the time. She'd thought they meant something. But this kiss was just part of a wager, so it should be easy. Flynn's hand moved from her hair to the nape of her neck. His fingers ran over her throat, feather soft, making her skin tingle. She found herself leaning toward him, responding to his touch. That shouldn't happen. She wanted Marco. He was open and friendly, a what you see is what you get person. Flynn was intense, with hidden undercurrents. Flynn looked inside people and analyzed them until he had the upper hand. She had to be careful with him. His fingers caressed the slope of her cheek, then lifted her chin. His eyes were on hers, looking inside her, weighing her reaction, cataloging every piece of information somewhere in his mind. How had she ever mistaken Flynn for Marco? Their personalities were so clearly different. She should have known something was off before she and Flynn ever reached the restaurant. Instead, she'd attributed the change in Marco to a change in his feelings for her. His intensity, his dry humor, none of it had been interest. It had all just been Flynn. His lips came down on hers. She expected a bit of arrogance in this kiss, some sense of gloating over his victory. But his lips moved against hers lightly, tenderly, as though this were a tenuous first kiss. She sighed and kissed him back. A bargain was a bargain, after all. She'd agreed to this. Although, in retrospect, she probably should have put some parameters on the kiss. On the kisses, plural. Instead of letting go, Flynn's hands tightened around her waist, pulling her closer. She slid her hand against his chest, partially as a barrier, partially because she wanted to feel his muscles beneath her fingertips. His lips were no longer light against hers. The kiss was becoming like Monday nights, deep, dizzying. She needed to end it. Kissing Flynn so passionately wasn't right, not when it meant nothing to him. Especially since it was beginning to mean something to her. Flynn, Flynn, Flynn. His name repeated in her mind. She shouldn't. She was letting attraction form her feelings, rather than the other way around. His hand ran along her back, sending a cascade of shivers that reached her toes. Flynn, Flynn, Flynn. Forget Marco. She wanted Flynn. No, that wasn't right, and she shouldn't do this.
She pushed herself away, then took a steadying breath. What now? How could she explain the way she'd just kissed him when he knew she had feelings for Marco? He was smiling at her as though he'd won an argument. "So," she said, as businesslike as she could muster, "you can't claim I went back on my word that time." "Nope." He sounded breathless, too, which somehow made her feel a little better. Perhaps he wasn't as unaffected by the kiss as she'd assumed. He leaned toward her again, his gaze on hers. Was he going to kiss her again? Should she let him? The answer to the second question was no. She'd agreed to 1 kiss by the pool, not 2. Yet she didn't move, didn't turn away. She waited, pulse thrumming, for him to draw her close again. His phone rang, a muffled sound from his back pants pocket. He ignored it, taking a step toward her that shrank what little distance she'd put between them. The phone kept ringing. "Why do people always call at the wrong time?" he muttered. Sanity was returning. "Didn't you ask Daisy to call you?" His fingers trailed up her arms. "I don't want to talk to her right now." But the spell was already broken. Knowing that Daisy was waiting on the line brought Belle back to her senses. What she felt for Flynn was attraction, not love. And he, well, if anything, he saw her as a challenge, an amusing distraction. She was not about to be either. She straightened. "I'm here because I need to apologize to Daisy. You should answer the phone." "Apologies can wait." Flynn took her hand and kissed her fingertips. "Daisy can wait." Belle let herself be pulled to him, even smiled innocently up at him. But as her hands went around his waist, she reached for his back pocket. She grabbed his phone and stepped away before he realized what she'd done. Sure enough, Daisy's name was on the screen. Belle accepted the call and put the phone to her ear. "Hi, Daisy." "Belle," Flynn protested, but didn't snatch the phone back. He could have. He was taller and stronger. Instead, he let out an aggrieved sigh. "Who is this?" Daisy asked. "It's Belle. Isabel. I wanted to tell you that I'm sorry for what I said at dinner." Belle glanced at Flynn and mouthed, "See, I'm being good." "Where's Flynn?" Daisy's voice sounded cold. "And why do you have his phone?" "He's right next to me. I took his phone because I needed to apologize to you." She held the phone away from her lips, pointed to herself, and mouthed, "Perfectly behaved." "I know why you came to Cancun," Daisy said, each word dagger sharp. "To throw yourself at Marco. The thing I don't understand is why you're going to so much trouble to take him away from me." Daisy had obviously forgotten everything about college. "Oh, it's really not all that much trouble," Belle said sweetly. This time she didn't mouth anything to Flynn, which probably should have clued him in that she wasn't being good anymore. Daisy swore in frustration. "How could you do this? Why would you stab me in the back?" "Funny, I asked myself that same question when you started dating Marco." Flynn's eyebrows drew together unhappily, and he held his hand out for the phone. "What?" Daisy sputtered in disbelief. "That's why you're doing this? For vengeance? That's the most—" Belle didn't hear Daisy's proclamation of mostness because Flynn tried to take the phone. She turned the other way and stepped out of his range. "Stay away from Marco," Daisy went on. "Or I'll tell everyone what sort of person you really are." What did she mean by that? That she'd out Belle for coming from white trash? Or did she mean some other secret? Daisy had known them all back in college. Belle kept her voice light so Daisy wouldn't know how deep her words had cut. "I know Mrs. Dawson wanted us to apologize to each other. Just so you know, yours is lacking. Falls more into the threat category, wouldn't you say?" "I've done nothing to apologize for," Daisy said. Belle shrugged. "If you'd rather exchange threats, fine. I can come up with some too." "You backstabbing tramp!" Flynn plucked the phone from Belle's hand before she could say anything else. With the phone held against his chest, he said, "Well, that deteriorated quickly. Glad to see you're trying to get along for my mother's sake." The reprimand stung.
Flynn turned away and put the phone to his ear. Daisy? Belle hoped to hear him tell Daisy that she'd been out of line, too. He'd heard what she said at dinner and must have been able to figure out what kinds of things she'd said on the phone. Instead of turning sharp, his voice softened. I can't understand you. Daisy, take some deep breaths. You're going to be fine. Flynn had snapped at Belle, but was comforting Daisy? A second sting went through her, this one for expecting anything different. Flynn had flirted with her, kissed her even. That didn't mean he had feelings for her. He saw her as a femme fatale, a woman to protect Marco from. He was amusing himself by making her do his bidding, and she'd played right into his hands. And into his arms. She'd kissed him back and had meant it. She didn't wait to hear more. She spun on her heel and stormed back to the resort. Chapter 17. Flynn gripped his phone, feeling more impatient than he should have. He hated it when women cried. He always felt obligated to fix the problem, which was generally impossible. Besides, a person couldn't talk sense to a crying woman. Daisy had promised that she wouldn't cause problems at the reunion, but she hadn't lasted 5 minutes at dinner and hadn't lasted even 1 minute on the phone with Belle. And he couldn't yell at her about it because she was already sobbing. Look, Daisy, you've got to try harder. She took a stuttering breath.
Everyone is against me.
No, they're not.
Belle wants to take Marco away, and now you're yelling at me.
I'm not yelling. He looked over his shoulder for Belle. She was gone. He scanned the pool area, checked the chairs to see if she was sitting down. She wasn't anywhere. He turned back to the hotel door and caught sight of her heading inside. Belle went through the door without giving him so much as a glance over her shoulder in farewell. Well, Daisy had ruined a perfectly good evening. Better than good, actually. Why couldn't he have put his phone on silent?
She's gorgeous now, Daisy went on. You didn't warn me about that. And you heard the things Belle said at dinner. She was completely coming on to him.
But Marco was oblivious. She said those things to bother you. And you not only took the bait, you impaled yourself on the hook, full force. Flynn rubbed the back of his neck and looked back in the direction Belle had gone. It was ridiculous that he was getting attached to her, kissing her that way. He was tormenting himself with something he couldn't have.
She made me look crazy,
Daisy said between sobs.
Your mom spent an hour asking what was wrong, encouraging me to let bygones be bygones, and in general, acting disappointed in me. And I couldn't even defend myself. Now she thinks I'm petty. Not to mention paranoid, because I randomly accused Belle of wanting Marco's room number for the wrong reasons. You've got to tell everyone the truth about her.
Definitely not. You're not thinking that through, Flynn said. Do you really want me to tell Marco that Belle is interested in him? What do you think would happen next? Daisy didn't answer. Good. That meant she was finally considering the outcome. Your best bet, Flynn went on, is for Marco to think that Belle and I are a couple. That way, she's off limits to him. And she'll act off limits right up until either you tell Marco otherwise, or my parents leave on Saturday morning. That's the deal I made with her.
And on Saturday?
Daisy asked. I tell Marco the truth. I was hoping by that time you and Marco would be back together, and it would be a moot point.
So I only have until Saturday to convince him he still loves me, and then Belle gets her chance?
Daisy whimpered in disbelief.
That's only a few days.
According to Belle, it didn't take you much longer than that the first time. Her whimper turned to a groan.
Tonight he barely talked to me.
My guess is you'll need to do a whole lot of groveling and a little less looking crazy. She sniffed again. Instead of evoking sympathy, it just irritated him. I'm giving you the best shot I can, he said. Don't blow this. In fact, I'm hanging up now so you can go talk to him. Don't forget to grovel. She made a panicked squeaking noise. Do it, he insisted. Your future happiness is riding on this. He hung up and thrust the phone into his pocket. Daisy's happiness wasn't what he was worried about. It was his own. Unless she convinced Marco to take her back, Belle would walk away from Flynn on Saturday the same way she'd walked away tonight, without so much as looking back. Chapter 18. The next morning, while Belle waited for Flynn to pick her up for breakfast, she sketched ideas for a new line. All black. Not the little black dress variety. Not cocktail dress black. She drew clothes that looked like she was outfitting some futuristic society for war. A stylish war. She drew take-over-the-world outfits. Take no prisoners black. Foul mood and I want to hurt someone black. She didn't know why she was so upset with Flynn. She just was. She felt used, toyed with. He'd spent so much of yesterday acting like not exactly a friend. She couldn't put her finger on what she'd thought their relationship had become. Friendly, but not friends. Romantic, but not in love. Had he meant to confuse her with that kiss? Or had it happened because she'd allowed herself to be swept away by his charm? That kiss had turned her upside down and tugged her heart right into his hands. She pressed the pencil against the paper, making darker strokes. He'd probably planned to derail her. He knew exactly what he was doing with his blue-eyed gaze and soft caresses. And their wager? She still wasn't sure how, but she was sure he'd cheated. He looked far too confident about winning. He was a player, and he'd shown her just how easily she could be played. She finished sketching a black trench coat on a woman's figure, then sat back to examine the drawing. What the outfit needed was a crossbow. She was penciling one into the woman's grip when a knock came on her door. She got up and opened it. Flynn stood outside in worn jean shorts and an old t-shirt, looking better than he had a right to in something so casual. It was unfair to the fashion industry that handsome men could wear things that looked as if they'd been pulled from the dregs of a yard sale and still be gorgeous. Women could never get away with that sort of casualness without it affecting their appearance. Belle forced a smile without much of an attempt to make it sincere. "I'm not hungry. Tell your mom I'll see everyone at dinner." "What?" He held open the door to keep her from shutting it. "Why are you skipping breakfast?" "What does it matter? You don't want me there anyway." Instead of fighting for control of the door, she turned and walked back into her room. She plunked onto the couch, picked up her sketchbook, and started a new design, one with a flamethrower. She expected Flynn to leave. Instead, he followed her inside. "I do want you there. If you don't show, my mother will think you and Daisy are fighting." Belle glared at him, couldn't help herself. She didn't like the way Daisy's name sounded on his lips. Familiar, concerned, on her side. "Remember," he said patiently, "you aren't going to fight with her." He waved a hand over her as though she were a pan of brownies that needed cooling. "Despite the waves of hostility I sense coming off you." Belle held her sketchbook in her lap. "Regardless of our bet last night, I'm not kissing you again." "Oh," Flynn said with new understanding. "The hostility is directed at me. Well, that'll make breakfast more difficult, won't it?" "I don't know why you kissed me in the first place. You think I'm a gold digger." He sighed then and sat beside her. "I was wrong to suggest that. I apologize. I suppose that'll teach me not to run credit checks before dinner and then automatically suspect the worst." "Wait, what? He ran a credit check on her? Who did that sort of thing after meeting someone for the first time?" Her pencil slumped in her hand. "Why would you suspect anything from my credit? I have a good score." "Yeah, so good that it looks like someone or something is supplementing your income, and it's not your parents. Their scores are dismal." He checked her parents' scores, too? How had he managed that? She blackened a pair of boots. "In lieu of rent, I create designs for my landlady. I've also made a few wedding dresses on the side." "Well, that explains it. Again, sorry for implying that you're a gold digger." She tapped her pencil on the paper.
You really looked at my parents' credit scores?
He shrugged. It's not hard to do.
I don't even know where my father is. I haven't seen him since I was 9.
Flynn rested his elbows on his knees, leaning forward. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up a touchy subject.
It's not touchy. It's just...
Belle had never actively searched for her father. He'd never been there for her as a child, so there didn't seem to be a lot of point in contacting him now that she was an adult. He was a chapter in a book she'd finished reading long ago. Still, hearing Flynn casually mention her father's credit rating did something to her. Made him feel more real.
What's his financial situation? She asked, keeping her voice casual.
He spent a few months in prison. That doesn't help anyone's credit. He worked construction until a couple years ago. Now he's on disability. Back problems. Liver problems, more likely. She shut her sketchbook, bringing her attention back to Flynn.
The point is, from the time we met, you've assumed that I would be a fate worse than death for Marco. As if I'm some horrible villain you have to save him from.
I don't think you're horrible, he said slowly. I'm completely aware of your beauty, intelligence, and unfounded idolization of my brother. I also know him well enough to predict that he'll happily have a revenge fling with you. But I don't think that's what's best for him. Or for you. How was it that Flynn could be so frustratingly obstructive while making the whole thing sound like a compliment?
Daisy is here, Belle said, and she wants him back. It's as if she thinks she can just discard people and then with a snap of her fingers make them come back. Am I supposed to just step aside for her? Keep quiet, the same way I did in college?
Flynn shifted on the couch, turning toward her. You're supposed to let him figure out what he really wants. If you care about him, you'll want what's best for him. His words felt like a jab, an undeserved one. He was trying to manipulate her into giving up.
Maybe I am what's best for him.
She laid her sketchbook down on the coffee table.
I've changed my mind about breakfast. I'm hungry after all.
She was not only going to talk to Marco, she was going to get his phone number so she was sure she could speak to him later. As soon as Belle and Flynn walked into the suite, Belle went over to Marco.
I don't have a picture of you and Flynn together.
She held up her phone, turning it to the camera function.
Can you stand next to him?
Marco willingly complied, flinging an arm around Flynn's shoulder and grinning. Flynn's smile looked forced and tinged with suspicion. He knew she had ulterior motives. Didn't matter. He couldn't stop her. Belle snapped a picture, then handed her phone to Marco.
Here, give me your number so I can text it to you.
Flynn reached for her phone. He's already got lots of pictures of us together. But it was too late. Marco had already begun tapping in his number. Flynn glared at Belle. She smiled sweetly at him. Point in her favor. That moment turned out to be the only time she got to talk to Marco during breakfast. He went back to flipping pancakes on a large electric griddle, while Daisy cooked eggs and bacon on another griddle beside him. After Belle and Flynn got their food, Mrs. Dawson called her over to sit in an empty chair at the table. Almost as soon as she sat down, Mrs. Dawson proclaimed that the room was too noisy.
Let's go talk on the balcony. It'll be quieter out there.
Uh-oh. Apparently it was Belle's turn to be lectured. She looked at Flynn, but he offered no support, just gave her a "you got yourself into this one" look. Carrying her plate, Belle followed Mrs. Dawson to the balcony. With every step, she resisted the urge to hang her head like a scolded schoolgirl. 2 seats overlooked one of the hotel pools and the ocean beyond it. Mrs. Dawson took one chair. Belle sat in the other. Mrs. Dawson made small talk for a minute, then, at the first lull in the conversation, said, Daisy hasn't been herself since she got here. Her sister's health isn't good. I'm afraid she's feeling the strain. Belle couldn't muster much pity for Daisy. She'd caused every bit of the strain she'd been under.
I'm sorry to hear it, she said.
I'm sure the stress was responsible for the way she snapped at you last night. She's usually such a friendly person. But then I suppose you already know that, seeing as the two of you were roommates.
She was always very outgoing.
Belle said vaguely. Mrs. Dawson took a drink of juice, her eyes appraising Belle as though they were looking into her soul. Flynn had apparently inherited his penetrating gaze from her. Such a shame when friends have a falling out. Sometimes it can't be helped, Belle said. Oh, but sometimes it must be helped. Mrs. Dawson sighed, and her eyes looked sad, pleading. Surely you and Daisy can work out your differences for Flynn's and Marco's sakes. How could Belle respond to that? Yet she had to say something. I'll try. Good. Mrs. Dawson relaxed into her chair. I might be able to help if I knew what pulled you apart in the first place. Belle couldn't tell the truth, couldn't admit she'd been in love with Marco first. She settled on the facts everyone already knew. I missed her wedding, and then she missed my birthday lunch. I really should have been more forgiving. Missing a wedding is a much bigger deal. Mrs. Dawson took another sip of juice. Often, the reason friends drift apart has more to do with feelings than external circumstances. What do you mean? Belle knew full well what Mrs. Dawson meant. She was giving herself time to think. She glanced back through the sliding glass doors as though they might provide her with a way out of this conversation. Was there anyone who might come out and interrupt? But no, everyone was chatting happily inside. They all knew better than to interrupt the matriarch when she was lecturing someone. I remember Daisy talking about both events, Mrs. Dawson said. She was very upset. Blamed herself, although I never saw why. Daisy had blamed herself? Had she realized how badly she'd hurt Belle in college? Had she understood that by dating Marco, she'd ruin their friendship? Mrs. Dawson pushed her eggs around on her plate, not eating them. At first, I thought you must be one of those prima donna types who demand attention and resent anyone else having their share of it. She shook her head, dismissing the idea. I'm a good judge of character, and now that I've met you, I know you're not like that. So I'm left to wonder if Daisy's guilt was somehow founded. Belle took a bite of eggs so she didn't have to answer right away. After swallowing, she shrugged. It was all so long ago, I don't really remember the details. You and Daisy both remember. That was evident last night. Daisy was the one who came unglued, but your less than warm reception of her spoke volumes as well. Mrs. Dawson reached across the table toward Belle. Forgive me for speaking so bluntly, but I like you, and I want you to feel welcomed by this family. I don't want a rift to develop between Marco and Flynn. Self-reproach stabbed at Belle. Mrs. Dawson was being so nice and was so concerned about her, but none of it was warranted. She wasn't even dating Flynn, and if by some wild chance she did become part of this family, it wouldn't be in the way Mrs. Dawson imagined, or would approve of. Belle cleared her throat. You don't need to worry about a rift. Flynn loves Marco too much to let that happen. In fact, you wouldn't believe the lengths Flynn will go to just to protect Marco. Mrs. Dawson nibbled at her toast. That's always been the case, whether Marco wanted his help or not. A few toast crumbs tumbled to her lap. She brushed them away. Do you want to know what Daisy said was at the core of the problem? Belle nearly choked on a mouthful of eggs. Had Daisy told her the truth? No, she couldn't have. Or Mrs. Dawson wouldn't have assumed that Belle might marry Flynn one day. Sure. What did she say? If Daisy had come up with a fake reason for their animosity, Belle should know what it was. Then she could tell her side of whatever scenario Daisy had made up. Now, I'm not saying that what Daisy told me was the truth, Mrs. Dawson emphasized. I'm only saying it's her truth, how she sees the situation. She said you came from a poor family, a broken home. Back in college, she didn't care about that. She thought you were an amazing person to have overcome so much. However, she also thought you were jealous of her life. Whenever she tried to help you, give advice, share food, pass along old clothes, your resentment grew. She believed that she couldn't win. She felt like you didn't want her to be happy.
Mrs. Dawson folded her hands in her lap. That's why she thinks you didn't go to her wedding. Belle's mouth dropped open, not because Daisy had lied, but because she'd actually told the truth. While Daisy had never said those things to Belle, as the words were out of Mrs. Dawson's mouth, Belle knew that they perfectly described how Daisy had seen their relationship. How convenient that Daisy remembered all of the times she'd tried to help Belle while forgetting the one significant time she'd betrayed her. But maybe her lack of memory was partially Belle's fault. After Marco and Daisy grew serious, Belle had downplayed her feelings. She pretended to be over him. Maybe Daisy really didn't understand why Belle found it impossible to attend the wedding. Now, Mrs. Dawson said gently, "What's your truth?" Belle swallowed uncomfortably. She still couldn't tell her truth to Mrs. Dawson. Couldn't admit to having feelings for Marco back then. Voicing those truths would draw attention to Belle's feelings for him now. Mrs. Dawson would begin to wonder, and she'd eventually puzzle it out. "I suppose I was jealous of Daisy," Belle admitted slowly. Not a lie, and not only because of Marco. Any normal girl would have envied beautiful, outgoing, popular Daisy. No one would have thought of her as one of those awful mean girls who got their comeuppance in life when their looks faded. She'd always been nice to everyone. Daisy's wrong to think I didn't want her to be happy. I did. Mrs. Dawson waited for Belle to say more, but she couldn't. Her truth was much briefer than Daisy's. "Do you want her to be happy now?" Mrs. Dawson asked. That would have been easier to answer if Mrs. Dawson hadn't reminded Belle of how Daisy had given her clothes and shared her food. "Yes," she finally said. "I do want her to be happy. Just not at Belle's expense." Mrs. Dawson let out a relieved breath, reached over and patted Belle's knee. "Good. I'm glad to hear that." Belle hoped the conversation would turn to lighter topics. Instead, Mrs. Dawson asked about her childhood, gently probing at the topic through the rest of breakfast like a counselor would. Not to gasp at the awfulness of it, but to understand how Belle had healed and to see if more healing was needed. Belle had spoken of her family in only a perfunctory way last night, giving the polite details and skimming over the rest. She didn't have the energy to field Mrs. Dawson's questions now. Those emotional reserves had been depleted by withholding information about Marco. Her childhood spilled out with embarrassing ease. A white trash confessional, complete with a father who skipped out on his family and an embarrassing alcoholic mother. "Did people know about your mother's problem?" Mrs. Dawson asked, as though someone should have stepped in and put a stop to it. Everyone knew. She made sure of that. "She told people?" "Showed, not told. During one of my brother's junior high basketball games, she got in a fight with another parent and threw a beer in his face. The cops handcuffed her in front of everybody and hauled her off for a night in jail to sober up. So, yeah, after that, the cat was pretty much out of the bag." "And no one did anything?" "That time they did. My brother and I spent the night in foster care. Mom was banned from all future school events, and she promised CPS she'd get her act together. She did for a few months, but her reforms never lasted long. So my brother and I just got better at hiding the evidence." "What about extended family? Didn't they do anything to help?" Belle pushed the last of her eggs around her plate. "It was probably easier for them to ignore the problem by telling themselves we were fine." Mrs. Dawson shook her head, unable to believe people would act that way. "That's disgraceful." "Not every family is like yours. We never had a reunion. I wouldn't know my cousins if I ran into them on the street." "If your grandparents loved you, they should have at least checked on you. Do they know what you went through?" She clearly expected Belle's grandparents to be racked with remorse because of their neglect. More proof that Mrs. Dawson herself had always had a good family. "I haven't spoken to them since I was little. If I didn't matter to them when I was young and actually needed them, I certainly don't matter to them now." Mrs. Dawson put her hand to her chest and made a wounded sound. "Hearing that breaks my heart." Belle had revealed too much. She should have stuck to the polite facts, the ones that didn't upset people. My brother and I are both doing well now. I'm glad for that. But your grandparents really should have done something to help. They should have cared about what happened to you. Her hands still lay across her chest, her eyes weighed down with worry. I wonder if my grandchildren will ever think they didn't matter to me because I stopped having treatments. Of course not, Belle said. She hadn't meant for the conversation to shift in this direction. She wasn't supposed to say or do anything that upset Mrs. Dawson. Your situation is different, and they all know you love them. I've been telling myself that they'll be fine. Every day I say those words, the same ones your relatives likely told themselves. But it's not the same. Your children aren't alcoholics. They could have other problems, though. Sickness, job loss, divorce, death. Before she could catalog the ills of the world, Flynn slid open the glass door. Are you finished with breakfast? He stepped outside and did a double take at his mother's expression. What's wrong? His gaze shot to Belle, looking for an explanation. She had no way to reassure him that she hadn't revealed anything he didn't want known. Sometimes it just hits me, his mother said. All of the things I'm going to leave behind. All of the ways I'll no longer be able to help. She reached out her hand to him. I'm not even going to see any of your children. Flynn's expression softened. He bent over and gave her a hug. He didn't speak, just shut his eyes and held her. His mother leaned against his chest. If you and Belle marry, I won't be here for your children. And her mother hardly qualifies as a good grandmother. Don't worry about it, Flynn said. My kids will be fine. It was the wrong thing to say. Mrs. Dawson burst into tears. Inconsolable, gasping tears. What? Flynn asked, alarmed. He moved to better see her. Mrs. Dawson picked up her napkin, dabbed at her cheeks and eyes, and between sobs said, Belle's grandparents thought she was fine as a child, but she wasn't. Now you said the same thing about your future children. In her mind, Flynn's declaration had apparently become an omen, proof that his children wouldn't be fine. For several minutes, Flynn and Belle both tried to comfort and reassure her, but she would have none of it. The rest of the family noticed the scene, and Mr. Dawson came out. Everyone else tried to press their way onto the balcony until finally Mrs. Dawson moved into the living room to try to compose herself there. The family hovered about, and Raleigh climbed on her lap. I'll kiss your owies better, Grandma, 'cause I love you. Which made not only Mrs. Dawson cry again, but Paige and Kennedy, too. Paige sat beside her mother, one arm around her, one around her young daughter. Grandma knows how much we love her, even though we probably don't say it enough. Because it's impossible to say it enough. Everyone teared up, including Belle, and she wasn't even part of the family. Mrs. Dawson insisted on hugging everybody and telling them each how much she loved and appreciated them, even Belle, who, again, wasn't part of the family. Guilt pinged around inside of her, a reminder that she was an imposter receiving hugs, love, and acceptance, none of which belonged to her. Another part of her soaked the affection in. This was what having a family felt like. Love and tears mixing together. Worry, and the way everyone tried to make things better. This was how it was supposed to be, and Belle couldn't help but envy them for having it. If she ever had her own family, she wanted them to be like the Dawsons. Chapter 19. Flynn sat on a chair in his mother's room where she lay propped on her bed. Breakfast had worn her out, and he'd seen her back to her room. He gave her pills for both pain and nausea, then turned on the TV and flipped through channels in an attempt to find something in English. "Don't bother," she said. "I don't feel like watching TV. Just stay and chat for a bit. I haven't had a chance to talk to you alone since we came here." He could guess what she wanted to talk about, Belle and their relationship. "I'd ask how work is going," his mother said, "but I already know." Flynn's father was on Bainbridge's board of directors. He was one of the original founders. "Your dad says you work too much. He'd complain more if I didn't work enough." She smoothed out her blanket. "Life is about relationships. You've heard the saying, when on their deathbed, no one ever wishes they'd spent more time at the office? I can tell you for a fact that it's true." He swallowed and looked out the window at the ocean. He didn't want to think about his mother's mortality. He hated every reminder that one day soon he wouldn't be able to pick up his phone and call her. One day he'd walk into his parents' house and she wouldn't be there to greet him. He'd come to the reunion with the intent of convincing his mother to undergo more treatment. But after seeing her sick and struggling for the last few days, he couldn't ask her to go through even more pain just so he wouldn't miss her quite so soon. He left his chair and sat on the bed beside her, taking her hand in his. "I can take a leave from work to spend time off with you." He began mentally sifting through his accounts, deciding which partners could handle them. "You're sweet to offer," she said, "but that's not what I meant." "Then what?" "A relationship needs time and attention, or it won't last." So this was about Belle. "When you buy Fontaine, you're certainly not going to overload Belle so she has to take work on vacation again, are you?" "No," he said, and let his mind wander around the idea of being Belle's boss. Might be nice, unless she was dating Marco. "Of course you wouldn't. You understand that everyone needs to relax. Or at least everyone else. I'd bet money you've called your office more than once since coming to Cancun." He'd called Katrina twice about Belle, so, yeah, his mother would have cashed out on that bet. "I want you to promise me," his mother went on, "that you'll spend less time at work and more time with Belle." He dropped his gaze to the comforter. How could he make that promise? Belle wanted to be with Marco, not him. But how could he not grant his mother any promise she asked for? He didn't say anything. His mother picked up on his hesitation. "You do love her, don't you?" she asked, weighing his reaction. What could he say to that? "I think about her nonstop. I can't take my eyes off her when she walks into a room. And I hate the thought of her with any other guy. Especially Marco." Sounds like love. Yes, it did. But it shouldn't. He hadn't even known her that long. Besides, he couldn't have those feelings. Yet somehow, he still did. The realization made him want to curse. How could he have let himself fall for a woman who had no interest in him? His mother leaned back onto her pillows, apparently satisfied with the answer. "Don't be afraid to marry. Look at how happy your sisters and Marco are." Well, Marco probably wasn't the best example of marital bliss right now. His mother closed her eyes. "I worried when Marco married so young. But you know him. Once he knows what he wants, he goes after it and he gets it." Her words were not helping Flynn feel better. As soon as Marco knew the truth about Belle, he'd want her. And then he'd go out and get her. His mother shifted, trying to get comfortable. "Nothing stops Marco," she murmured. Flynn resisted the urge to scowl. She opened her eyes and turned to him. "I'm still waiting to hear you promise that you'll spend less time working and more on your relationship." "I promise." He didn't say Belle's name, but when he said the words, it was her face he saw. Chapter 20. Felix called Belle Wednesday night while she was getting ready for dinner. "How's the vacation going?" Odd of him to ask. No doubt he was really calling about some work-related task he needed help with. "Cancun is beautiful." She stood in front of the bathroom mirror and brushed lipstick across her bottom lip. "You said you met Flynn Dawson at the resort. Are you by chance going to speak with him again?" "Possibly."
Definitely. He'd be here to pick her up for dinner any minute.
Why?
I've talked to Bainbridge's representatives, Felix said, a hint of reproach in his tone. They're lowballing me. You must have said something to Dawson to make him think the company isn't doing well.
She pressed her lips together to even out the lipstick. I wouldn't have said anything about Fontaine at all if I knew you were selling it. You should have let me know.
The damage is done now, Felix said, still reproachful. But you can make it up to me by letting Mr. Dawson know that I have another interested buyer. I can't name names until the offer is official, but they're willing to pay the asking price. If Bainbridge wants Fontaine, they'll have to sweeten their offer. You let him know.
Not likely. She'd made it clear to Flynn that he didn't have to buy Fontaine in order for her to go along with his ruse. Belle wasn't about to encourage him to offer more money. She closed the lipstick and went to the closet to find her sandals. Shouldn't your broker be handling the negotiations?
He is. But you can give Mr. Dawson insider information, just like you did before. Only this time, you'll be helping Fontaine instead of hurting it.
Yeah, the last time she'd gone out of her way to help Fontaine, she'd ended up in a nearly see-through evening gown. Besides, she hadn't really hurt Fontaine by talking to Flynn. She'd only hurt Felix's asking price. Will I get the promotion to senior designer before you sell?
Sure, that's in the works. I just have to hammer out some details with HR. You know how slow they can be.
In other words, no, she wouldn't. He'd keep stringing her along at a lower pay scale. Great, she said cheerfully. As soon as I get that promotion, I'll tell Mr. Dawson about the other offer.
Belle, be reasonable.
He didn't mean reasonable. A better descriptive term would be a willing dupe. A knock sounded on the door. Flynn. Gotta go, she said. Let me know when HR promotes me. Then she hung up. Honestly, Felix knew she was mad about his selling Fontaine, yet he'd tried to enlist her help to get even more money from Bainbridge. She slipped the phone into her purse and answered the door. Flynn stood on the other side, wearing black slacks, a gray button-down shirt, and a black tie. A sophisticated, tailored look. Either the guy had style, or he listened to someone who did. Hi. He smiled at her, but the look was strained. He was clearly unhappy about something. How's your mother? She asked. Hopefully up to dinner. I'm sorry about this morning. I didn't mean to upset her. Flynn thrust his hands into his pockets. It wasn't your fault. We'll all just have to be careful not to say anything is fine around her. Maybe I should skip dinner. Your family needs to be together right now. She'd texted Flynn as much earlier, but he had vetoed the idea. If you don't show, she'll think her talk with you about Daisy was for nothing. Belle stepped into the hallway, resigned. The door clicked shut behind her. All right, I'll come for her. What, not for Marco? They headed down the hallway. You're not looking forward to seeing him? Flynn's voice was teasing, but it had a hard edge. Perhaps he couldn't tease when he was still thinking about his mother. I'm not looking forward to seeing Marco until Saturday, Belle said. That was our deal. Oh, now you're remembering our deal? Good. He sounded moody and annoyed, but then she supposed he had a reason to be. They rode the elevator in silence. They were going to one of the nicer restaurants at the resort, a terrace that looked out over the beach. The place specialized in expensive seafood and served drinks with exotic-sounding names. During the elevator ride, Belle kept stealing glances at Flynn. His eyes looked tired, with lines between his eyebrows that she wanted to caress away. A foolish notion, of course. She could only imagine what he'd say if she leaned over and rubbed between his eyebrows. As they made their way to the restaurant, she said, You have a wonderful family. I know you don't feel like life has dealt you a good hand lately, but you're actually quite lucky. You're wrong, he said. I've always known I was lucky. He caught sight of his family sitting across the room on the other side of the dance floor. Speaking of luck, he said, looks like the seating gods have smiled in your favor. 2 chairs at the table remained empty, one beside Marco
and the other across from him. Either way, she'd be within talking distance of him. Too bad the seating gods didn't move Daisy somewhere else, Belle said. Her old roommate was seated on Marco's other side, so she was also within speaking range. The family had probably left those seats empty so Belle and Daisy could sit close together and make up. Mrs. Dawson sat on Daisy's far side, near enough to the two that she could oversee their conversation. Great. Belle got to spend all night pretending she got along with Daisy. I knew I should have skipped dinner. Flynn took her elbow and guided her that direction. Sitting next to Marco seems like a bad idea, but if you sit across from him, you'll be kitty-cornered to Daisy. No matter which seat you take, what are the chances a scene won't erupt? Hey, I tried to make nice with her already. You heard me apologize over the phone. She called me a vengeful, backstabbing tramp. All right. How about you sit next to Marco, and we'll hope Daisy doesn't peer around Marco to talk to you. Fine. They were almost there. Flynn leaned closer. Remember the coin toss. You're the ideal girlfriend now. She batted her eyelashes at him. I'll be sure to call you Snookums several times. That would make you the ideal girlfriend for a guy named Billy Bob who lives in his truck. They drew too close to the table to continue the conversation. Flynn pulled Belle's chair out for her. She appreciated that about him, that he treated her like a lady. Then he went around the table and sat down. Marco turned to Belle. You look lovely tonight. He was only being polite. Still, the sentence sent a warm rush through her. Thanks. You look nice tonight, too. He smoothed his suit lapel. This is probably the first time you've seen me in something other than a t-shirt. Might be. That's the real reason I became a doctor. Scrubs are the only things more comfortable than t-shirts and jeans. Flynn flipped through the menu in front of him. You shouldn't say those things to a fashion designer. Men like you could put her out of business. Belle ran her gaze over Marco, measuring him with her eyes. Not an unpleasant task. I could find some comfortable business casual clothes for you. She imagined him in soft cotton polos, light blue to bring out the color of his eyes. But you'd have to relinquish some of your t-shirts in exchange. The one you wore yesterday, for example. My Broncos t-shirt? Marco asked in mock horror. Never. And the one you wore on Monday, that has to go too. Daisy leaned over to speak to the group, probably so she could possessively put her hand on Marco's arm. What are you guys talking about? Belle wants to get me out of my t-shirts, Marco said. Daisy stiffened and sent Belle a glare. He must not have realized how that sounded. Or maybe he did. Maybe Daisy's scene from the other night had shown Marco the easiest way to get back at his ex-wife. Why am I not surprised? She said. Marco's gaze snapped to Daisy in shock, then returned to Belle apologetically. He really hadn't known how his words had sounded. He flushed with embarrassment. I guess most fashion designers want to do away with t-shirts, he said, trying to smooth over his mistake. Flynn probably doesn't have any left in his closet, does he? Flynn obviously did, since he'd already worn some to the reunion. Belle didn't point that out. He does have good taste in clothes. And in women, Flynn added. Was he trying to compliment her? Maybe he was commenting on his usual preference in women, the sort who didn't crash family reunions to stalk his brother. A waiter appeared at the other end of the table and began taking orders. Belle turned her attention to the menu and chose an entree. By the time she'd ordered and the waiter left, the brothers were discussing where Marco should live after his residency. Belle had nothing to add to that topic, so she just listened. Daisy's hand slid to Marco's. I'll be happy to live wherever you go. He grunted, unconvinced. Right, as long as I live in a city, preferably one close to a beach. No, I mean it. Her voice caught in her throat, betraying emotion. As long as we're together, I don't care where we live. Marco turned to Daisy, his eyes watching hers. What if I end up working at a clinic in some barrio?
Then I'll learn Spanish.
A flicker of a smile went across Marco's lips, and he held Daisy's gaze for a moment longer. Belle gripped her water glass, then took a drink so her hands wouldn't tremble. Saturday would be too late. Daisy was already recapturing Marco, and Belle couldn't do anything but sit and watch. Just like in college. No, that wasn't quite right. Belle wasn't invisible anymore. She could fight for Marco. For starters, force a subject change, something that would get Marco's mind off a future that involved Daisy. She could also make Daisy snap again. It wouldn't be hard. She'd practically lost her temper over the t-shirt comment. All Belle had to do was offer to design a new wardrobe for Marco. The conversation would be nothing short of an innuendo bonanza.
Put yourself in my hands, Marco. You've been uncomfortable in the past, but that doesn't mean it always has to stay that way. I'll make you feel great. I guarantee it.
Daisy would be lunging at her before dinner arrived. Belle took another drink of water and remained silent. She wasn't going to say anything that would upset Mrs. Dawson, even if it meant being forced to sit next to Marco while he fell in love with Daisy all over again. It seemed so unfair. Marco was so close, yet they hadn't had one real conversation this week. He still didn't know that she cared about him. Belle looked up from her glass and saw Flynn watching her. The intensity in his eyes said that he knew the situation was hard for her, and he was waiting to see what she would do about it. She looked away from him, biting back her frustration. If Flynn hadn't kept her away, Marco might not be reconsidering Daisy right now. On Daisy's other side, Mrs. Dawson had tuned in to the conversation. "You should learn Spanish, Daisy. Flynn could help you."
"He'd be happy to help you," Belle agreed. "That's what he does best."
Flynn lifted an eyebrow. "I imagine I do a few things better."
"Can't think of any,"
Belle said. Marco's gaze bounced from Flynn to Belle, as if trying to find the hidden meaning in their words. She wasn't about to enlighten him. Daisy squeezed Marco's hand, bringing his attention back to her.
"Really, I mean it. I'll go with you wherever you want."
Mrs. Dawson smiled with approval at the two of them. "You're lucky to have such a supportive wife."
"Mom is right,"
Paige said, sounding sincere and innocent.
"Some women would make all sorts of demands. Imagine how unhappy you'd be then."
Ouch. So it seemed Paige wasn't above needling Daisy. Belle shouldn't have been surprised. Not everyone was as forgiving as Flynn. "Compromise," he said on the heels of Paige's statement. "That's always the key to a good marriage. I'm sure you'll be able to find some place where you're both happy." "Ah, yes," Tyler, Paige's husband, said with a laugh. "Advice from the man who's never been married." "Yet," Marco added. "We're still waiting for his announcement on Saturday." Flynn's gaze went to Belle, asking for an explanation. She shrugged. She probably should have mentioned that tidbit to him before, but really, she had expected Flynn to tell Marco they needed to have a talk on Saturday, and while setting that up, extinguish any rumors of a forthcoming announcement. Apparently, he hadn't. Bread baskets were interspaced down the table. Belle took a roll and bit into it so she didn't have to comment. "Right, the announcement," Tyler said. "Can't you move that to Friday night? We're all going to be busy checking out Saturday morning."
"He's waiting until Saturday," Paige said, "because that's their 6-month anniversary."
Tyler buttered one side of a roll. "We could just pretend it's their 6-month anniversary on Friday."
"Friday would be fine,"
Belle said, smiling at Flynn.
"I don't mind pretending."
"Obviously," Daisy said. Everyone in the family looked at her, waiting for her to finish the statement so it would make sense. But she just looked archly at Belle. Mrs. Dawson's lips pressed together in disapproval. She wasn't pleased with the direction the conversation was taking. How long until dinner got here? Belle felt like she'd already sat here too long. Mr. Dawson leaned around his wife to get a better view of Marco. "Whatever the two of you decide, and whenever you decide it, we'll be happy for you." Well, they may not be as happy as they expected. Belle ate another bite of bread so she wouldn't have to say anything. Mrs. Dawson bent her head toward Daisy's and said a few quiet words, no doubt encouraging her to be more pleasant toward Belle. Marco and Flynn went back to talking about possible places to set up a family practice. Marco kept insisting that he wanted to go where he could make a difference. "Move to New York," Belle said. "You'll be able to find whatever you're looking for there." She meant that in such a big city he could help as many of the downtrodden as he wanted. But when Daisy narrowed her eyes and Flynn sent her a fast glare, she realized she'd sounded like she was offering up herself. Sheesh, even when she wasn't purposely using double meanings, things still came out sounding that way. "New York?" Mrs. Dawson's attention wandered to Belle. "Are you talking about your work? I've been meaning to look up some of your fashions." She took out her phone and tapped the screen. "Fontaine, is it? Can I find your designs by putting in your name?" "No," Belle said, "but I can pull up our website and show you some of my clothes." She turned on her phone and launched the Fontaine app. Before she could access the new line, Mrs. Dawson let out a startled cough. "Oh, my," she said, and held up her phone to better see the screen. "Is that a picture of you?" The only picture of her on Fontaine's website was a picture on the bio page. Nothing out of the ordinary. "I don't know," Belle said. "Show me." Daisy peered at the screen, and her eyebrows lifted. "It's not a picture you want to flash around a table with children present." "Then it must not be one of me," Belle said. "Oh, it's you," Daisy said smugly. "A lot of you, in fact." Mrs. Dawson was still gaping at it. "I thought you said you designed business attire." Marco leaned over to see the picture. "Wow, someone must have an interesting casual Friday policy." What were they looking at? Belle reached out her hand. "Let me see." Mrs. Dawson handed the phone to Marco. He gave it to Belle. She turned the screen to face her and saw a picture of her wearing Sebastian's dress. She nearly swore out loud, which was also something you didn't want to do at a table with children present. Why was this image online? She glanced at the site, a fashion blogger's. How many more of these photos came up when someone Googled her name? What made the picture worse was that the dress's beige tone was faded in the shot, so that the material blended in with her skin in places, making the dress appear even more revealing than it was. And it had been pretty revealing to begin with. "I didn't design that gown," Belle said, fighting the blush that had crept into her cheeks. She closed the screen to get rid of the image. "I just wore it because a model left us short-handed. It was a fashion show crisis. And the color is totally off in that picture." She forced a laugh. "I wasn't as naked as I looked." "No need to apologize," Flynn said, keeping his voice light. "We've all said those words sooner or later." "I wasn't as naked as I looked." Daisy's eyebrows jutted up. "You've actually said those words?" Flynn leaned back with a casual grin. "No, but they're on my bucket list." The waiter brought out the meals, and fortunately, the conversation moved on. When she was halfway through her clam fettuccine, Marco looked over at her. "So, do you enjoy working in the fashion industry?" "For the most part." She had wanted to tell him that she owed her career, at least in part, to him, to thank him for his encouragement. This was as good a time as any. But before she could speak, Marco asked, "Where are your company's clothes made?" "The couture and other high-end pieces are sewn in-house. The rest are sent overseas for production." "Overseas where?" His hesitant tone made it clear that he was ready to disapprove of her answer. "Bangladesh, mostly." Marco's lips drew into a line as if he'd eaten something unpleasant. "You use sweatshops?" "We use factories." He shook his head in disappointment. "Doesn't matter what you call them. They're still sweatshops." More head shaking. "The clothing industry takes advantage of people who have no voice." Well, it looked like this wasn't a good time to thank him after all. Belle stared at Marco in frustration. She'd always admired his idealism. She'd sat with him during study groups and listened to him bash corporate greed. She'd scoffed right along with him at the shallowness of those who sold out. But she never imagined that one day she'd be on the receiving end of his scoffing.
"The issue isn't that simple," she said. "Although the wages the workers make are lower than what we could live on in the U.S., they're still making more money than they would doing other local work. We're improving their standard of living."
Marco sighed as though he thought she was stupid or making excuses, or both. "Do you know anything about those factories? Children work for low wages in unsafe working conditions." Flynn broke into their conversation. "Belle, do you want to dance?" He was obviously trying to stop the argument. She didn't answer. Marco had to understand that she wasn't some greedy capitalist taking advantage of the poor.
"Our company has age and safety requirements for the factories we deal with."
"Everyone says that. The rules aren't enforced. You must know that."
"The problems come when factories sublet orders to other factories that don't meet our standards. We have no way of controlling that."
"Those are just excuses," he said. "And you could pay the workers more. Your company has control of that."
"Yes, and higher pay would be helpful right up until the time we went out of business because we're no longer competitive in the market. Then we and the factory workers would lose our jobs."
She held out her hands, wishing she had the words to make him understand the whole issue, instead of seeing only a few slices of black and white, with the fashion industry swathed in villain black.
"Our profit margin is thin to nothing as it is."
Marco waved away her words. "People would pay more if they knew it meant they were providing others with a living wage."
Have you actually met people?"
He took a drink and shrugged. "We're talking about a business that's 90% frivolity anyway. No one needs more clothes. We've got enough. So yes, I think people would pay a few more dollars for their sparkly flip-flops if it meant helping someone escape from a sweatshop."
Clothing was frivolity?
He was serious. He might as well have told her that her life's work was pointless. She tried again to make him understand.
"Fashion is the second biggest industry in New York. Worldwide, it employs 25 million.
That doesn't make it a moral industry." Belle hadn't noticed Flynn leave his seat, but now he stood by her, holding out his hand. "I'm stealing you from my brother. Let's dance." She stood to go with him. Flynn was right. If she argued another minute with Marco, his mother was bound to notice and become upset. Belle smiled at Marco as she stepped closer to Flynn and slipped her hand into his.
"You just don't understand the business."
"Business?" Marco leaned back and folded his arms. "You've changed in more than one way, Belle. I can see why you and Flynn get along so well." What was that supposed to mean? He'd meant it as an insult. But she wasn't sure whether she was angrier on her own behalf or on Flynn's. Marco assumed that all business was somehow evil, in and of itself.
"You're right. I get along great with Flynn," she said, "because he's not judgmental."
Before she could say more, Flynn led her to the dance floor. As they maneuvered around tables, her mind kept running through the conversation.
"How can he hold me responsible for working conditions in other countries? He just assumes I don't care about people. I do. A lot. But I have no control over that end of the business, and closing factories would only cause more poverty."
Flynn kept hold of her hand, leading her around the edge of the dance floor. "I told you Marco had his faults." Her heart pounded, and she wasn't sure whether it was from anger or frustration, or simply the result of her expectations cracking and crumbling to her feet.
"He wouldn't listen to anything I said. I always thought he was so enlightened, but he's not. He's just opinionated."
They'd reached the far side of the restaurant. Flynn led her onto the dance floor. "Unfortunately, med school doesn't require classes on economics." He took her hand in his and put his other hand on her waist. The band was playing a slow song, a soft, romantic melody that she barely paid attention to. As her feet moved to the beat, she glared in Marco's direction. He was talking calmly with Daisy, completely unaware of how upset he'd made her. Or simply not caring. "Some aspects of the medical profession aren't scrupulous," she said, "but I'm not holding him personally accountable for it. And that's why you're a better dinner conversationalist. Every year we do a charity benefit to fund education programs for Bangladesh workers. We're not a bunch of heartless fashionistas." Flynn squeezed her hand, directing her attention back to him. "I know. Forget about it. Let's dance." The music was too loud, and she felt as though the rhythm was pounding inside her head. "I don't feel like dancing anymore," she said. "Let's go outside." He nodded, and they went out the door and headed to the beach. The sun had mostly set. Only its tip peeked over the ocean, and the orange glow in the sky was already fading to gray. The chairs and thatched palapa umbrellas facing the waves were deserted. The few tourists farther down the beach looked as though they were making their way back to their hotels. Belle stalked across the sand beside Flynn, kicking spurts of it around her sandals. She'd come all the way here to see Marco, had staked so much on it, and their first real conversation was an argument. Granted, she'd never find a man who agreed with her on every subject, but he'd been so unwilling to even try to see her perspective. He thought she was oppressing children. He'd said her life's work was frivolous. What happened to the Marco who'd urged her to follow her passions? Had he ever paid attention to what her passions were? She knew with sudden clarity what the answer was to that question. Of course he hadn't. She'd been invisible back then. Flynn was right. She'd put Marco on a pedestal and turned him into the embodiment of all her unfulfilled dreams. But the shine of idolization was gone now. Marco wasn't perfect. He was a man with flaws, like everyone else. "Don't let Marco upset you," Flynn said as they walked along the beach. "You're an artist, and your canvas is clothing. No one looks at a Rembrandt and thinks frivolous. Be proud of your talent." She'd always liked to think of her designs as wearable art, creations that helped people express themselves. But maybe Flynn was only saying things to make her feel better. "How do you know I'm really an artist?" she asked. "Maybe I'm a failed chemical engineer who listened to bad advice." He shook his head. "I've known enough artists that I can spot them. Illustrators constantly doodle. Musicians hum. Writers ask about different ways to kill people." What sort of writers have you known?" "You brought your sketchbook on vacation," he continued. "You use words like azure and periwinkle. You took pictures of stuff on the beach because it had an interesting texture." Belle felt her mood lighten considerably. She liked that he'd noticed those things about her. Marco had told her she'd changed. He was right about that. Just like he was right that she and Flynn got along together well. Why hadn't she realized before now how easy it was to talk to him, to be with him? Flynn was handsome, smart, hard-working, understanding. And, well, she didn't need to make a litany of his good qualities. He made her insides shiver. She'd been foolish to choose Marco instead of him. She took hold of his hand and pulled him over to one of the abandoned thatched umbrellas. It offered a little more privacy on the open beach. She slid her arms around his neck, pushed herself up on her tiptoes, and kissed him. Not a light kiss, an "I want to be held" kiss. A "make me forget about my mistakes" kiss. Flynn wrapped his arms around her waist and obliged for a minute, then lifted his head and surveyed her. "Are you kissing me because you want to kiss me, or because you're mad at Marco?" She leaned against him, resting her cheek against the hollow of his throat. "Both." "Both." He didn't move his hands from her waist, didn't try to kiss her again. "You're sending me mixed messages. You realize that, don't you?"
She made a trail of kisses along his neck. He ran his hand across her back.
"Of course, mixed messages aren't necessarily a bad thing."
She kissed the line of his jaw. When she neared his lips, he inclined his head and pressed his mouth to hers.
This time, he didn't hold back.
They stood there for quite a while, the waves rumbling and crashing behind them. His fingers went through her hair, then caressed her back. She melted into him, forgetting about everything and everyone else. She wanted the moment to go on, wanted this breathless sensation of passion to stay. If she kept kissing him, if she never left his embrace, she'd always feel loved, wanted, special. Flynn lifted his head again and let out a slow breath. He took a step away from her and raked a hand through his hair.
"So, what percentage of that kiss was you being mad at Marco? And what % was you wanting to kiss me? Are we talking 50-50, 80-20, what?"
She wasn't sure how to put her feelings into percentages. If she told him that 99% of her had wanted to kiss him, would she look like she'd switched crushes at the drop of a hat? She sidled closer to him and ran her fingertips across one of his hands, looking at it instead of his face. "Would you gloat too much if I admit you were right about putting Marco on a pedestal?"
"No."
He took her hands, capturing her fingers with his. "I'll gloat just the right amount." "Marco still doesn't see me," she said. "He knows I'm a different person now, but he doesn't know that person. And I don't think he cares about getting to know her. You, on the other hand." She lifted her gaze to his. "You begin figuring people out as soon as you meet them."
"I try," he said. "Although I was wrong about you at first."
She nodded. "You thought I was a gold digger, when I was really a blind, adoring groupie."
"Good thing there's a cure for blind, adoring groupies."
"Yes, there is." She kept her voice serious. "Heavy doses of a hot, entrancing brother."
He laughed and pulled her back to him. "I'm happy to administer the cure."
Chapter 21. On Thursday morning, the family had breakfast at Marco's suite again. Belle felt oddly shy around Flynn, like a teenager on her first date. She told herself she shouldn't feel insecure. After all, they'd already kissed more than once. They should be beyond first date awkwardness. But everything was different now. The first few times she'd kissed him, she'd thought she still had feelings for Marco and was attracted to Flynn just because he looked similar. Last night, she'd kissed him impulsively because she was mad at Marco and didn't want to be in love with him anymore. It had worked really well, maybe too well. Now she felt smitten and bashful, and she cared whether Flynn had feelings for her in return. As the family ate and talked, Belle's gaze kept returning to him with boomerang-like frequency. He had feelings for her too, didn't he? He must, or he wouldn't have kissed her so many times. And he wouldn't keep looking over at her like he did. Those looks made Belle so happy that she even went out of her way to be nice to Daisy, complimenting her on the omelets she'd made. As the meal went on, Belle tried to make small talk with her, a peace offering of sorts. Daisy would have none of it. She answered Belle's questions in as few words as possible, adding nothing to the conversation in return. Then she would start a conversation with Marco and ignore Belle altogether. Belle shouldn't have cared, but she did. For years, she hadn't thought of Daisy without the pain of Marco coloring her memories. Now that weight wasn't pressing on her anymore, and she remembered the good times she'd had with Daisy. The late-night milkshake runs during study sessions, their inside jokes, their talks about life when they were supposed to be sleeping. All of those things were gone, vanished, because Belle hadn't been able to forgive Daisy for being the one Marco loved. The memory made her feel petty. She should have been bigger than that. The family went to the Mayan ruins of El Rey and spent a couple of hours wandering through the gray pillars and tumbled-down stones.
The day was hot and humid, a false summer nestled into February. Flynn held her hand and helped her up the steps of an eroded pyramid. Belle wouldn't have thought that going on a family outing would be romantic, but somehow it was. It was as though Flynn was showing her what she could have: acceptance into this noisy tribe, with nephews and nieces bustling with energy. Her mind kept drifting off to fanciful things, like bridesmaids' dresses in hues of the sky. Raleigh and Zoe would look adorable in flower girl dresses of Caribbean blue organza and lace. Belle really needed to get her imagination under control, rein in her feelings about Flynn. She wasn't even sure what the two of them would be after they left Cancun. Did Flynn see her as a fling? Someone to enjoy being with now, but wouldn't think about later? Would she ever see him after this vacation? Large gray iguanas were everywhere. A couple reclined in the path ahead, watching the group approach. When the children got close, the iguanas scuttled a few feet out of the way, mouths open so they looked like they were frowning in reproach. Flynn gestured in the iguana's direction. Those make New York's pigeons look cute and cuddly, don't they?
I like them. They have personality. And an interesting texture.
Really, Flynn was right about her and texture. He laughed at her response. So if I, say, showed up on your doorstep with an iguana as a gift, you'd be happy? She smiled at the implications of his question. I hope you do. Give you an iguana?
No, show up on my doorstep. You don't need to bring an iguana.
She almost held her breath, waiting for his reaction. He grinned at her. I think I can manage that. I enjoy visiting New York, and February in New York is always
cold.
I was going to say charming.
Right, she said. Charmingly cold. And I like visiting D.C.
He took her hand, and it felt real this time, a gesture of acceptance. She walked along the path, hardly paying attention to her surroundings. Flynn's hand was warm and strong and holding hers. The group ate a late lunch at the resort, and then Mrs. Dawson went to lie down in her room. Mr. Dawson went with her, and Paige and Kennedy decided that after the girls' naps, they would take their kids to the beach. Marco and the brothers-in-law headed to the golf course. Flynn had been scheduled to play with them, but he dropped out of the group. Belle doesn't play, he said as they were leaving the restaurant. We'll find something else to do.
You can play if you want, Belle said. I don't mind.
He gave her a look that made her insides flutter and took her hand. I'd rather be with you. The sentence felt like the final proof that his feelings for her were real, not just an act for the family's sake. Flynn had no reason to stay back with her if he didn't want to. Even if Belle still had designs on Marco, he would be off golfing for the afternoon, well out of her clutches. Belle and Flynn ended up going to the beach with Paige, Kennedy, and their kids. Flynn suggested the pool, but Belle didn't want to miss time with his sisters and their children. This was a reunion, after all. Besides, she liked watching Flynn play with his nephews and nieces. They clearly loved him, and when they weren't begging him to play in the waves with them, they were bringing him shells or bits of broken sand dollars that had washed ashore. It was so sweet, so blissfully domestic. She tried to memorize how it all felt. The turquoise blue of the sea, the bleached sand, and the breeze fluttering through palm fronds. And him, lean muscle and a smile that made him look mischievous and charming at the same time. When it was nearly time to leave, Noah and Gavin plopped onto the sand between Belle and Flynn.
Hey, Uncle Flynn, Gavin said. Do the quarter trick.
Flynn shot Belle a furtive glance, then made shooing motions at the boys. I don't know any tricks. Go build a sandcastle.
Yes, you do, Gavin insisted. The one where you can always tell whether the quarter is heads or tails.
Belle lowered her sunglasses so she could peer over them at Flynn.
Please, do show us. Sounds fascinating.
Flynn kept shooing the boys away. Look, dolphins near the shore. Go try to catch one. Kennedy noticed Flynn waving her sons away, and she came over to fetch them.
Come on, boys, play somewhere else.
As she took their hands, she turned to Flynn. Sorry they're bothering you. To her children, she said,
Remember, you're supposed to be on your best behavior, or you'll scare off Flynn and Belle from ever having children." "We weren't bothering them," Gavin insisted as they trudged off. "I just wanted Uncle Flynn to do the quarter trick. He gets it right every single time." He turned to his brother and added, "Because he's magic." "He's not magic," Kennedy said, leading the boys away. "He can just feel the difference between heads and tails against his skin." Flynn shifted on his towel, looking away from Belle. Belle took off her sunglasses and tapped them against her knee. "Really? You can feel the difference?" "I prefer the explanation that I'm magic." "You tricked me." She wasn't as upset as she should have been. She couldn't muster anger at the result of the coin toss. Her irritation was more at herself for not knowing that it was possible to feel the difference between heads and tails. He leaned back on his elbows. "I ensured the best results possible for everyone involved." He tilted his face toward the sky, considering, then returned his gaze to her. "I admit it was an underhanded way to steal a kiss. If you want remuneration, I'll happily return it." "You will?" She didn't expect him to kiss her right there on the beach, but he leaned over and pressed his lips to hers. He smelled of coconut sunscreen, and when his hand touched her arm, bits of sand fell across her skin. "Hey," Paige called with mock offense. "Kids are present." "Well," Kennedy added, "my boys must not have scared them away from having children after all." "They need more time exposed to ours," Paige agreed. Flynn moved away from Belle with a grin. "We'd better stop, or we'll be invaded by small people." "I think they're darling," Belle said. "That's because you've never had to herd them through a grocery store." Not far away, Raleigh dumped a pail of water into a sandcastle moat, then jumped into the puddle with enthusiastic abandon. Her ponytail had curled itself into a question mark, and sand smudged her legs, arms, and cheeks. "Admit it," Belle said. "You adore them." "You're right." He put his hand over hers. Neither of them said anything for a few moments. They watched Raleigh and Zoe destroy their sandcastle, and then Raleigh set about reconstructing it with the same enthusiasm. Gavin and Noah played tag with the ocean. They ran down the receding shoreline, then ran back up, trying to outrace the waves. Flynn laced his fingers with hers. "When I joined my dad's firm, I told myself that I wanted to be successful so I could be the kind of dad my father was to me. I wanted to give my kids all of the experiences and things I had." "That's good," she said. "It would be if I had any kids." Somewhere along the line, success became less about providing for a family and more about winning the game. If you have a family, you can't work long hours all of the time or jet across the nation on a moment's notice. "I suppose not." He watched her silently for a moment. "Do you want children someday?" The breath in her lungs momentarily hitched. "Yes, although I wouldn't want them to have the same experience as I had." She was still doing her best to forgive and forget much of her childhood. "I suppose not." He understood her meaning. "Kids don't need rich parents," she said. "They need a mom and a dad who put them first." She laughed at herself. "I sound very sage, don't I? But I've been caught up in my career, too. Having a family has been on the back burner for a long time." "Mine has been, too," he said. "The back burner's not an especially good place for children to live." "I won't tell CPS if you don't." They didn't bring up the subject of children again, but that night as Belle lay in bed, reviewing the day in all of its hues of happiness, the children she saw romping around the beach weren't Flynn's nephews and nieces. She saw a boy with Flynn's dimples and mischievous grin. She saw a girl with her pale blonde hair and blue eyes. Such a silly daydream, so premature, yet dreaming it made her happy anyway. Chapter 22. Belle woke up early on Friday, clearly suffering from Christmas morning syndrome. This was her last full day with Flynn,
She didn't want to sleep any of it away. He wouldn't be by to pick her up until 8, but she was ready by 7 and went down to the first-floor shops to browse souvenirs. She figured she ought to get her mother something. That was the daughterly thing to do, and being at this reunion had made her want to be a better daughter. While buying a bracelet for her mother, she saw an iguana stuffed animal and decided to buy it for Flynn. She'd show up at his door with one before he could show up at hers. At 1:45, she went to his room, iguana in hand. It was much cuter than the real ones. Soft brown plush, glass eyes, and a mouth that turned up. When she got close to Flynn's room, she heard voices coming from inside. Daisy's voice was close to the door. "I need more time. I've hardly had a chance to speak to Marco." Belle paused. Should she knock or leave? How private was this conversation? "I dropped out of golf so you could take my place," Flynn said. "Why didn't you talk to him then?" Belle froze. She'd thought Flynn dropped out of the game because he wanted to be with her. He'd done it for Daisy? "I tried," she said, "but Marco made sure we were never alone. He keeps pushing me away. It's Belle, isn't it? Is he seeing her?" Why would Daisy ask Flynn that? Didn't she think he was seeing Belle? "No, it's not Belle," Flynn said with a wry tone. "I've done everything humanly possible and then some to keep her away from Marco. Trust me, she's not a factor." A factor? Flynn was talking about her as if she were part of an equation. No, worse, as if she were an assignment. Daisy's words from their phone call came back to Belle. "I know you're after Marco." She hadn't been guessing. She'd known all along that Flynn and Belle weren't really dating. Daisy had known from the moment she crashed the reunion, joined dinner, and gave Belle an unwelcome glare. She'd known because Flynn had told her. Belle took a step backward, as though that could keep her from the realization engulfing her. No such luck. The crushing wave came anyway. Flynn had known that Daisy was coming to Cancun. That's why he'd wanted Belle to hole up in her room, away from Marco. Flynn had been helping Daisy all along. The next realization was worse, and just as painful. He didn't have feelings for Belle. Everything he'd said and done had been part of a calculated strategy. When he couldn't keep her away from Marco by using bribes or threats, he set out to eliminate her in another way, by making her fall for him. And she'd been pitifully easy to sway. His charm, his smiles, his kisses, he'd only been keeping her out of Daisy's way. Tomorrow, Flynn would see her off with promises and plans to visit. He might even string her along for a while if Daisy needed more time to wheedle her way back into Marco's heart. And then Flynn would completely dump her. Daisy said something else. Belle couldn't tell what because her ears were ringing and her heart was pounding against her chest. She turned and hurried down the hallway back toward the elevator, nearly running. She couldn't breathe, couldn't get away fast enough. The elevator door took too long to open, and she smacked the button a second time. Only then did she realize that she was still holding the iguana, strangling it, really. No matter, she'd shove it in the garbage can in her room. The elevator door finally opened. She stepped inside and shut her eyes as it whirred down to her floor. She was not going to cry about this. Not when she knew Flynn was about to come to her door. She wouldn't let him know how much he'd hurt her. She needed to calmly make arrangements to leave before he got there. En route to her room, she called the airline and booked an earlier flight back to New York. She would have 2 layovers, but she could be on a plane in 3 hours. As soon as she got to her room, she called the front desk for a shuttle to the airport, then pulled her suitcase out of the closet and began dumping things inside. Clothes and toiletries, all of it a jumble. She didn't care. At 8, Flynn knocked on her door. She considered not answering, but he'd call her phone if she didn't, and this was probably one of those times when it was best to yell at a man face to face anyway. Gritting her teeth, she swung the door open. When he saw her expression, his eyes widened in alarm. What's wrong? She should have thought of something cutting to say, something cavalier. She'd had enough time to mull it over. But no, she could hardly think at all.
"You don't have to play this game anymore," she said. "You've won. But then you always win, don't you? Even if you have to rig the game." He looked behind him as though something back there might explain her behavior, then returned his attention to her. Did I miss something? "Oh, I doubt you ever miss anything." She wasn't playing his games anymore. "I have a flight to catch. Goodbye." She moved to shut the door. He held out his hand, stopping the door's progress. "What are you talking about?" She couldn't shut the door while he was holding it. Fine, if he wanted to stay here and get chewed out, she'd oblige. She left the door and stormed over to her suitcase. Her mother's souvenir bracelet sat on the dresser. She tossed it inside. "You're a fraud. Every time you kissed me, you were just keeping Marco safe for Daisy. The whole time you were using me." He walked farther into the room, a crisp defensiveness edging into his voice. "And what made you suddenly decide this?" She flung open a dresser drawer, grabbed a pile of shorts, and dropped them into the suitcase. "I heard you say as much to Daisy." She paused to look at him, checking his expression. "In your room a few minutes ago. I came to your door." A bit of color drained from his face, and his eyes looked pained. That, at least, was some consolation. He didn't like being caught. He lifted a hand as though to hold back her accusation. "I never said that." "You might as well have. You said you did everything humanly possible, and then some, to keep me away from Marco. I assume that kissing me falls into one of those categories." Flynn held up both hands, palms out. "I didn't mean it that way." As if there were a lot of different ways to interpret his words. Belle slammed the dresser drawer shut. She was all packed now. "You knew Daisy was coming. That's why you wanted me to stay away from Marco until Saturday. Not because you were worried about your brother's vulnerable state. Not because you were afraid I'd do something to let your parents know about the divorce. You were giving Daisy time to win Marco back." "It was for a lot of reasons," Flynn said. He wasn't denying the accusation. It was as good as admitting he'd used her. Belle shut her suitcase. "Daisy knew we weren't dating, didn't she? Did you tell her about the night we met? How I thought I was kissing Marco?" He chewed his words for a moment, then said, "I told her I met you at the resort. I asked about you because I was trying to figure you out." He rubbed the back of his neck uncomfortably. Some other details might have come out. In other words, yes, he'd told her that Belle had thought he was Marco and had thrown herself at him. She must have looked contemptible to Daisy, completely pitiful. Belle zipped up her suitcase. "I feel so stupid. I want to yell at you for lying to me, but I should have known better all along." She straightened and grabbed the handle. "The first thing I learned about you was that you had no problem lying to me." He winced. "Belle, it's not like that." Time to go. She grabbed her purse from the top of the dresser. He took hold of her arm, stopping her. "Let me explain first." "Why? I can't believe anything you say." He took a sharp inward breath, and his hand dropped from her arm. His features went hard. "No, I suppose you won't believe me. I was doomed as soon as you decided I was on Daisy's side." "That wasn't fair." "She has nothing to do with this." Belle walked past him and out the door. If her hand was shaking on the luggage, it wasn't enough to be noticeable. That was the important thing. She had to hold herself together until she could cry in private. Later, there would be plenty of time for crying alone. Chapter 23. Flynn sat on the bed, numbly staring at the door, as though if he stared at it long enough, Belle would come back. That wasn't going to happen. She was gone. Not just gone, but hated him gone. Even if he went after her, she wouldn't listen to anything he had to say. There was no way to fix this. He'd done everything wrong from the start. But how could he have known back when he first met Belle that he'd end up falling for her? He imagined what their meeting in the hotel lobby would have been like if he'd admitted up front that he was Flynn, not Marco. That's what he should have done,
and what he would have done if he hadn't been trying to protect his brother. Belle would have blushed at her mistake and excused herself. If Flynn saw her later during the week, she would have been on Marco's arm, the stars in her eyes firmly in place. Flynn reimagined the scene in different ways, trying to come up with a scenario where he'd been honest and still wound up with Belle. But it always ended up the same. Belle went with Marco. Fitting, he supposed, because now that she despised him, she would end up with Marco. She had his phone number, and the little squabble they'd had at dinner wouldn't keep her away from him. She would most likely wait until after the reunion, but then she would call him. And Marco hadn't shown much interest in Daisy, which meant he'd probably jump at the chance of getting together with Belle. So that's how their story was destined to end. Like a Greek tragedy where the hero can't change the outcome no matter what he tries. Well, Belle deserved to be happy. If she wanted Marco, then Flynn wouldn't stand in their way anymore. He shouldn't have tried to stand in their way to begin with. He took out his phone and called his brother. Chapter 24. Belle was walking to the airport's security checkpoint when she heard someone calling her name. She turned to find Flynn striding across the terminal toward her. Her heart lifted in an unexpected surge of relief. It shouldn't have. She'd ended their relationship. But seeing him made her ridiculously happy anyway. He'd come after her. That meant he cared after all. And then the next moment, she realized it wasn't Flynn. It was Marco. His hair was longer, lighter. Her heart slid back down into her chest, settling into thick misery again. Why was Marco here? "Belle," he called again. "Wait up." He jogged the last few steps, then stood staring at her breathlessly, an uncertain smile on his lips. "I thought we should talk. About... well... Flynn told me the truth about, you." Marco didn't seem to know what to do with his hands, as if she was making him nervous. She hadn't thought that possible. Of course, the truth might mean many things coming from Flynn. "What exactly did he tell you?" "He said you came to Cancun to reconnect with me, but he'd found you first and made you promise to keep it a secret throughout the reunion. He knew Daisy was coming and thought I might get back together with her if I didn't know about you." Well, Flynn actually had told the truth. That was something new. Marco put his hands in his pockets. He shouldn't have gotten involved. He ought to know I can make my own decisions. Unfortunately, he has a misguided desire to save me from myself. "Flynn does seem to worry about you." What else could Belle say? The whole situation felt so awkward. "I guess it's a twin thing." Marco grinned, looking her up and down as though seeing her differently. "I wish you'd told me the truth earlier. I had no idea you still had feelings for me." Still? That meant he knew she had feelings for him back in college. Had he known about her crush before meeting Daisy, and then gone after Belle's roommate anyway? Or was her crush something Daisy told him about later on? Belle kept her voice light. "You knew I had feelings for you in college?" He shrugged. "You got all tongue-tied around me during study group. It was cute. But Daisy was more my type back then." His gaze ran over her again. Things change, don't they? She should have felt complimented. Wasn't this exactly why she'd come to Cancun? To hear those words? Now, she didn't know how to respond to them. "You and Flynn." Marco shook his head and chuckled, as though the last few days had been a practical joke. "You two made such a convincing couple. You seemed completely in love. I never would have guessed the truth." Her heart squeezed painfully. "Flynn is a good actor." "Yeah, I always knew that about him. I just didn't know it about you." "There are a lot of things you don't know about me." "We could remedy that. Can you change your flight?" He nodded toward the airport exit. "I'm sure we could find some place to sit and talk for a while." Another sentence she'd longed to hear. Funny that it only made her feel sad now. Flynn had ruined all the daydreams she'd had about Marco. Marco wouldn't make her laugh like Flynn could. Marco's smile didn't have the roguish quality that looked so endearing on his brother. If she and Marco talked about her work, he wouldn't understand that she considered clothing to be art. He'd probably lecture her about sweatshops again and make her feel responsible for the plight of developing countries. She didn't want to talk to him. She wanted to go back to New York, curl up in bed, and forget about this trip. Forget about her feelings for Flynn.
"I never should have come," she said. "I was chasing a memory, something that was never real to begin with. And now?" She broke off and tried a different way to explain. "You said I'd changed, and you were right. We're completely wrong for each other now. Instead of believing everything you say carte blanche, like I did back then, I have my own opinions. You're so sure of everything you believe. We'd just end up arguing all of the time." She shifted her carry-on. "Besides, you're on the rebound from Daisy, and I'm on the rebound from Flynn. Neither of us is thinking clearly."
Wait. Marco cocked his head to the side. You're on the rebound from Flynn?
"Yeah. Turns out I'm not much of an actress after all."
She turned to go, but paused to look over her shoulder at him.
"Please don't tell him. Spare me that."
Marco didn't answer, just watched her go with an astonished expression. Chapter 25. Flynn spent most of the day in his room, catching up on email, looking over bank documents, and conferring with his lawyer about contract provisions. Anything to avoid thinking about Belle. Or what Belle and Marco were doing now. He'd been beyond foolish to let himself develop feelings for her. Anyone else would have known better. Working on the contract did a poor job of keeping his thoughts on safe ground. Were Marco and Belle talking right now? Laughing? Kissing? The contract. Lawyers seemed incapable of writing contracts in clear English. The phrasing was always barely comprehensible legalese that took another lawyer to translate. His mind kept drifting to Belle, and he had to keep forcing it back, painfully, to safe territory. Work, contract negotiations, things he could control. When he wasn't on the phone with Bainbridge's lawyer, Flynn kept his phone turned off. He didn't want to talk to anyone in his family, wasn't up to pretending things were fine. He would have skipped dinner, but it was the night of the grandchildren's talent show, and all of the siblings were supposed to say a few words about their mother. The family had rented a private area in one of the restaurants, a cozy room with windows overlooking the ocean. He deliberately showed up 5 minutes late. The less small talk he had to endure, the better. As he walked to the table, his gaze went to Marco, and he half expected to see Belle with him. She wasn't, of course. Daisy sat beside him, keeping up pretenses. His mother looked at Flynn, then glanced around the room. "Where's Belle?" 2 empty chairs waited at the table, both next to his mother. He sat down on one, feeling tense and miserable. A problem at work came up. She had to leave early. His father looked puzzled by this pronouncement. "You mean there was a fashion crisis?" Flynn scooted his chair closer to the table. "It happens." His mother made sympathetic tutting sounds. "Too bad. You'll be apart for your 6-month anniversary. You'll have to give her the necklace and earrings later." He planned to shove the necklace and earrings in a drawer and never look at them again. He couldn't bear to see the blue topaz that was the same color as Belle's eyes. He ordered, ate, and watched his nephews and nieces perform singing numbers. Then it was time for him and his siblings to give birthday tributes to their mother. Kennedy went first, relating a story of their mother teaching her to ride a bike. "You kept telling me the trick was balance," she said. "I still hear those words in my mind sometimes. When life gets overwhelming, I remind myself that the trick is balance." Next, Paige talked about how their mother used to wait up for her when she was out on dates, and how their mother had always been involved in her life. Marco spoke about how she was always serving in the community and set a good example for him. Then it was Flynn's turn. He had so many good memories of his mother, but all of them seemed tinged with sadness, because he knew that's what they would be soon. Just memories. How many more months did he have left with her? Flynn stood and related stories of help she'd given him with schoolwork and his Boy Scout projects. "Mom, you taught me to be a hard worker. Maybe I learned that lesson too well, and I've been slow to follow your example in other ways. You also taught me that family and relationships are more important than anything else. I love both you and Dad, and I'll count myself truly successful in life if I'm ever as happily married as you two." Everyone clapped, and he sat down by his mother. She patted him on the leg. "Thank you. That was very sweet." He leaned over and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "You miss Belle, don't you?" she asked. "Yes." It was the truth. "I think she'd make a nice addition to the family," his mother said. Flynn nodded, refusing to look at Marco to see if his brother had overheard the comment. Their mother stood, putting a hand on Flynn's shoulder for support. "I hadn't planned on saying anything, and I certainly hadn't planned on saying what I'm about to say. This was to be my last reunion. The cancer will take me sooner or later, so putting this old body through more treatments didn't make much sense. But this week has made me realize that I still have things to see." She squeezed Flynn's shoulder. "I want to be at Flynn's wedding." Her gaze went to Marco. "And perhaps meet another grandchild." She turned to Paige and Kennedy, emotion welling in her voice. "Belle told me that she didn't have a relationship with her grandparents. That if she didn't matter to them when she was young and actually needed them, then why would she matter to them now? I don't want my grandchildren to ever feel like that. That I willingly left them when they were young and still needed me." Her eyes went over the grandchildren. "So I guess I can fight cancer a little longer." She sat down. Their father reached over and hugged her. Everyone began talking, thanking her and offering words of encouragement. Paige and Kennedy both left their spots at the table to hug her, and soon everyone was hugging her and crying, the grandchildren piling into the action as well. Flynn let his siblings have their turns first so that he could be last and hug her the longest. When he did, she felt too thin, but even here in the restaurant, he could smell the scent that was only hers, a mixture of soap, shampoo, and motherhood. "Don't make me wait too long for that wedding," she told him. He didn't have an answer for that. When dinner was over and Flynn was making his way back across the lobby, Marco called after him. "Wait up." Flynn did, though he wasn't in the mood to talk to anyone, let alone his brother. "I called you 3 times today," Marco said in exasperation. "Don't you look at your phone?" "I've been busy with work," Flynn said. Right. Marco clearly didn't buy that excuse. Might as well get the moment over with. Flynn kept his voice low so passing guests wouldn't hear them talk. "So, how did things go with Belle?" He wanted to know, but at the same time dreaded hearing his brother talk about her. "Not how I expected." That wasn't the answer Flynn had braced himself for. He finally gave his brother his full attention. Marco was scrutinizing him. "What exactly did you do to her?" "Do to her? What do you mean?" Marco shrugged. "Apparently, a few days with you canceled out everything she'd felt for me for years." He lifted his hand in a questioning gesture. "I'm just wondering how you managed that." Had he understood that right? Wait, she turned you down? Turned me down flat. And then she went on to call me opinionated. I'll blame that shift of opinion on you, too. "She turned you down," Flynn said again. Was Belle angry at both of them? Or maybe at men in general? It didn't matter. As long as she didn't want Marco, Flynn had a second chance. Marco smiled, enjoying Flynn's shock. "She told me not to tell you, but she pretty much admitted to being in love with you." Marco patted him on the shoulder. "You either way overplayed your part, or You need to go after that girl. Chapter 26. The weekend dragged by. New York was cold, gray, and slushy. All of the trees across from Belle's apartment building looked dead, and even her brightly colored bedroom seemed lifeless and dismal. She missed Cancun's green. She missed Flynn, which was ridiculous because he'd never been hers to begin with. He'd only been pretending to care about her. She'd heard that everything happened for a reason, and even bad experiences made for good learning opportunities. She tried to tell herself she'd learned important things from the last week. For example, she wanted a family someday, and since that was the case, her job shouldn't be such an all-consuming priority. She would work hard and enjoy the creativity, but she wouldn't let it take all of her time anymore. She'd learned not to idolize past crushes, and she'd learned that she had a thing for guys with light brown hair and blue eyes. In fact, she fell really hard and really fast for that type. For most of the weekend, Belle wrapped herself in a worn comforter and listlessly watched Netflix while crying and eating ice cream. On Monday, instead of going into the office at 7 like she usually did, she slept in and dragged herself in at 8:15. Let Felix complain. If he did, she'd point out all of the 60-hour weeks she'd worked in the past. She hadn't slept much since returning to New York and already needed another vacation. Well, not exactly a vacation, more like another long crying jag in a quart of rocky road. Sebastian was sitting on the desk of Sanvi, the receptionist, talking with her in lowered tones. As Belle passed, Sanvi called to her, "The new boss wants to see you. He's in Felix's office." Belle stopped where she stood. "New boss?" "Unofficially. The deal isn't final," Sanvi said. "But you'd never know it by the way he's acting." Sebastian nodded in agreement. The man is far too confident for someone who knows nothing about the fashion industry. I don't like him. No, it couldn't be Flynn. Not after she'd turned Marco down. Flynn had no reason to buy Fontaine anymore. Belle made her way down the hallway to Felix's office, trying to crush the hopeful inklings that pressed against her chest. Flynn wasn't here. It was the other buyer Felix had told her about. In all likelihood, someone with ridiculous ideas about how the company should be run, completely unrealistic expectations, and half a dozen meetings scheduled to discuss his vision of Fontaine's future. She didn't have the energy to deal with more drama right now. Not when she still felt weepy and emotional about Flynn. Somehow, she'd imagined that any sale and transition wouldn't happen for months, if at all. And now she had a new boss? Man, she'd picked the wrong day to come in late. Belle reached Felix's office and knocked on the door. "Come in," he said in the overly energetic voice he used to impress customers. She pushed the door open. Flynn stood in the room near the window. Flynn. Tall, handsome, and ever so confident. She'd caught her breath, surprised, unsure. He'd bought Fontaine anyway? Why? Had it simply been a good bargain? Or was there some other reason? His eyes went over her, and his lips quirked up at the corners into a cautious smile. She swallowed, stunned, and couldn't take her eyes off him. He wore a crisp black suit and a white shirt, looking more like a men's suit model than a corporate exec. He turned to Felix. "Thank you, Mr. Cohen. If you could give me a few minutes alone with our new senior designer, I'd appreciate it." So he was giving her the promotion after all. Maybe he felt he had to. Maybe he thought he owed it to her after she'd turned Marco down. Belle put her hands behind her back, clasping them so they didn't tremble. She didn't want Flynn to know how much his presence affected her. "Certainly," Felix said. As he left, Belle noticed a large aquarium sat on Felix's desk. Instead of fish, it held sand, a heat lamp, a branch of some sort, and... what was that green thing? Flynn waited until Felix had shut the door before he spoke. You said the iguana was optional, but I didn't want to risk it. She didn't know what to say. Her eyes went to Flynn's, trying to figure him out.
Why did you buy Fontaine?
He shrugged as though buying a fashion house was a run-of-the-mill purchase. Bainbridge needs to diversify. The fashion industry is a $3 trillion business, and setting up an education fund for factory workers in Bangladesh is a good tax write-off. His blue eyes looked intense, serious. But the most important reason is that you work here. She let herself hope then, just a little, and then reminded herself that Flynn had said she had good business sense. Maybe he was just asking for her help running the place.
And you called me in to
apologize. With a lizard. I admit it's not my usual medium. That's why I also brought flowers and candy. He motioned to the back corner of the room where a bouquet of red roses and gold box of chocolates had blended into the clutter of Felix's fabric swatches and inspiration boards. Flynn walked slowly toward her, watching her reaction. For the first time since meeting him in the lobby of the hotel, he looked vulnerable and uncertain. Look, Belle, I'm sorry I lied to you and kept you away from Marco.
You are?
She wasn't quite sure what he meant by that. Well, not really. I mean, yes, I'm sorry for lying about who I was. But I'm not sorry about keeping you away from Marco. That part, I'd do again. His voice went soft, his eyes asking her to understand. I had to keep you away from him because I wanted you so badly for myself. Was he giving her an apology for how he'd acted? Or was he telling her that he wanted more? A future? He stepped closer, his gaze steady on her. Despite all of the conspiring and half-truths, when I was with you, when I was kissing you, it was never an act for me. Their first kiss must have been an act. He'd accused her of being after Marco's money later that night. But then he also admitted that he hadn't planned on kissing her that first night. He just hadn't been able to resist her. She eyed him, still trying to read him, understand him. So you've come here with flowers and candy, and a promotion, and all is supposed to be forgiven? He gestured to the aquarium. I also brought an iguana. She laughed in spite of herself. He sounded so sincere. Oh, well, that changes everything. He held up a hand as though making a pledge. None of what I said or did with you was an act. I wasn't ever trying to get rid of you. He took a step closer. I was trying to keep you. She tilted her head in question. Really? When did you decide you wanted to keep me? The day we went snorkeling. A teasing smile played across his lips, and he rubbed his chin, considering. Or maybe before that. It might have been that first night when I researched you and saw that picture of you in the sequin dress. She felt her cheeks flush. You shouldn't have researched me quite so thoroughly. I prefer to know as much as I can about my clients, colleagues, and competitors.
Which one of those am I?
The teasing expression dropped from his face. None of them. He reached out and took her hand, threading his fingers with hers. You're the woman I want to bring home and introduce to my parents. A warm feeling surged through her, a bright happiness. He did want a future with her.
Then I guess it's convenient that I've already met them.
And they love you, so it works out nicely. He pulled her closer, his blue eyes on hers. And I love you too, which also works out nicely. She smiled, feeling all of the heartache from the weekend fading, dissolving beneath his touch. Flynn bent down and kissed her. Not a light kiss, one that wanted a response, wanted reassurance. She wrapped her arms around his neck and did her best to assure him of her feelings. She might have even murmured once or twice, when his lips were on her neck, that she loved him too. Several minutes later, he lifted his head. I almost forgot. I have something else for you. He reached into his suit, pulled out a silver box, and handed it to her. Happy anniversary. 2 days late. Or 5 months and 3 weeks early, depending on how you count it. She'd forgotten that he'd bought her a gift when he went shopping with his mom and sisters. She opened the box and saw a shimmering blue pendant nestled in black velvet. The color reminded her of the Cancun ocean, a breathtaking blue. 2 matching earrings lay nearby, the topaz encircled by diamond chips. "They're gorgeous," she breathed out, and then looked at him questioningly. "You bought these for me after our first afternoon together?" The set must have been expensive, and he'd known her for less than a day. "They reminded me of you. Beautiful." She slid her arms around his neck. "Now I wish I'd gotten you something for our anniversary." "There's still time," he said, and kissed her again. Epilogue. 7 months later. Standing beside Flynn, in a wedding dress she'd designed, Belle welcomed guests to their reception. The courtship had been fast by anyone's standards, but Flynn hadn't wanted to wait, and Belle was blissfully happy with the idea of never having to say goodbye to him at the train station again, like she'd been doing every weekend for months. Besides, the timing had been good for Mrs. Dawson. She was recovering from her last treatment and felt up to a celebration. She sat at a table with Belle's mother, who was surprisingly sober and had been moderately pleasant all day, perhaps because Belle's brother was keeping an eye on her. Her family was admittedly small compared to Flynn's. He seemed to have an endless supply of cousins, second cousins, and cousins removed to various degrees, who had all shown up to wish them well. Most of Belle's co-workers and a fair number of business associates had come too, so the reception hall looked like an haute couture convention. Sebastian was noticeably absent. He'd taken a job with another house as soon as Bainbridge officially took over. They'd hired a CEO to run the financial side of the company, and Belle was promoted again, this time to creative director. Flynn had convinced his partners that Bainbridge needed to open an office in New York, and he would start work in the city right after their honeymoon. It felt like the perfect solution, at least for right now. While the two talked with friends, Daisy and Marco were out on the dance floor trying and mostly failing at salsa dancing. Still, they were laughing and having a good time. According to Flynn, they planned on quietly retying their loosened knot soon. Quietly because his parents still didn't know about the split. Daisy had become downright nice to Belle once Flynn told her that he and Belle were actually dating. She'd even apologized for her behavior at the reunion. Belle had apologized as well, and found it was easy to be nice back. Their relationship wasn't what it had been as roommates, but perhaps they could be friends again someday. Her crush on Marco seemed like such a distant thing, a misunderstanding of sorts, something she never should have held against Daisy. Toward the end of the night, when the guests were beginning to go home and Flynn had gone off to talk to his father for a few minutes, Pearl strolled up to Belle. She wore a blue silk dress this time, with the same pearl comb tucked in her black hair. Belle hugged her in surprise. She hadn't thought of the woman in months, hadn't invited her to the reception, but was glad she'd come. Someone in the fashion industry must have mentioned the event to her. "Pearl, it's good to see you." "You look radiant. So pretty. I never tire of seeing brides." "Thank you." Pearl looked her over in approval, then leaned closer and lowered her voice. "I'm glad you took my advice and went to Cancun. You finally got the right man." Pearl must have seen Flynn and mistaken him for Marco. "Actually, I married Flynn, Marco Dawson's twin brother." "Exactly," Pearl said. "He's the right man." Belle didn't respond to that because Flynn had come back. He took her hand and whisked her off to the dance floor. This has been How I Met Your Brother, written by Janette Rallison, narrated by Madeline Rozek. Copyright 2017 by Janette Rallison. Production copyright 2018 by Janette Rallison.